for a little while there.
He kept dropping us. Yeah, for a minute there, he kept dropping calls.
And I think that's what has scared Ryan is back
But it
in
was
those
so
days.
early on.
Yeah.
That was like a year ago or longer than that, maybe.
Mhm.
Player One uses Melon too.
I know.
It was so easy for me to hop in with them. I was like, oh,
Yeah, I know this.
already here. Here we go.
With your feet on the air, your head on the ground. Try this trick and spin it. Yeah. Your head will collapse, but there's nothing in it, and you'll ask yourself, where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind?
And we're back.
Hi, my friend. I was surfing the web, Donnie,
Oh, were you?
and on this app called Amazon.
Hmm.
And I was trying to remember, is your Dodge a Challenger or a Charger?
A Challenger.
Good. Did you know that the 2022 Hallmark keepsake ornaments is a 1970 Dodge Challenger?
70. Now that's the dream. That'd be amazing.
I know it's not what year is yours? Yours is current. Yours is modern.
2011.
Yeah.
Thought about selling mine all month long, actually.
Oh, really?
I've been really close on a handful of occasions.
Just do it, man. Is it
My
because
wife.
of the Ventura?
No, I was thinking about getting something else.
Oh,
Having
nice.
two
Oh,
cars.
that's more like it. That's the way it should go.
No, I'm not just getting rid of it. No, I love the car.
Good.
And I may not. I don't know. I'm back and forth. Part of me really, really wants another old car,
Yeah.
but obviously it comes with its own caveats. My
Yeah.
wife, she's like, the Challenger that you have is safe, dependable, new, better gas
Right.
mileage.
It
Has
yeah.
airbags,
That's what I was gonna say.
has air conditioning.
Yeah.
All of these modern conveniences that people take for granted.
Yeah.
But
Back in my day, we didn't even have seatbelts.
But for some odd reason, I don't know, it's hanging out at the shop or whatever, like getting into the Ventura has just started something in me. It's like, man, I don't even have my Ventura back yet. It's like it's maybe like nearing the finish line, and I'm like, I already want like another one.
Yeah.
I'm like, I kind of want another old car. I mean, two of them.
Nice.
Like, what's better than having one? You just have dose.
What time when do you start building your new garage?
Right? I will. Boy, I wish I
That'd
could.
be awesome, man.
But I don't even know if I don't even know if it would work out. I had a handful of cars that I was interested in, maybe like 3, and all of them fell. I had one that I was like about to go, like about to.
Oh,
get
like
in
a
the car.
specific car, not like it would be.
Yeah,
nice
I
to have
wouldn't just get rid of it just for anything. Like there, yeah,
Sure.
I'm kind of hunting for a specific.
Yeah, but you
car.
were like, you saw one that somebody was selling specifically. Yeah.
And I had it, and we were like right there on the finish line, and I was like, all right, this is the point of no return. I'm about to come. And they were like, yeah, don't.
Oh,
So
how come?
They wanted to sell it to somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, they already had a better deal.
Well, that sucks, dude. Wasn't meant to be.
Yeah. I'm not like jonesing to get rid of it or anything. I'm just perusing, browsing,
living your best life. Yeah.
Looking around. How's the Scion?
Scion got a new windshield.
Nice.
Like you're doing all these extras. I'm like, I can see out of the front of it now. So that's pretty good. It was pretty mangled.
I'm surprised you didn't call it a windscreen. I was preparing
a windscreen.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
I think that's what they call it in the EU.
Yeah, no.
It's a windscreen.
It's a shield. Like it's not like windscreen would be like if it was letting some through,
Mm.
like a screen door.
Just I've heard it referred to it that way.
I would, there's probably a drinking game for.
I watch a
street
couple
gangs.
like racing and car shows that are more European and like international, and they always call it a
Mm,
windscreen. It always catches me
windscreen.
by surprise.
I'm realizing that. Can you hear me okay? Like my
Mhm.
microphone decided to turn me down.
I can hear you
little
fine.
bit. Okay, that's fun. I'm having awesome times with my computer, but yeah,
Chat, can you hear 'em?
windshield is good. I'm starting to think that I need to. I want to go around to some. What are they? Like where you get old parts, just like just a bunch of busted cars. What the heck
Car
are those
swap?
called? No, like when there's just a whole bunch of like dead cars in a yard, and you can go
Junkyard.
like sort of. I need
Pull
like
apart.
I need a couple of fenders. I need a bumper
Sure.
and yeah, just a couple of things. I'm like,
Have you checked eBay?
I should check eBay actually. And the Scion is like an interesting one because there's a lot of like custom. There's a culture around it,
Sure.
which is good. Like it's not a
Body kits and stuff.
yeah, and there's not a lot of Scions around. It's not a popular car, but to have that at least there means I've got options.
I was looking
if I
for a
wanna
fender
do
for the
something.
Challenger. I ripped my my stripes are coming off, and I was taking them off, and it peeled the paint. And I was
Oh.
weighing between having it painted or just replacing the fender. And I
Mhm.
found several people on eBay that will send you a replacement fender and match it to your color code. They'll paint it before they send it to you, and then you just get it and put it on.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I offered.
Yeah, that's a good. Well, because last time I think we were talking.
I ended up
about
having somebody paint it.
wraps.
Wrap is one day I will, if I keep the Challenger, one day it will be wrapped.
Yeah.
The only thing that the thing that has stopped me from wrapping it so far is that the wheels that I picked out go really well with the color that I have on the
Yeah.
car, and it stops me from wanting to change the color.
Mhm.
But I've always wanted to do it purple, and I've always told myself that I would wrap it in purple.
That's
I
the
think-
color of the ornament. That's what made me think of you.
Nice, but when
Yeah.
I think if and when that day comes when I wrap it, I'll have to get new wheels.
I'm really bugging out by this. I'm just gonna have to stop paying attention to it. This microphone keeps going down to 2 dots. This is weird. Ryan Turford.
I'm
usually
hearing
goes
no
up to 4.
fluctuation on
Nothing,
my
huh?
end.
Okay.
Is it in Audacity you're seeing it go up and down?
No, it's the actual microphone itself. There's little lights that you can turn up or
Ooh.
down. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm just having an awesome time with technology this weekend.
It's
dude.
auto adjusting on its own.
It's just doing its own thing. So
You
like,
gotta
whatever,
turn
man.
off the it's in the mic settings. You gotta disable the Windows ability to control your
Oh, it's been
microphone.
done before, but if it's
Oh,
been
yeah, I'm
turned
sure.
on by itself, like, my camera's all jacked up, my microphone's all jacked up. I just want to tear it all down, dude.
Yeah.
Just want to go Hulk on this thing and
I've
just
been there.
oh my god, there's almost not because you already did it, you've already
Yeah.
done the hard work. You've already spent the literal
You're like, I've already fixed
hours
this once. Why am I dealing with this again?
at least once. Yeah,
Yeah.
just then out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't know why it get like it is it's a special reaction that technology does to me on that front. But we get to hang out tonight and just kind of, not worry about that unless my
Last night
microphone
before we
goes
go
all
back
over the place.
Before we go back to work.
Yeah, I don't like. Can we just not
Yeah.
play
that'd be
Office
nice,
Space? Like
right?
I was thinking, like maybe I just
We don't want to work.
go.
It's not fair to these people.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to go. And I actually like my job. Like,
Sure.
it's a good job. It's it's not like I don't know. I don't want to say anything and like, it's like I pick up trash. Like I don't know. Probably a good thing. But no,
Yeah.
I did a bunch of cable management today, so at least I feel pretty good about that.
Okay.
Now everything's nice and clean. My Black Friday shopping, I think, is complete.
Ooh.
I think I'm done. I think I should be done. Think I'm out of money.
Did you buy something in particular?
It's just ongoing, dude. It was just a bunch of nothing really that I went, yeah, I can't believe I got that,
Yeah, but I mean, like, were you hunting for something?
just games. I don't know.
Okay.
I got into my silly mood. Like, how I get some. I was like this last year. Like as I'm buying
do
games as
remember
if
that.
I'm going to be able to play them.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, that's the joy of being a video gamer.
I think that's word. That's
Don't
what I
let
have to
anybody
be.
take that away from you.
Thank you. That's why I was looking forward to chatting with you because
We have to support these developers.
Yeah, somebody's got to.
People got to quit hating on people for enjoying buying things.
Yeah. I mean, I probably could be making smarter fiscal decisions for my
Hey,
household.
what's the fun in that?
It doesn't sound fun at all, actually. And
I-
I do it all year.
I bought too much stuff. So I mean, you're coming to the right place to compare misery. I got put
Yes.
on Fanatical's like blacklist,
I saw,
I
dude, that's
couldn't-
so
I cou-
funny.
and I joined their Discord because their tech support invited me.
Oh, that's a good idea.
They're like, come over here, and then they got me flagged. And then I tried to make 3 or 4 other purchases, and it just kept happening. They're like, we swear we're elevating your name. We're trying to get you whitelisted.
Get you
They're
your
like,
black card, gold status.
but
whatever
it
you
keeps
need, man.
happening, keeps happening. But I did get through. What they told me was if you spend $200 within 7 days, they stop your account.
That's it? That's not a lot.
It's to stop you from getting, like, if somebody's got a hold of your card, it's to stop the damage from going too far.
I guess, but isn't your credit card already doing that? Like protecting
I
you
just
from
that's what they told me.
that makes it makes sense. And like how can you get upset by
Oh, I wasn't. I
you
was
know.
like, I mean, it's like there's nothing wrong. The purchases go through. You just have to wait
yeah.
to get your codes. And like one day I was waiting like 8 hours. It's like, guys, like, come on already.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually found a fun little Discord that I think I'll hang out a bit.
Yeah.
They've got a place where everybody just posts their extra codes. The Fanatical customer support folks are really funny and very helpful, and they post like daily deal alerts and stuff. So there's a lot of utility in being there. I hung out with them over the weekend and posted some pictures of my cats and stuff. I was like, these are pretty rad folks.
Look
So-
at this.
Oh, now your microphone went
Now it's
way
loud.
up.
Oh,
Yeah,
snap.
that was loud. Now
Is
it seems
back
like
to-
it came
is this
back down.
to normal. I don't know what's going on, man.
You sound fine now. Now you sound normal. But for a minute there, you got
Woo,
Big-
calm down.
big
Calm
Sean
down there,
energy.
Capri. Yeah. I'll just unplug it all. Tear it all down again.
Stop worrying about it. Just close it. Just stop looking at it.
I'm not.
Put like a piece of duct tape over it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Let Melon do its thing.
That might be exactly what's happening, actually.
It's possible. I believe there's a thing.
There it is. Auto
Yeah,
adjust mic volume. It's
turn that
totally
off.
there. Boom. Get out of here, Melon.
Maybe that'll fix it.
All right. Now we can just do this last time. Not going to mention it again, even if it happens.
Stop clicking. I can see your eyes popping back and forth. Just stop.
I'm back to you. I promise.
Are you? Are you?
I would say the same thing to me too, though. I would say the exact same thing. I wanted to I feel like in order for us to really go over our Black Friday shenanigans, I needed a Garrett Bland style spreadsheet. Like I'm
Oh
all
wow.
over the place, dude. Like Fanatical, like you introduced me to that. I don't even know what games I got. I got to the
I
point
love
where I
Fanatical.
forgot what games I picked up.
Fanatical, not always, but more often than not, will beat Steam out in their prices like game to game.
Mhm.
And I get into this thing where now every time I buy anything, I check like 5 different websites to make sure I'm getting the absolute best deal.
Well, somebody told me about. I thought it was you, but somebody told me about isthereanydeal.com.
Yeah.
That's where I
That's
start.
a good website, but it's also user generated. So oftentimes it's not like updated as frequently as like it's not
Mm.
automatic. I've been there several times where the price on Steam is lower than the price they're advertising.
If you see me darting around, I'm on Fanatical.
That's
now.
fine.
I'm no longer.
Even if you were messing with your microphone, I don't care.
I'm not messing with the microphone. Well, because we've had this before, and it's just like, should we just end? Like,
Yeah.
because it's so distracting. So I guess I'm back shopping again.
I like Fanatical
Dummy.
because Fanatical sells bundles.
I got my
and-
first little button, like mystery key bundle.
Yeah, mystery keys are fun.
Mhm.
Because sometimes you'll actually get something worth value. Most of the times you don't, but sometimes you do, and you're like,
I think
"Hey,
I
look
got
at
a
there."
couple. I think I got a couple in this thing. Let's see.
I buy so
I go-
many of their bundles.
Wolfenstein 3D.
There you go. I buy so many of their game bundles, and that's what I always say on the podcast when I refer to I'm buying games by the bucket.
Literally.
Yeah,
Mhm.
by Fanatical,
Yeah.
I'm just buying games by the bucket. And then for Black Friday, they had so many games for sale in their $5 off, $5 or less sale.
Yeah.
I bought so many games. Let's see here. I got. Are we talking? Are we?
Let's do it.
We're
We're gonna go
swapping
around
shop here. I bought
This is
a
the
bunch of.
best.
I bought a bunch of Prince of Persia games because
Did you?
I've only played one of them and I don't even remember which one it was. I played
Yeah.
one back on the 360 and I never played them all or a bunch of them. And
Mhm.
apparently people really like them.
They're
excited for this
really good, man.
remaster. So I was like, I want to play some. So I like on Fanatical, they're like $1.50 each.
Oh, how did I miss it? Dude, I'm scrolling nonstop through this stuff this entire weekend, and I feel like I didn't even spot that. And overall, like Garrett mentioned this actually, I was chatting with Garrett and Ryan while they were recording the RPG Cave, and I was talking about a bunch of stuff, and he's like, "Why are you doing that? It's on Game Pass." And he stumbled on something that ended up being a big deal for me as I was shopping around all this
I've
stuff.
bought games that are on Game Pass.
Well, yeah, and he's like, maybe if you just want all your things in one place, and I'm like,
I
that's
prefer to play them.
exactly it.
I'd prefer to play them on PC outside of the Game Pass launcher if I can get them cheaply. I'm not going to go spend $50
Right, same.
on something that's on Game Pass, but if I can pick something up for $6, I'd prefer to play it natively in Steam than on the Game Pass launcher.
I just picked up all the Dooms again. I
Yeah.
think this is the third
I've
time
owned
I bought all
Dooms
the
forever.
Dooms.
Yeah, you got to get all of those.
Mm-hmm.
They did I'm not sure if you got the email. You just started Fanatical, right? So you didn't get the
Yes.
email. So the
Yeah.
cool thing about Fanatical is like it does kind of do like the more you buy, the more you save. Like you'll start earning like codes and stuff that automatically apply to your shops and stuff.
That's cool.
Over the weekend they gave away a Garfield cart. Like you just got an email. It was like, hey, just here's the Garfield cart, and if you got it, you got 10% off of a bundle. Like
oh,
any
that's
bundle
awesome.
you
Oh,
wanted.
dude,
So if you just
that's how they
claim the
get
game,
you.
and then
Mhm.
like every time you spend $10, you get a spin on the wheel.
yes,
And if you do a mystery spin, you might get a free game or a code or a coupon.
that's
They-
awesome.
They say they're giving away a Steam Deck. I've never won a Steam Deck, but like you have a chance of winning a Steam Deck. But I did win Yakuza 3 Remastered,
Whoa.
and one of the some of the Yakuzas, one of the Yakuzas is a beat 'em up. I don't know which one, but I've always been told that some of them are beat 'em up.
you
I
say
only
so.
played the one that came to Series X Game Pass. It was more like turn based.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to play a beat 'em up one. Delvin gifted me a Yakuza that's set in the 80s, Yakuza 0,
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
One of them, I hope one of them is a beat 'em up because I want to try to play those.
it's right here on the front page. What is this?
I
Finally
had a-
comes to PC. Okay.
I had a couple birthday mystery bundles, several spins. I bought Surviving the Aftermath. I bought Warriors Orochi 3.
What's the
bought
first one? Surviving the Aftermath. What is that?
Surviving the Aftermath. Let's go over to. my
I guess
Steam
we'll find out
page.
together.
No, this is actually on my wish list for some time. I just don't know the best way to explain it. It's a strategy simulation city builder. Survive and thrive in a post-apocalyptic future. Resources are scarce, but opportunity calls. Build the ultimate disaster-proof colony. Protect your colonists and restore civilization. It's got pretty good reviews on Steam. I've been wanting to
Is that
play
a
it.
Donnie game?
So yeah, I don't think many people think that it would, but people also don't know my history that I get oddly into sometimes, like city builders.
Yeah.
There's like this weird kind of, that's why it was somewhat of a surprise that I've never liked State of Decay, but State of Decay is just kind of janky.
Right. Yeah.
But when I get into a game like that I do like, I do tend to get lost into them. So
Mhm. That's what I was wanting to get over Black Friday, is those kind of games. But I won't have time for them.
I
But
found
wouldn't it be
one-
cool?
I found one today. I
Look
found
at
one.
your face.
I started
You're
playing
so happy.
Valheim.
Oh, really? Is it good?
Valheim is real good. Yeah, it's like
no.
it's like Grounded, but Vikings and stuff, and you kill stuff and fight gods. And I was like, oh my god, this is dangerous. This is dangerous here. I might just play Valheim for the next year.
Yes, let's do it.
Yeah, because back before I got into consoles doing podcasts and everything, back when I like first started trying to do PC gaming with my Steam machine and stuff, a big reason why I got it was I loved Civ and Golf Sim and Command and Conquer and things like that. End War. Like I used to play
That was
those
on
games.
sale, too.
I used to play
Command
those
and
games a lot.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah.
So
They
Let's see
seem
here.
like games that you would make fun of. Fallout 3 is $2.41 on Fanatical.
I mean, that's got to be a great. I've never been into Fallout.
I am adding. I'm just gonna add. I also added. This is gonna be such a ridiculous show.
I
This
think
show's gonna cost me $100.
I might try Fallout. Fallout 4 is getting like remastered or updated or whatever, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I was thinking about maybe trying it again, but I don't
like
know.
Fallout 4.
I just don't think Fallout's for me. I've never been to like I played Vegas maybe the most.
That's what I just picked up too.
I think I played that game like maybe a handful of hours before I put it down. Like I've never actually like played, like a major part of a Fallout game. I don't know what it is. I don't. I've never felt like. I honestly don't even think I could tell you the loop of Fallout. Like I don't really get the combat. Like I just don't. I've never really gotten it. It's just never clicked with me.
It's funny because there's a narrative around Fallout, I think, that like with the main part of the combat being what you pause it and then you can kind of aim at the head or whatever. And like if you're coming at that from an angle of like you typically play like a first person shooter and then you look at that and go, this is like a handicapped in some sort of way, then you're never going to get over that hurdle. But for me, like it and I remember this back when Fallout 3 first came out, like it seemed to be like an interesting take on mixing action with turn-based kind of stuff that you could actually have that moment to just plot things out a little bit.
The only thing that I've ever enjoyed that I would even say is comparable is Valkyria Chronicles. I really like Valkyria Chronicles, and it's like a similar type thing. But I don't know. I want to try it again, and I
settings too matter.
Maybe Fallout 4 is the one I give a better try. Maybe I'll try it.
I think you would like 3 better than 4. A lot of people have like there's some stuff they did with 4 with the base building and stuff that you either like it or you don't. But 3 seems to be a little bit more of a pure Fallout. Like it's
isn't that one really like just still to this day like very buggy and janky though?
I don't know. PlayStation for sure. I don't know
but not on PC
or Xbox. Yeah, I think they're Bethesda games, but I think they're
sure.
I think it's mostly fine.
Okay,
but I like the setting. Like I like the idea of, especially in 3, which is based in Washington D.C. Like you're running around the mall.
Them both,
so
it doesn't matter. I was kind of doing like what I'm doing with The Witcher. I've never gotten to The Witcher. I've been waiting on this update to maybe try The Witcher 3 again.
Yeah,
I was kind of thinking of maybe trying to do the same thing with Fallout. Like maybe the second. There's been a handful of games.
Not so these new games, man.
Well, there's just been a handful of games that I've given a second chance to, and it's worked out well for me.
Right.
With better awareness and better appreciation, having heard and learned from people that like them.
Yeah.
Going into it a secondary time, I'm more willing to stick with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I remember Fallout 4 came out. Was it Dragon Age? There was another RPG that came out near it.
I mean, Dragon Age Inquisition and Witcher were the same year, which is wild. Yeah. I think Dragon Age was earlier in the year, and then The Witcher came out afterwards, and it's like, holy crap. So, yeah, Dragon Age, I think, was early 2014. Witcher was later that year. Fallout 4, I think, would have been end of 2013, if I'm remembering correctly.
I just remember, the thing that I remember is Kevin loves Fallout, and I remember talking to him about it, and I was like, everyone says this other RPG is just much better. Like it's doing all of these things better than the Bethesda team is doing. And I think I was just played that instead.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing with, and I don't know if Witcher really does this. This is the thing that kind of gets forgotten in that part of the conversation, is that like in Fallout, you can do just some wild stuff. Like it's I don't even want to say it, but it's like the Breath of the Wild thing. Like if you think you can do it, you can pretty much do it. And Breath of the Wild took it to the next level. But like just the ridiculous stuff that you can lob a hand grenade sized nuclear bomb at an enemy is just ridiculous, man. Like
the setting has always drawn me in, like that whole. That's very much kind of my thing. But yeah, for whatever reason, the combat never hooked me back in the day. Yeah, on those old machines, I was like, this isn't it.
I wonder what it would be like to go back to it, because I'm definitely remembering it, 10 or whatever it is, 10 years ago or something. Yeah. But like the idea of like, are you going to be completely overwhelmed by this giant like rad scorpion that's coming out of nowhere, or are you going to like, it's ridiculous the size of these things, and you know, I don't know. Some of the stories and the storylines you get yourself into are similar, I guess, to what you do in The Witcher. But yeah, man.
My big thing for this shopping holiday, if that's what we call it,
Yeah.
is because I was stashing credit. I still have some left over. I got about $40 left.
Yeah.
Um,
Just on
my-
PC.
just Steam, yeah.
Yeah.
My big thing is I've been saving all of my credit and trying to buy deals because I've been slowly migrating the majority of my library from consoles to PC.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I just don't play on my consoles much. I do if it's like exclusive or something, or if I just want to sit there, but
Yeah.
it's a complete reversal where I used to never sit in front of my PC and play, and now I always sit here and I rarely ever go over there unless it's like, you know, usually something casual or something. Like
That's
I'll go
that
play.
nice new chair you got, man.
Yeah, maybe I'll go play that golf or something over there, but I'm playing everything here, so I've been moving everything over. I've been trying to catch my library up
Yeah.
on the cheap, catch
Yeah.
my library up to where it was on console previously. And
I love that.
we've done a pretty good job.
I laughed at golf because I almost bought about 3 different like links, you know, link the game from like PC golf from like
Yeah.
1996.
Where did you find those at?
Dude, I've been all over the place.
I used to
but
love those games.
probably GOG. I think I was on
GOG. I'll
yeah,
definitely give
I
that
think
a
I
look.
was over there. Yeah.
Yeah, because I definitely would get those. I caught all my Darksiders up. I got Quake. Did you get Quake on PC?
Got Quake. Yeah.
Got the ray
I'm
tracing
gonna
update.
load up. RTX. Yeah.
I got Lords of the Fallen, which
gonna
I
load up.
never wanted to play.
Ooh, yeah.
The new one, I thought the trailer looked great, so I figured I'd give the old one a try. It was $2.
I love that, dude.
I
need
bought
a pen- I need
Homefront:
pen and
The
paper.
Revolution.
What did you get? Like, I gotta write some of this stuff down. Homefront. Why?
Because
No.
I love the original Homefront, and I know Homefront: The Revolution is terrible, but
Yeah.
it was only a couple dollars.
couple bucks and
Yeah.
Yep. That's where we're at. I mean, I don't know why I'm asking.
I got
why,
Zombie Army Trilogy on one of my free spins.
like, what is that?
You've never played Zombie? What was the new one that hit Game Pass? That was great, actually.
Oh, really?
Zombie Army 4,
Zombie arm. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay.
and then they remastered the trilogy before that.
Interesting. I've like
Yeah.
I've only ever seen like this cover art, this like glowing eyes zombie.
I got it
thing,
as a
like-
free spin. That was a freebie.
Oh snap!
Yeah,
that's
I was
awesome,
pretty
dude.
happy about it. 3 games. I pre-ordered Resident Evil 4. Hang on,
Nice.
let me go to my pre-orders because I did, with all of my deals, I did work out a couple, and I pre-ordered through Fanatical, which is sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. I'm already in on Resident Evil 4, Dead Space, and Callisto, so my horror trifecta is spoken for.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm all in on those.
That's crazy. Those 3 games are happening in the next 6 months.
I got Resident Evil 4 on Fanatical with a coupon for like $42.50,
That's pretty good.
right?
Yeah.
And Callisto I got for like 50, and Dead Space I think was like 47.
Mhm.
So, you know, if you're buying those on PlayStation 5, those are $70 each.
For me, I'm buying all these games so cheap that even though that's a really good deal, I can't make the leap over.
I got
to, you know.
See, I looked at it as if I got all 3 of those that cheap, I basically just afforded a 4th game
Yeah, I love that.
because I'm saving like $15 each. You know, I just
Mhm.
saved $45 off of 4 games.
See, I'm not planning very well because I want to play all of those. So like, why don't I just get it and take the same?
Well, I also don't get many like freebies, like
Right.
review codes and stuff. So, you know, I buy most of my games. So a save $15 is, if I can save $15 an order, you know, that's like Gamers Club Unlocked all over again. Like that's
yeah,
a sweet deal.
it's funny, and maybe we come back to it later, but like the notion of getting free games, I almost want to like be out of it. I don't like the obligation. I'm tired of the like I've got to get this because I'm mainly just falling behind. Like I'm mainly just not.
It's a lot
happy
to
that-
do.
Yeah, and I've got a team that is crushing it, and I'm apparently at the lead of this team, and I can't do it. I'm just completely like failing at it, and it's taking its toll for sure. I don't like failing at stuff. I like doing good
Sure.
at stuff. You know, I don't like that. I'm Mario plus Rabbids, which is not a long game. And when did that come out? Like a month and a half ago. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm almost there, guys. And Ryan has played and reviewed, I think, 14 games since I
Yeah.
got that one. So
Some people are just about it, like Kevin will crush through reviews and stuff.
totally.
I've never, even when we were doing reviews, it was never like I never really wanted to do them.
Hmm.
I would do them if it fit, like for me, like a golf game or something. I'd be happy
Right.
to do it. But I always felt bad if I really wanted to go hard on a game that was like given to me for review. And it didn't
Hmm.
stop me from doing it, but I would
Right.
always kind of feel it. And I'd be like,
It's all
man,
there.
this sucks. It's
Hmm.
I always feel much more free and open to just speak my mind when it's something I've paid money for. And
Bring notes.
I feel like it puts me in a better place to say I'm like reviewing the game. It's
Right.
like I bought it. Like I purchased this game.
Yeah.
So as somebody who also purchased it, I'm going to tell you what I think.
Hmm.
It's I don't know. I would hate to say that it's different when you get all of your games for free, but I think dismissing that and acting like it's not isn't being honest.
I think it's different on both sides. And it's not that one is better than the other, but I think when you purchase a game, you have a certain bias as well, because which may pull you more towards the positive. But you
Yeah,
you are
thank you.
brutally honest, like in a way
Yeah,
of
as I
like,
say, I think you've always pulled that direction where I've never like wanted a game to be good just because I bought it.
right.
But I understand exactly what you're saying. 'Cause
I think that's what happens
I
is
think
happening with
people
Pokemon.
do. Yeah, people do. You're right. Like generally people do. But yeah, I remember getting into a debate with Mitch Dyer about this
Yeah.
back
Oh
in the
yeah.
day where he was like, you can just always separate yourself. I'm like, yeah, but I don't think you can. Because when you have 500 games given to you for free, it's a little different when you're telling somebody who has limited resources on where to spend his money. Like there's a like a consumer's choice part of
Mhm.
a review that you're failing to acknowledge.
That, and even the way that the game is, the biggest thing for me is like, am I playing it the way I would play it normally, or is even what, regardless of if it was free or paid, is the timeline impacting my
Sure.
evaluation of the
Yeah.
game? And for me, like that's really where
The crush.
big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
Like,
to beat Breath of the Wild 2 in 11 days.
right. Right. Is that how, like, literally anyone
Yeah.
will play that you're supposed to be
Very
speaking
few.
to?
Yeah.
Zero. Well,
Yeah.
actually, I shouldn't say zero, but yeah, because some people just,
Yeah, there's always one, but yeah,
somebody's
it-
about to beat Pokemon, like if they haven't already. I remember the last time a
my
Pokemon
son
game
beat it in
came out.
4 days.
Yeah, there it is. So I remember seeing like the floods of just like whether it was Arceus or Diamond and Pearl last year.
Game came out on what, Friday?
Yeah,
My son
I'm
beat the Elite Four on Tuesday.
that's insane, man. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
no. Anyway,
So yeah, I don't know what to do with the free stuff. Like it's, and I'm getting them on PC.
I
Sony's
think
sending,
you should just enjoy having them. There's nothing wrong about getting them. I've always said that.
I
To me,
know.
it was twofold. It was I didn't like doing them, but also it's a lot of time and work to like put in for them, to jump through, like fill out the forms and the emails. I was like, I will
Totally.
just buy it.
and then is this actually kind of, I oddly enough, I find this with the library sometimes, where I will put a hold on a game that looks like a game I want to play, and then when it becomes available, I'll get the email and say you can pick it up now. But that's what dictates what I'm playing next, not me going, what game do I want to play next?
Yeah.
It's, I get an email, whether it's from the library or from a PR company, saying like, here's the next game
That
you're
is
playing.
true. Yeah, you always do have to kind of stay. That is the thing with reviewing, is you're always like you're always on to the next thing.
Yep.
That is something that I don't miss about reviews, but I often notice when I see my friends are reviewing them, especially if they get them early, they've beaten it. And when everybody's playing God of War, you're on to the next thing,
Off. Yep.
and that's gotta just, after a while, it's like, is that fun?
Yeah.
Like, do you want to be doing that?
Well, that's where I'm really, like, a lot of my mind space has been the last couple of weeks or even months at this point, is how to, like, and I want to talk to, probably should talk to my crew about this a little bit,
Talk to
because
the team.
it seems like they're all on board with it. Like they really seem to be enjoying it. But I also don't want the expectation to be like, at least for me, that like we got to push out reviews, because even just from a numbers standpoint, like the review content does probably the worst out of any of our content, just from a number standpoint. So it's the argument of we need reviews and we need them on the day of the embargo in order to grow. It's like, that doesn't hold any water to me at all. Like it's just from a
think that's
data
very healthy.
standpoint.
Yeah.
Right. So then,
I wish more media folks would gather that.
well, some do genuinely, I think, grow from the reviews. I think they get whatever it is, they manage to work the algorithm on YouTube better than others, and their reviews get played more. Ours don't, and there's maybe 1,000 reasons for that, but that's a whole
I really
other-
like hearing about people as they're playing through something.
yeah.
And like letting their, because like you're gonna hear from me about Evil West, a game that I was absolutely loving until I had to return it. Like
Oh, I know.
that's an experience that's, and I've heard other people, I've heard you talk about games you played over multiple podcasts, and it's fun to listen to somebody, you know, whether it's good, bad, or different. It's nice to see them formulate their opinions.
Right. That you don't just like show up and then it's here's my perfectly
Good or bad.
packaged.
Yeah.
Totally. That it can change. And I think that's actually very healthy as well.
Yeah,
And I
because
think
I would
that
have completely changed on I'm trying to remember the name of the game. Ghostwire Tokyo.
Oh yeah.
5 hours into that game, I was like, nah, it's all right. By the
Mhm.
time it ended, I was like, it's pretty great.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish I could remember what the heck the game was, but there is one, and maybe Ryan Turford remembers this. His memory.
Kirby too.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think I was I don't remember which
I
one it
love
was,
the
but
ending of Kirby.
there was one that changed it for Ryan and I, where we're like, we are completing games that we're at least formally reviewing. Those games are getting beaten. Like we can still go on a podcast and do our impressions or whatever. There's a difference. But if we're gonna say this is what our formal verdict is on this game, that game has been completed. At least
That's
from us.
good. Yeah, I think that's good. It's good to the viewer, to the listener. It's a good thing to
I think so.
commit to. It's like it's like the least you could do.
That's what I say.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's gonna be completed. And even like Mario plus Rabbids, like, could I feel like in another version of this, I would just jump on the call and we would do our review, but I'm not done it yet.
I missed
I'm
this
almost
earlier.
done.
Comment. What's crazy is that
Oh.
people actually build retro PCs to play older games.
There's a great YouTube channel, Lazy Gamer Reviews, I think it's called, LGR. And I've watched a couple of his videos. He rebuilds like these Windows 1998 with these old 3D
I think
effects
you
graphics
sent me
cards.
some of those.
Oh my god, dude, I almost
Yeah.
did it. And that's actually what kind of
Really?
led me back to just upgrading my own PC. Some of those parts are so expensive for what they are. They're like these old 1997 graphics cards, and they're $200. It's like these things have 12 megabytes of video RAM in them.
Pebble Beach Golf Links.
Yeah. Are you on
I might-
GOG?
I might go buy some old ass golf games. I used to play the hell out of those when I was little.
Mm-hmm. Very
That's
simple.
when you know that like there was something off about me. When a 7-year-old kid on a gaming PC was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna play Diablo. I'm
Yeah.
gonna play Lynx
I'm gonna play golf.
for the next 7 hours."
I was very scared of. I picked up Diablo 2, the remaster. Thing.
remaster?
Yeah, on
How much?
computer, on PC. I don't know, it was like $25 or something.
Where? Bethesda
From Blizzard. From Blizzard.
from Blizzard Battle.net.
Yeah.
I don't have Battle.net installed anymore. I keep. They said they
I
were
know you can
moving
do
to
it anywhere
Steam.
else.
They said they were moving to Steam, and they just haven't yet.
I honestly
like,
don't.
A
think
year
I
ago,
could.
they were like, "We're closing Battle.net and we're moving to Steam," and it just never. Remember, they transferred all the keys, and I moved all of my keys from Battle.net over to Steam, and just none of the library, because the game that I'm dying to play right
Yeah.
now actually is Modern Warfare 2 Remastered. It
Yeah.
is only available on Battle.net.
Yep.
You cannot buy it on Steam or Epic or anywhere else. And it's driving me. I'm like, when are these games going to come over? I don't want to reinstall Battle.net. I never liked Battle.net.
I've always had it. I don't, and I'm going all the way back to like Warcraft with my stuff.
Dev and everybody makes fun of Game Pass launcher and everything about how bad it is. I've always kind of hated Battle.net as a launcher. I was like, this is my least favorite launcher.
That'd be an interesting kind of. I mean, there's so many. I think Ubisoft might be one of my least favorite. I don't know.
I
Origin.
would agree with you, but I use it all the time.
Right.
So I have so many Ubisoft games. Oh, I bought Zombie U, and not only did I buy it, Sean, not only did I buy it, I kind of feeling like I want to play it.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, I love Zombie U so much, and I haven't played it in a decade, and I kind of want to.
Yeah, man.
Like I really kind of want
Yes.
to, because we found each other right around that time.
Yep.
Maybe the game, the Wii U launch.
Yeah.
Dude, I went so hard for Zombie U. I tried to get the world to play it. Nobody would listen to me, and I stand firm in my belief that game is amazing.
And
it was
that version
incredible back
of that
then.
game.
I remember I decaled my entire Wii U. I had a custom Zombie U skin
Yeah.
where the zombie looked like it was grabbing the gamepad from the corner and it was
that's
blood
awesome.
soaked. I loved Zombie U. I can't wait to play it. So I grabbed that one.
Nice.
I am going to play Warriors 3. Like I said, I got all the Darksiders games. I got Worms Crazy Golf. If you haven't, you should. 'cause
Where
that's
did you
really
get that?
good. I think
sounds
that
awesome.
one I got on Fanatical. Worms Crazy Golf. It's like a buck. It's Worms game, but it's a golf game. It's fun.
By the way,
Really
what the heck is it? Garfield. The Garfield cart is 65 cents.
Nice.
This
Let's
is
see here.
$1.86 added to cart. You guys.
Shantae Risky's Revenge. I wanted more Shantae games. So here's the theme for
I've
my.
never liked the Shantae game. I've never played
Oh,
enough of them.
no.
I don't have that nostalgia for Shantae.
Okay, I
Even
have
though it's
always
my
loved
namesake.
Shantae games, but like I love them in a. This feels like a quality Nintendo game at an indie price.
Yeah.
That's like the reason why I love Shantae games.
A lot
I'm
of people
this
like
is
it. I'm not.
fantastic.
My opinion on it doesn't matter, honestly. You got me
My
scrolling through.
theme for
Battle.net.
Black Friday is the majority of the games that I was hunting were either not on sale or not on sale by much.
Like what?
I just wasn't finding a lot of the deal. Like I really wanted to I sold my PlayStation 5 and
Yeah.
I wanted to pick up Spider-Man for my son and Uncharted for me.
Yep.
I'm not planning on playing Uncharted anytime soon.
Like on PC, you're saying?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I can wait for a better deal, but like
Yeah.
the best deal I found on Uncharted is like $44. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
That's the best we can do? Like,
Well,
that's not
especially because I
good
don't think
enough.
it sold all that well.
That's not good. Oh, and Sackboy's on sale anywhere.
Oh, really?
I can't even find like I would buy Sackboy's Big Adventure on PC for if I could get it for $35, I'd buy it. And I just
Yeah.
can't. It's $60 everywhere. And I'm like, what is happening?
Wow.
So yeah, so a lot of the games that I wanted to buy, the time just isn't now. Like I'll just wait. And I wasn't gonna, like I said, I wasn't gonna play Spider-Man right now. I wasn't gonna play Uncharted right now. So I can afford to wait. I'm happy to wait for
Sure.
a better deal. But I was kind of circling today as the time. Also, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
I picked that up day one. I played it for an hour and I got to
Oh,
get back
no.
around to it.
I've
'cause it's
never been
so
into
cheap now.
Borderlands.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah, I
never
don't-
been into Borderlands, so I've always been hesitant, but I thought it
Mhm.
looked fun.
Yeah.
I wanted to I was like, maybe I can get in for less than 20, and I
Yeah.
haven't found that deal.
I think it's like 35 for like
Yeah,
it's not
that
yeah,
seems
it's nothing
about right.
crazy.
So I gotta wait a little while on that one too.
I was hoping you'd pick it up because but you don't play games with friends, so like whatever.
I got Neon White, Watch
Hang on a
Dogs,
second.
Oblivion
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 campaign remastered is $20.
on Battle.net.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to reinstall Battle.net.
No, it's
again.
real good.
I'm
What
gonna
about
have
the
to reinstall
original
Battle.net.
one?
I'm going back.
Can I get like the original Modern
How are you
Warfare?
gonna get me to reinstall Battle.net when they said that they were closing it down?
I don't know.
They said that. I didn't say that. They said that. They were like, "We're shutting it down." And here you are. You're
Diablo
gonna make
2
me go buy
Resurrected
stuff on
is 50%
Battle.net.
off. So whatever that is for you.
Okay. Because I really wanted to play that Call of Duty. That Modern Warfare is so good.
I thought I was done. And you know what the funny thing is out of all of this, I have a $50 gift card on Nintendo and I'm struggling to spend it. I haven't bought anything
hang
on
on.
Nintendo after all of this stuff.
You lost me when you started telling me the games that I wanted were on sale on Battle.net, so I'm not really paying
Sam!
attention. I
Do they
did
have a card?
find a Target deal where it was buy one get one 50% off on Nintendo cards.
Yeah. Oh,
So
wow.
I bought two $10 cards, so I got $15 for 20,
Yeah.
and that's my sports story. I like just put it
Nice.
aside, and I'm like, I will wait for sports story to come out. So I was happy with that one.
Why am I looking like $20? It is an impulse purchase,
Sean.
but man, what?
$14.99. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 campaign remastered includes
$20
the
for
Ghost bundle.
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah, I'm getting that.
Yeah, I've got it. Wish. Why don't every storefront needs a cart? I don't want to buy every game individually. I want to pull a whole bunch of bad decisions in the same cart and just be done with it.
I can't believe I'm about to buy some of these games, but I'm about to. See, now here's the thing. This is the thing that scares me. I already transferred my keys from Battle.net to Steam. So now if I
Mhm.
buy stuff, can I transfer them again or am I just stuck?
I have no idea.
So that makes me really scared to spend
Mm.
$40.
I'm sure I don't know.
You sure we can move them? Like maybe if
I
I contact
I'm not
customer
saying anything.
support,
I don't even know anything about this
like
moving
contact
business.
customer support, I can move them.
Yes. Do we know the name? One of our friends in the chat asking about Prime Evil Collection. That is the one that I ended up getting, actually. So I got Diablo 2 Resurrected and Diablo 3 on PC. It was $10
awesome.
more. And that was
That's pretty
50%
awesome.
off.
I'm
I never
checking
played
out
Diablo
now.
2. I even went into, this is amazing, StarCraft
Like a
2, which
madman.
I know you don't care about at all, but
Not even a little bit.
there's 3 separate campaigns for them that they released over the years, kind of almost like episodically. And on the storefront, it looks like the only way you can buy them is like all the entire 3 all at once. But I already have the first 2. I only need the third one. So the only way to actually get them individually is to launch into the game, and then you can buy them separately there. So I actually did that to get this third campaign, which God knows when I'm going to play that.
Wow.
But StarCraft's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite
Yeah,
franchises.
you love that
man.
game.
Yep.
I just don't know enough about it.
Yeah.
I am downloading Battle.net again.
Yeah.
What is
Oh,
wrong
were you
with
just
me?
on the website, just
Yeah,
looking at all this stuff? Yeah.
because I really wanted to. Most of the Call of Duty games are on sale on Steam, and I almost bought a couple.
Mhm.
I was like, I really would love to grab, Infinite Warfare, Advanced Warfare, or something like that. But I just keep in the back of my mind, I'm like, but maybe one day they'll just all come to Game Pass, and I won't have to do that. But
And that's the other thing about this theme of this Black Friday sale has been a lot of, I am buying games that are on game, like the Doom stuff, like it's all on Game Pass and it's not going anywhere because it's always been there, or
Yeah.
because they own that stuff.
Yep.
But I don't know, like for the first time maybe ever, I'm like, what if I don't have Game Pass? Like in the future, I'm good for Game Pass until 2024, so it's not like an immediate thing.
Yeah, I think that's I definitely think that's a byproduct of them just having a really like dunk year on Game Pass. It's just a
Maybe.
bummer year on Game Pass.
I think it's actually related to even
When Game
something
Pass
like
gets to hitting again and starts releasing games again, when their production starts lining up again, I don't think that'll be a thing.
I ended up, and we'll get to this later, but I ended up getting a couple
Top
movies
Gun.
for myself too.
You know that's
Just
coming
these-
to HBO Max.
That's the thing is I bought movies that I just want to have on my shelf.
I got
I don't
you.
want it to be like maybe it's on this or maybe it's on that or whatever. Like I
Sean.
just want it. Yeah,
Sean.
Donnie. Yeah.
I bought like all the Dragon Ball Z on Blu-ray.
Did you really?
I did.
Yes. Dude, I didn't even look at that. That's
I'm not hating you for
awesome.
buying physical movies. I bought all. I was telling Ryan this. We were hanging out on your stream. He was streaming, I guess, for you guys, and I was just in his chat. And I told him afterwards. I was like, "Yeah, ever since Dragon Ball Z Kakarot showed the Bardock DLC that's
Yep.
coming, the Bardock movie in Dragon Ball Z is like my favorite Dragon Ball Z movie." And I'm low key a fan of Dragon Ball Z.
Here
Not
we
the biggest fan, but I
go.
really like Dragon Ball Z.
I think you've watched more than me.
And I haven't watched it all in a few years. I think I had Crunchyroll a few years ago, and it was all in there.
Yeah.
And once the Bardock thing came out, I was like, I want to rewatch that movie. Now, interesting tangent. That movie's only available like in certain collections. You can't just buy that movie.
Yeah.
So I was gonna buy the collection that's in, but then as I told Ryan, there's a bad part of me with this stuff where it's like, yeah, but I don't want to watch the movie like outside of its placement in the timeline.
Right.
Like I kind of want to watch the timeline to the point of the movie because I'm also thinking of maybe my son will want to watch it with me.
Yeah.
So then just in a splurge last week after the PSVG podcast, I just bought all of it. I was like, you know what? Just F it.
Yes.
I need
yes.
seasons. I need seasons 1 through 9. I need movies 1 through 10. I need DBZ. I need Dragon Ball Goku Saga. And I'm just gonna do the whole thing. I've watched maybe 10 hours of Dragon Ball Z in the last 3 days.
I love it.
I've just been sitting around watching Dragon Ball Z constantly.
In Canada, it says that this is an Amazon exclusive seasons, Dragon Ball Z seasons 1 through 9 on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
And
it is an Amazon exclusive.
What kind of deal did you get? Right now,
I didn't get I got the seasons on DVD, and I got
like the
movie
orange
collection on Blu-ray, and then I
Okay.
got the Goku Saga on DVD. The DVDs were $60. The movies, I think I'm in for 15 or 20, and then the Dragon Ball Goku Saga, I think I'm in for 20. Oh, and something else just came in the mail.
Oh snap! This is gonna happen like right now. It's right off to the side here. I
This
want to
just
get.
came in.
I'm writing. This is the first thing I'm actually writing down. Dragon Ball Z movies and seasons. Oh snap! Bruce Lee.
The Bruce Lee Greatest Hits collection. My son mentioned he'd never watched a Bruce Lee movie, and I was like, well, we've got to fix that. We can't
Oh
let
wow!
that happen. So
no
I got
kidding.
the Bruce Lee Criterion collection, which was half off.
I love it.
So yeah, he will definitely be going through and watching, Fist of Fury, Way of the Dragon, stuff like that.
Do you think that there's going to be like an end of year, like the games like Xbox and Steam? They'll have an end of year sale as well. But like for movies, I kind of want to get.
I feel like movies go on sale all the time. Like
Yeah.
Best Buy and stuff are constantly throwing movies on sale, like whenever they get the opportunity.
Yeah.
And movies dive. Like unless you're really wanting something, like unless
Right.
it's shelf
buy day
worthy,
one.
like
Mhm.
hashtag shelf worthy,
Yep.
just wait, because
Yeah.
you will get it at 10% of that price within months.
That's what I got. I mean, even Sonic the Hedgehog.
much is
2
Top Gun?
Steelbook. Top Gun
I gotta
was not
watch
the
Sonic
cheapest
movies.
one.
I gotta
but
watch the
I
Sonic.
really like this one. Top Gun, I think was $30 for the Steelbook, which I was pretty happy with. I haven't even seen this movie yet, dude. I just love Top
Everybody
Gun.
loved it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right?
hearing.
Everybody kept talking about how great it was. I didn't like the first one enough to want to see the second one in theaters.
Yeah,
But I get it. It's nostalgic and of the time and all that.
And a Steelbook. I'm kind of just searching. There's
Sucker
not enough
for a Steelbook.
Steelbooks. Yeah, there's not enough. And this one, Lord of the Rings Extended Edition Trilogy on 4K.
Now we're talking. Now you're into my wheelhouse.
There we go. This is
I love
normally like
those.
almost $200. I think I got it for like $85
Wow.
Canadian, which is probably 60 US.
Wow. That's pretty.
So this
that's
was this
pretty
was a
sweet.
good Black Friday deal, and I've already watched Fellowship and half of Two Towers, which these are still split up like they were on the DVDs. Like you have to go, like the story continues on disc 2.
Yeah.
Like I was not expecting. I mean, I guess they're in freaking 4K, but they automatically put on some sort of. It almost looked like motion smoothing. Like I put it into my
Oh.
my Xbox, and I'm like, it looks crisp, but it's like I gotta sort out this frame rate, which I eventually did on
Okay.
on the NanoCell.
I was gonna
turned
say
off
it
a
couldn't be
couple
the
things.
TV.
Well, that's what I was like. It's still coming out of the Xbox, which is what I thought might be something happening. But I turned off, I don't know. I turned off like 2 things, and one of them was FreeSync. And no, I didn't ever have motion smoothing or whatever ever on. That's never on. But I turned off the FreeSync, and that seemed to do it. Seemed to fix it a little bit. So but now I gotta watch Top Gun, man.
Yeah, I would love to hear what you think about it.
I just like having it. I just don't want to like go to a service and go, oh, it's not there anymore. Like, why wouldn't I just buy it? I really like that movie,
Yeah, you do. You've always mentioned that, so that
Yeah.
makes sense.
So one of the things that's on my Christmas list is I'm so old. I just want a shelf. I want like a DVD shelf.
I was just about to tell you, the Dragon Ball Z movie collection splurge made me realize I need to clean up my DVD shelf. They're all just
Yeah,
kind
man.
of piled and stacked and stuff. Because like my horror shelf is beautiful. It's like a little
Mhm.
shrine. All of my other movies are just like in a pile.
That's
Like
what mine are.
I need to organize them. I don't know if I'm going to buy a shelf because they're on a shelf. I just think
Mhm.
I can organize that shelf maybe a little better.
That's what I thought. I actually built a shelf for it, and they're in boxes. And I thought like I'm gonna know, like I'm gonna number them, or I'm gonna know exactly where each movie is. And I actually think that I might end up this. Tell me if I'm totally crazy to do this. Just alphabetical, regardless of format. DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, whatever.
It's an easy way of doing it.
I think that's what I'm gonna do.
My horror movie organization is bizarre, but I shared it in a horror movie Reddit, and there were several other people that are like, I do it the same way. So
Yeah.
like, but there's no rhyme or reason. Like if you weren't in my head, I don't think I could even explain it to you. Like the center of my shelf are my favorites.
Yeah.
So like where your
That's
eye
awesome.
draws, like
Mhm.
immediately,
That's
those are
awesome.
my favorite movies.
You're setting up like a retail shelf.
And then I have like off to the left and right are kind of like Blu-rays with slip covers. but the
Okay.
ones that I like more than the other ones.
Okay.
And then the further you go down from there, the least I like them.
I love that.
So it's like if you just look right at the centerpiece, which is like Midsummer, and look
Yep.
around it are all
Yep.
of my favorite movies. And then I have to search further and further away to find something that's like out of sight, out of
Interesting.
mind.
Yeah.
Because I was constantly going back and forth because I was like, do I do it by genre? Do I do it by publisher? Do I do it by format? Like I
Right.
had a really hard time trying to figure out exactly how I wanted my movies to go. So it's funny you say you're like just alphabetical straight to finish, because I was like, that sounds like anarchy if I was to do that to my horror movies. Now my other movies, that might work because I don't care as much.
Well, and part of it is really just in where my mind is at now. And in 2 weeks, it might be in a completely different place when I finally get around to this. But I'm frustrated at the time. Like, and actually, when I was buying all these games and all like Fanatical and GOG and Steam and everything else, like, I don't know what I have. Like, I could have things duplicated and all these other things, and I realized with movies that's the same thing as well. Where I'm looking in my DVD cases or my DVD boxes, and I have, say, like Inception. Like, I also have that on Blu-ray, and now I've got this 4K thing to be worried about. So I don't want to worry about that. I just need to get a handle of like what movies I actually want and what do I have already, so I don't double up on stuff. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah. And it was an interesting thing because now we're like, this is the first time I've really been buying 4K movies. And I'm like, which movies do I already have? Like, do I have like Pulp Fiction, for example, on DVD? Do I need Pulp Fiction in 4K? Because I already have like a pretty good kind of version of it on DVD. And it was the same thing with Lord of the Rings.
Not on DVD. No, I started rebuying all of my favorites to get them off of DVD format.
Just get out of DVD.
See, and we had the discussion, Delvin and myself, about Dragon Ball Z. It's kind of weird. Dragon Ball Z, I didn't see the need to move up to the Blu-ray. I was like,
right,
how much better is that going to be?
Totally.
And also, in my head, I kind of like the soft, staticky, almost nostalgic for the way that Dragon Ball Z used to look.
Yeah, just a step up from VHS.
I don't want it to look like Dragon Ball Z Super. That's kind of why I've never watched much Dragon Ball Z Super. It's kind of too clean. It's too Now that's completely different for like a movie, right? Casino. I just watched the entire zombie trilogy. House of a Thousand Corpses, The Devil's Rejects, whatever the third one's called. I forget. Me and wife watched that one. It's not as good as the other two, but The Devil's Rejects in 4K is glorious. Like, it is so good. I enjoyed watching the movie again so much because of how nice and clean it looked. So yeah, my favorite movies, I've been moving them over. I watch all of my movies on the Series X.
On Series X. That was like one of the first times I put a disc in there. I felt like it was pretty loud. Like the spinning of the disc.
I've heard those. I've seen videos and people that have done that. Mine's not done that though. But have you ever done the one
vertical?
Mine is vertical. Have you ever clicked the eject button and the video come out and then shoot back in real quick? Like before you can take it,
not on this. No, what the heck?
Mine does that. Like I hit the eject button,
do that.
It comes out and goes back. You're like, what are you doing?
One I didn't know it was going to do it. It was a PS3 maybe that I had. It did that, and I didn't know it was going to suck it back in. And I grabbed it, and it was trying to grab it, and
I've got mute. Yeah, and if you grab it, and it like tries to pull from you. You're like, what is happening right now? Am I playing tug of war with this box?
Didn't realize I had to sit there.
Damn disc.
Let it make up its mind. We go like, so now, like, we good?
I've been conditioned to be quick on the draw. Like with my Xbox now, like I press the button, I grab the disc as soon as it comes out.
Don't let it try and do anything else.
Yeah, but mine doesn't make any noise. Mine's fairly quiet.
I'm shocked by this Dragon Ball thing. That's awesome, dude. And
I watched Lord Slug, Cooler's Revenge, and Dead Zone yesterday. I watched 3 Dragon Ball Z movies, and I was gonna watch The Tree of Might today. But then I got Valheim. Dude, I got sucked into this damn game.
Okay, where did you buy Valheim? Where did you?
I bought Valheim on Steam. I think.
Steam has their sale too.
Like, I think I bought it on Steam. It's like $12.
Yeah, it's 16 Canadian. It looks like right now.
The game I've heard about,
30% off,
$12.99. The game I've heard about all year, and after all the Valhalla stuff, I was like, I might like it, but to be honest with you, I was kind of holding off on it because I was kind of afraid that it might be it's a tree puncher. You know, like you go around, you smash the trees,
I've never
you get
heard
the
that
wood.
before. Yeah.
That's a term.
Is it really? I've never heard
I think
that
it's a
before.
thing. I hope it's
you
a
just
thing.
made that up. No, I hope you just made that up. That'd be
No,
way
it's,
better.
I definitely did
It's a
not.
tree puncher. It's
It
like the
is.
opposite of like a tree hugging hippie kind of thing.
That's what it's called.
Just sit there and smack the shit out of a tree for a little bit and get its goodies.
I thought that's what it was called. Maybe
I don't know.
my
Maybe it is,
lingo
but
much.
dude, like, what do I know?
Yeah,
I
it's a
don't
tree
know.
puncher. You go around, you punch the trees, you get the wood, you collect the rocks, you collect the flint. It's like Grounded, you know, it's survival crafting.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, God, that's
and
another game.
like Grounded, when Grounded first came out, I got lost into Grounded for like 10 days. And I
Yeah,
was like, I have to stop playing this, or I will never play anything else. That's how I get a. There are those types of that loop, that building loop
Yeah.
gets me, and it's not like Minecraft building because Minecraft's never got me. It's that progression to like. It's the same thing with like city managers. It's the same thing with like mafia rackets.
Yep.
Whenever I've gotten into like that kind of like a efficiency system to
Mhm.
like better,
That's
like
where you lose hours of your life.
and they get me like that. I'm
Ah,
aware.
the
I am
best.
self-aware that I am weak to those, so I tend to avoid them.
UrbanDictionary.com, tree puncher, gamer slang, an inexperienced or bad Minecraft player, a noob derived from the game's survival mode, wherein a new player must punch trees to acquire the wood
There you
needed to
go.
create rudimentary tools.
Yeah,
Often used. That's amazing, dude.
yeah. It's fun though. It's really good, and it's got little combat, and you got to fight the things. And I'm killing all the hogs and deer. I'm getting all the leather parts and scrap that
Yeah.
I can to make. I just made a bow and arrow. And I was like, now y'all are gonna get it. I've got a bow and arrow. Like, see, that's the thing. It's oh god, it's really good, Sean. I might play Valheim for the next 8 years.
That was probably the last night. I don't want to get too much into it, but I was fiddling around with my camera settings and everything, trying to get my stream going and everything, and it wasn't working, and I was getting very frustrated. I'm like, I am wasting so much time
Yeah,
that I should just be playing games. I should be playing some video games, and it was like this existential crisis like that happened in the evening. I'm like, why do I even do this? Why aren't I just like I just bought all these games. Why am I not just playing these stupid games, dude? And I hope that I can actually just learn my damn lesson and just live like Donnie for a little bit. God,
did you buy the Valve collection?
dude, I need to look into that because I feel like I have these games.
I bought it. I didn't. So I was going to ask you on this podcast because you're the only other PC person that I really know. Dev claims to be, but he never plays it. I don't know how much he knows. I've never played Half-Life ever.
Oh, yeah. It's one of my
So
favorites.
I bought the collection not to play Half-Life. To be honest, I bought the collection because I don't own a copy of Left 4 Dead on PC.
Mhm.
I played Left 4 Dead on 360.
Yep.
But I did own a copy of Left 4 Dead 2 on PC, and I was like, well, I should complete the collection. And it's only like $5 for the whole, like the Valve collection, everybody should have just bought. I
It
don't
doesn't
know
even
what's in
show
there.
up anymore. I feel
It
like
was
you
like-
can't even buy
There
it.
was like 60 games in there for like $5. Like it was absurd.
Yeah.
But one of the things that it has is it has all the Half-Lives.
Mhm.
So I was gonna buy those, and then you were in our chat and you were like, Black Mesa.
Black Mesa, yeah. So Black Mesa started out as a fan remaster
Of
of Half-Life.
the game.
Of the
just
original,
Half-Life.
this is the first Half-Life game.
Gotcha.
So it's I think it had some extra missions in the end as they ended up finishing it off. And afterwards, it actually got so much attention because it was so good that then somebody can correct me on this. I think Valve actually put some money into having it finished. Like it actually ended up being endorsed by Valve in a certain
That's
way.
awesome. That's amazing.
And it is
What a story.
such good quality, man. It is
Okay.
really, really good. And it's interesting because like
What kind of game is it?
Half-Life is an important game actually for anybody who was there for it. It's in a similar way that I think like BioShock is an important game for about that time. So before Half-Life, in the before times, first-person shooters were Quake and Doom and those types of things. And you're just going down hallways and you're just blowing shit up. And with Half-Life, what ended up happening was you were an active kind of agent in the storytelling happening as you were kind of prompting things to happen. So you would like walk up to somebody, and it wasn't until you walked up to them, they're like, "Oh, Gordon, you're here. this is something that's going to happen, and I'd love to tell you about this thing. Or you kind of basically trigger events that were happening. And
Okay.
this sounds like, these things happen all the time now in
Commonplace.
video games. But in 1997, 1998, like that was just not a thing.
Didn't
So
know.
you'll start the game off, and it's not a spoiler, but like Gordon basically triggers all the events that are happening there. And I used to sit down, like my friends and my brothers, are like, you need to play the first 15 minutes of this game, because they were so not used to triggering an event that ends up happening and causing all the stuff to take place within Half-Life. And so I would fool them into thinking like they did something wrong. Like, oh, you're not supposed to like ram that card into the laser like that fast, and everything, all this calamity happens. So that's a big part of it. And the AI was really impressive, especially back then. Like you wouldn't have like a squad of characters really chase you down or anything. You could just kind of like mow them down and stuff. But
yeah.
these guys were pretty tough.
I'm thinking of like GoldenEye. while
Totally
you're saying these things, yeah.
Well, and actually it's funny because GoldenEye was out right around the exact same time. So I was, PC dork and going like, oh, my first person shooter is way better than neighbor Matt's
It's
GoldenEye.
scripted
everybody said.
events and actual
Yeah.
AI instead of, these pasted on faces and people with slappy hands, like going
Pretty
back and
much.
forth.
Yeah.
All right, so
you'll-
I'm gonna play Black Mesa. Do I have to play
Yes.
Half-Life 2 because in my library it's episodic? I have
Yeah.
Half-Life
Oh.
2, but then I have Half-Life 2
don't know about this.
episode 1 and 2, and then I've
Yep.
got Half-Life Opposing Force and
I almost don't want to
Deathmatch,
ruin it.
and
I don't. And
like I
people
don't know what
shouldn't.
any of this means.
So there was a bunch of outside of Black Mesa. So if you just go back to like the original Half-Life, they ended up having all these expansion packs, like Blue. What the heck is it called? Like Blue Shift or something. I've got this all out of order. Hang on a second.
Blue Shift.
Where you get to play as one of the security guards. I think his name is Barney in the game.
Wow.
And so there's episode. Yeah, I have all these as well.
So is
Opposing
there
Forces.
a timeline or a list that somebody can give me to be like, do it in this way?
Well,
What's the difference between Half-Life 2 and Half-Life 2 episode 1?
so episode 1 comes afterwards. So what they were doing, I
Like
almost don't want to ruin
Star
it.
Wars thing?
It's kind of. It's more like just portions of a campaign that they just wanted it out. And Half-Life 2 Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 especially became so huge that the expectations became impossible to meet, I think. So I don't want to
Okay.
ruin what ends up happening. But yeah, play Black Mesa because you could try out Half-Life just as the original, just to see like what kind of game you were playing in 1998. But
No,
you'll get
I
a really
bought
good
Black Mesa, so I'm playing that.
yeah, you'll get a good experience out of Black Mesa. Then jump to Half-Life 2. You can skip all the other Blue Shift or whatever.
Okay.
I would. I think it is
All right,
skippable.
so
It's
Half-Life
cool.
2.
Yep. Then
Then
episode 1.
if I still want to
and
keep
episode
going,
2.
episode 1 and 2. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And then I want to talk to you after that. And I don't want anybody to ruin don't Google what's happening with Half-Life.
Well,
or
I'm
anything
not.
like
I
that.
don't think
Like,
anybody's going to.
Okay.
If I hasn't been spoiled by now, how the hell would I know?
Good.
I've never played them, but I feel like I should, because I know how important they are to so many people.
It's
So-
just it'll be interesting I'd love to talk to you about this after you've played it, because
Okay.
for me they're earth shattering. But
I'll try.
this is the first time that you've played it, and I don't want to.
I got a
I
lot of
wanna
games
set the
like that.
expectations. Yeah.
I bought Prototype,
Oh,
which I've never
interesting.
played.
Yeah.
Haley and Delvin was telling me it's like a poor man's Infamous, and I was like, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
I could
That's a
use
good
some
way
of
to
that
say
on
it.
my PC. So I
Mhm.
grabbed those. I got the Crisis Remaster collections.
Yep.
I played all through Crisis 1, but not the other two. And I haven't played Remastered at all.
I've never played a Crisis game.
It's fun. It's like it was like an open world shooter for its day. Like not by now's standards, but for its
Right.
day. Open area shooter, but like kind of predatory,
Yeah.
like Predator shooter. Like it's
Yeah.
fun. So I wanted, and it was tough. So I wanted to give that another try. I bought a ton of indie games, so many indie games, like everything that New Blood published. I bought Twin Mirror, which was the Life is Strange folks. They had like a spin-off game that I don't think reviewed very well, and I never
Mhm.
played it, but it was like $4. So I was like, maybe one day I'll give that a try. I bought Kenna on PC. That
Oh,
was like
yeah.
I love that game. I absolutely love that game. It was one of my favorite games last year. So I
Wow.
want to play it again on PC. So many. I could do this, I feel like, for hours. But yeah, so I've just been playing honestly since I'm kind of waiting for like Need for Speed and
Oh
Queso to come out.
yes.
So in between there, I'm just messing around with stuff. Like that's why I'm playing. I played Valheim. I've played Way of the Hunter. I bought Unmetal, which is apparently
that?
some Metal Gear Solid parody, like ripoff game.
Hmm.
Like the original Metal Gear, not like Metal
Yeah.
Gear Solid, like the
Unmetal,
OG Metal.
it's called?
Called Unmetal.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to playing that. I played Faith, which is like an adventure horror game from New Blood, and I beat chapter 1 last night, and it was pretty epic. The irony wasn't lost to me that I made fun of Atari games, and I went and played Faith, which is like an Atari game. Warriors 3. Oh, I played a really fun survival sim called Undying.
You are all over the map, dude. I'm looking at Unmetal right now. What are you doing? What?
Yeah.
What is this?
You don't think it's cool?
I think it's fine. It's just like there's so many things to play.
I feel
yeah.
like a lot of people, if they don't know about it, I feel like a lot of people would like it.
Well, and
or they would want to.
Reviews
like
are very positive. It says there's 1,100 reviews in the overall.
Yeah, like if you're in it, if you want like something Metal Gear that you've never played before,
like original, not Metal Gear Solid,
NES Metal Gear.
Yeah,
this is a game that kind of like action movie makes fun of it, but by at the same time honoring it, which that's all I needed to know to buy it. I was like,
oh, that's
fuck,
okay.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
That's actually oddly enough, it should have come.
I haven't played it yet, but I will. But Undying is a really fun survival sim that I played the other day for about 3 or 4 hours. It's kind of touching. It's got an art style that's reminiscent of like Somerville.
Yeah.
But you're this mom and her son, and the mom gets bit. You're in a zombie apocalypse, and it's like The Last of Us. Like your mom gets bit, and she has to survive and teach her son how to survive, which is a part of the gameplay.
Oh,
it's very systems heavy, and it's not for like somebody that's not into like survival games. It's very much like collect, craft. But in doing all these things and leveling up, you have to teach your son what you're doing while you're doing it so that he can do it on his own in the event that he's without you. I didn't make it that far. I only made it to just past the supermarket.
Premise,
but it is a great premise. It's very heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's tough and challenging, but very rewarding and fun. And I've been playing that. That's one that I'll go back to. Some of these games I'm just like hitting and quitting.
Are you?
Yeah, like I really liked it was called Call of the Hunter.
Yeah.
And it came out on Game Pass. And it's this open world hunting game. I'm not a hunter. I'm not into hunting.
Mm-hmm.
But I played it on Game Pass. It was fun. It was like playing Far Cry if it was just the hunting parts of Far Cry.
Okay.
Open world Far Cry hunting game. And Call of the Hunter, I feel like I remember, and I hope I'm not just wrong, being third person, but this is first person.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, like the mission structure and stuff, like this feels way more like open world, like go forth and do what you want. Like you go to the lodge, you collect your missions. Like the whole premise is that you're fulfilling orders. Like there are these restaurants that want real game meat, so you're fulfilling these orders, and you just go out in the world and make it happen. You just go kill pheasants or deer or whatever. So I played it for about 2 hours, and just the first one, Call of the Wild, hooked me on Game Pass. I played that game maybe 10 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't finish it, but I played it. I got into it for like
PC
a weekend.
Game Pass? Are you saying?
No, that Call of the Hunter was
here.
on Game Pass. I played on Xbox. That was an Xbox game. And then Way of the Hunter, which is the new one, the one I'm talking about playing now, that was like this new release that just came out this year that I wanted to play because I played it on Game Pass. And for whatever reason, timing or whatever, it's just not clicking the same way. I was like, this is cool. It looks pretty. Beautiful outdoor, Far Cry 5 looking world. I'm having fun tracking the animals. Like it's very much like a sim in that way. Like you've got to track, you've got to make sure you're downwind, you've got to make sure you don't spook the animals and all. Like it's not easy. You got to do your marksman stuff, you've got to set your range finder, and you got to make sure you have the right weapons and the scent and all that. But anyway, I played it for like 2 hours and I was like, this isn't as fun as I remember having the first time. So I just moved on.
Yeah.
I was like, well, we'll just uninstall that one.
Yeah.
and let's keep it moving. Let's
Yeah.
on to the next one.
I just like the
So,
idea that there can be games that aren't Zelda, Red Dead, like the typical Call of Duty. Like I want to
yeah.
because that's what games were back in the day, man. It's just like this weird idea that somebody had, and it's different and fun and just stole all your time. I want that.
You should play Neon White then.
Odd that you should say that because I just got Neon White in the Fanatical, my very first bundle, the little
Nice.
mystery bundle.
I
Got
played
Neon
it for
White.
a couple hours. It's not a game for me per se, but I get it. I get
Mhm.
why people like. I'm not done playing it. I might play it just to kind of see the story
Yeah.
progress a little further. But like, if you're really into the people that are into like leaderboards and beating their friends' times and speeding, like I could see this being addictive as hell because it is
Oh, I love it.
the thing that threw me off. I remember the first time I saw it. I think it was in an Indies presentation, and it's cards, and I was like, "Oh, f
Right.
that!" But it's
Yeah.
not. It's
Yeah.
really not. You pick up cards as you progress, but essentially every one of the cards maps to a button. It's like a function that maps to your controller.
Makes
So you're
sense.
not like playing cards and it like happening. Like you're just functioning. Basically, you have limited amounts of commands to complete the level.
Yeah.
So you have like this constant back and forth of making sure you collect it, but pulling it off in the
Sorry, you said Neon White. I meant Neon Abyss. I did not get this game as a
yeah,
free.
no. You
a
should get
freebie.
Neon
This is a
White.
different game.
You should get
Yes,
Neon
I
White.
should.
It's
so
fast-paced action game, and it kind of has like this, I don't know, this persona-ish
yeah.
character flair on top of it. But it is just this fast-paced mirror's edge type of
Mhm.
thing, and it's fun to do. Unless you're the type of person that doesn't want to be on a clock or doesn't want to be like you have to if you want to try to like get S ranks, get A ranks to hit a leaderboard to hit the times, you've got to do it well. So you'll be replaying the same level over and over and over again if you want to do that. You don't have to. You can just like keep advancing forward, which is probably what I'm going to do because I've never been
Mhm.
like that type of player. But I only played it for a couple hours, and even a couple hours into it, I was like, oh my God, I understand exactly why people love this game so much. I bet this game
Interesting.
consumes people's life. Like, I bet that game is amazing.
It's funny. I'm searching for. I'm like, I've had this in a wish list or in my cart at some point, but it's also on sale
Same.
on Switch, and I have dollars over there. I have
I
like
think
a
most
$50
people
gift card
got
over
it
there.
on Switch. Yeah, I think most
think
people
so
got it on
too.
Switch.
I think it's a couple bucks less on Steam or wherever. And I'm like,
I
so what do
played
I
it
do?
because like we always do a wrap up episode, and I have several games that I know are highlighted games of the year
Mhm.
that I just haven't played. So if I could get those on sale or on a cheap discount, like I grabbed Neon White just to try it. Like it was like, hey,
Yeah.
I think I got it for like $10. It's like, hey, I'm gonna jump in here, give it a row. That way I can at least say, like, hey, I played it, I understand it, I know what it's about.
Searching. Neon White. Did it go back up in price though? Did I miss this? Oh no.
Oh, another one
It's
was
still 25.
Demon Turf.
What's that?
That is a really fun, complex platformer from Playtonic.
Okay. Demon Tilt.
Demon Turf.
Oh, okay. Demon Tilt
It's like
is
a
a pinball game.
3D platformer. And there's a lot of controls. I only played the first couple worlds with, excuse me. I played the first couple levels while I was hanging out with Ryan the other day. And it kind of has like this, it's almost like a Paper Mario, like 2D, 3D style, but it's like this, it's demonic and dark and like kind of edgy. But there's a lot of really sweet commands. It's good if you're into platformers. I gotta play more to really finalize my opinion. But early impressions, I was like, this is one of the better like non-Mario 3D platformers I've played. It's just complex though. Like that's the thing is there's a lot of like jump, hit LB, hit RB. Like there's a lot of chain of commands to perform better moves.
It's one of the most compelling trailers I've seen in a long time, honestly.
That
as I'm watching
one,
this.
that is a game that's been on my wish list ever since I've seen it. I've just been waiting on a discount to try it because I was like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like it, but I
It's
want
not
to
a heavy
like it.
discount. It's 35% off right now.
I got it.
Or if
I
you
don't
get
know
the
how much I
bundle,
paid
you
for
get
Demon
40%
Turf.
off. Yeah.
Where are you looking? If
On Steam. I'm just looking
I
at.
think
the
I
Steam
got
sale.
Demon Turf from Fanatical.
Demon Turf.
Got the
bundle.
Demon Turf bundle for $15.
Oh yeah, yeah. 40%
And it comes
off
with the
there.
little side game that they have called Neon Splash.
Yeah, I could just get the game on. That's wild to me that the prices are so different. Actually,
Yeah.
no, they're not that different. 15 on Fanatical, 18 on Steam.
That's why I always check. I have like 3 websites that I always check every time. I have tried Pumpkin Jack. It was actually maybe that might be the last game that I reviewed. I like Pumpkin Jack a lot. Actually, it's really good, especially for a Halloween game.
I just saw Ed's Ed's message. Ed, this is something that a lot of people do when receiving
Hi,
a
Ed.
compliment such as this. I desperately need a shower. This is Max Grease. Right up in here.
Max Grease. That's your next
Max-
video game character.
Max Grease.
Max Grease.
Yeah, Grease. I've recently learned that what I would say Gree, like the I don't know if you know the game what I'm talking about. It's
I love
Grease,
Gree.
apparently. A nice
Love Gree.
rolled.
It's a great game.
Yeah, rolled R apparently.
I bought a lot of Devolver stuff that was on sale just to fill out the library, just to
Mhm.
throw Devolver some extra bucks. I bought Scott Pilgrim on PC.
Dude,
$3.
Oh, did you really on PC? Oh,
Yep.
okay, that's it.
I own it on Xbox. I own it
Where
on Switch.
from?
Now
Where from?
I bought it on Fanatical.
You are the worst. It's funny. I'm searching Scott Pilgrim, and all but Scott Pilgrim shows up. on Steam.
$3.49.
Oh my
And
gosh!
I think I used a
love
coupon
that
because
game.
my receipt says $2.99, so I must have had a coupon to save like 50 cents.
Gotta have coops.
I
Yeah,
love
70%
Scott
off,
Pilgrim. I'm with you. You
$5.99
know me. I've got
Canadian.
the KO edition. I love the game. So I was like, hell yeah, I want it on PC and I'm going to play it again. I'm going to play it
That's-
for a third time. I beat it on Xbox. I beat it on Switch. And I'm going to beat it
I
on
need
PC,
help.
damn it.
I can't beat it. I'm bad at the game. I'm very.
Oh,
bad at it.
no.
Yeah, no, I'm real bad. But that's
but
the
there
one.
are harder beat 'em ups than that.
Well, I'm not very beat 'em ups just in general. Like it's the depth
Oh, they're the-
perception, dude. I suck
I
at
got
it.
you,
I'm like
okay.
I'm swinging punches at it, like I'm punching behind him. Like, come on, man.
I
Can't
hate
do it.
feeling like I don't feel like I'm particularly good at video games. So like I don't ever feel like I get this a lot on PSVG. People are like, that's not that hard. Why are you struggling so much? Like I think Kenna's hard. Kenna was
Yeah.
a tough ass game.
I can't even comment. I didn't even play
But
it.
I've never struggled with Scott Pilgrim, but I like beat 'em ups a lot.
Yeah.
So the Streets of Rage, Scott Pilgrim.
I never played
River
Streets of
City
Rage.
Girls. I bought
Oh,
River City
man.
Girls 0.
Did you?
For $9. Here's the funny thing, Sean. I pre-ordered the game from Limited Run for like $50 or whatever, waiting for it to come out. It's still not here. So I was like, I'm just gonna get it on sale and then ask them to cancel my order.
Yeah.
So I was on the stream with Ryan and we were just chatting. I was like, I'm gonna play this. He's like, I'm interested to hear what you say. Because I didn't look into it. And it was legit just a Super Nintendo game. I played the game
Mhm.
for like 10 minutes and I was like, yeah, I've had enough of this. I don't want to play this anymore.
Mhm.
It's a Super Nintendo game that they oddly made like cutscenes for. Like they remade new cutscenes and then spliced it
That's
into
cool.
the old Super Nintendo
I
stuff.
love that.
River City Girls 2 might be one of my most anticipated games for 2023.
The balance of our fantasy league with Bad Bit it lies with River City Girls too.
River
It's
City
got-
2. River City Girls 2 is going to be amazing.
It's got to review very
Oh, it's
well.
got to
and-
be. Like
And it's
River
gotta
City-
land, dude. Like we're running out of
River
time,
City
man.
Girl, for anybody that's not played it yet, you have no idea what we're talking about. River City Girls is one of the best games that you can play. Like it's a must play. If you're a
Wow.
Switch only player, you've got to have it. It's
What's
so
this?
damn good. It's so much better than it had any. If you've never played a River City Ransom or River City Girl, like the old ones,
Yeah.
they weren't that good. Like
Yeah.
I played them and my memories of them weren't very good. So I wasn't excited when the game was announced. But when I played it and I got the new one, and I was like, this game is incredible. It's
Is
Streets
Ri-
of Rage, but it's so much deeper. There's all of these hidden paths and extra like quests. So you can pick up stuff and do things for different characters. I mean, it's so much deeper than that. It's like Streets of Rage if it had like an RPG element like underneath it. It's very good.
You mentioned River City Ransom, and I was trying to remember, this is not the game. There was a game that came out, I feel like in the Wii U era, that was basically, it was an indie version of like the old Grand Theft Auto games.
Retro City Rampage.
Retro City. Yes. Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep.
Yes.
I like those too.
Oh, what was the guy? That guy's last name reminded me of Ed Placencia. Oddly enough, that he's here. He's okay,
That I
hang
don't
on.
know.
Retro City Rampage. Who is the man who made this? I might not be able to find it really all that
I have
quickly.
so many. Sean, of all the things we talked about,
Provinciano, Brian Provinciano. That's close enough to
Good call.
Placencia. Yep.
that's a good call.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere. What a weird brain I have.
I still have like 50 games that I bought.
Let's keep going, man. I'm good. If you're good, I'm
This
great.
is this
with
whole
dude.
episode. It's just this.
There's so much else to talk about too, but whatever, dude.
I bought Transistor. I've never played it all the way through.
I don't think I've played that either.
Let's see here. I bought a bunch of racing games: 80s Overdrive, Hot Shot Racing, Race Condition, V Rally 4. All of those was a Formula Top play tests. All of these are on the Fanatical Racing bundle, which was great. I bought 4 Roller Coaster Tycoon games because I used to get, as I was telling you, I used to get into those sort of things back in the day. So I was kind of nostalgic for
I'm
them.
avoiding
Delvin
only
bought
because of that.
Delvin bought me Deathloop. So I have Deathloop. Maybe one day
that's
I'll
actually
play
kind
it.
of that's not a $2 gift. Like that's
No.
kind of that's
No, it's
very
a game.
generous. Yeah, that's a game.
I bought Soul Calibur 6.
Yeah. Oh, good one. Nice.
Mortal Kombat 10.
I
or
got
11,
1, 2,
one of
3.
these.
Oh,
And I
crap.
got the Apocalypse expansion too, which was like $3.
Hmm.
Saints Row, Red Faction. I got the rest of the Devil May Cry bundle to fill out my stuff there. Blossom Tales 1 and 2. Goodbye World, which is from the Nindy thing. I just got that to do the whole thing. Yeah, all of the Valve games. Pretty good.
I wanted to see what else it was. Okay, so you said Half-Life and Left 4 Dead and probably Portal was in there too, like basically the orange box.
I don't know if Portal was in there. I don't remember.
I'm just trying to think like what games in the I don't even think I can search.
There were several that I just didn't. There were several that I hid, like from my library. I do have Portal 1 and 2, so maybe they were in there.
I'm so bad at those games, man.
But some of the other ones, I could probably look at my receipt, maybe. Account detail.
I'm still
Purchase
scrolling through. I
history.
cannot believe you have me still scrolling through Black Friday deals, man. I have
Good
enough.
stuff. It's good stuff. All right, here we
I
go.
want to play Elden Ring
Got it.
because it gave me the year stuff, but it's not on sale.
Condition Zero, Team Fortress Classic, Day of Defeat, Deathmatch Classic, Ricochet, Counter-Strike Source, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, The Lab. Those were all the non-Half-Life games in the opposing force in the Valve bundle. I hid all of the other stuff. I was
that's a good idea.
I'm never going to play these. I just hide these.
Yeah, Team Fortress. Oh, was it Team Fortress 1 or 2?
It just says Team Fortress Classic. It's probably one.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I wonder if it would even, because it's a multiplayer game. I wonder if there's servers on for that or anything.
With the Valve stuff, I imagine that they are.
Why would they sell it if?
Yeah.
Oh man, Team Fortress, dude, that was an old mod.
Daniel, I'm aware that Deathloop is in Game Pass, and I still haven't played it. So I used to have it with my game sharing partner, and I didn't play it. Then I got it with Game Pass, and I didn't play it. And then somebody bought me a copy of the game. Still have no plans to play it. Like I have
bottom of the list.
Seriously, here's what I heard. When that game was announced, I heard it's a new Majora's Mask, and I was like, never want to play that.
Yeah.
That's it for me. And then I heard Rebel FM actually do like a review on it. And ever since I've heard what they had to say about it, I've never wanted to even try it. I was like, never mind. Just forget it.
Even because it got a lot of coverage as a PlayStation exclusive. Like it kept going back.
And positive reviews. People really like Deathloop a lot.
It never even once was like, ooh, maybe I want to try that. And then it came over to Xbox on Game Pass, and I'm like, do I play just because of that? And no, I didn't.
Needless tedium is a quick turnoff for me.
Yeah.
And that's saying as somebody who's like totally into a tree puncher. I'll go and collect all these resources and do the things. But when you're like, nah, you got to go out there and line up all the timelines so everybody's in the right place at the right, I'm like, dude, no. It's like it's a level of complexity beyond what I want any part of an video. Like when I'm playing a video game, I don't want to be thinking that hard. Like that's kind of the problem. It's like, that's why I play video games, to not do that. I do enough of that on my own time to let alone to be trying to do that in my free time. I'm good.
Seriously,
I'd rather, you know what sounds fun? Let's go punch some trees. Like, let's go break some rocks.
You didn't play Immortality this year, did you?
I didn't. It's
Because
all-
I feel
it's-
like that's that. Oh, do you actually? I feel like that's as you described all those things that you don't like about games. I feel like Immortality.
that's why I
would
didn't
be-
play it. So
Right.
here's the why I didn't play that. I played Her Story and the
Yeah.
other game that he made with my wife, and she beat both of them. And I
Mhm.
watched her play them and was out on them.
Yeah.
So it was so funny because leading up to Immortality, I kept bringing it up on the podcast multiple times. I was like, my wife likes these games. Like, maybe I'll show it to her. And then it gets 9s, and all of a sudden, Delvin's like, I'm going to play Immortality. It's like, did you not hear anything I just said? Like, he never responded for weeks.
Is anyone
until-
listening to me?
Until reviews come out. And then, you know,
Yeah.
I get it. Reviews make people pay attention. There's a reason why we keep doing them. Reviews matter as
Mhm.
much as I wish
Yep.
they don't. They do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not going to play that game. My
Yeah.
list, because I keep a running log of my games, so I can tell you right now the list of games that I haven't played this year that I don't think I will are Scorn, Pentiment, God
Oh, I
of
gotta
War,
play Pentiment.
Immortality, Tiny Tina's, Xenoblade 3,
Oh, there's so many.
Arceus, Life is Strange Remastered, and Strikers.
Oh my god, there's so
I-
many.
I haven't played those games, and I probably won't at
Mhm.
this point. Like, those are probably on the outs. I'm not
Yeah.
planning to play those.
I don't know how it's taken me until this time. I was obviously shopping incorrectly. I have just now found the Devolver Digital collection of games on
Oh
Fanatical.
yeah, gotta have that. You need the bootleg. And
It's not a
everything.
it's just a page that has all of their,
Yeah,
Mother
gotta follow
Mother
the
Russia
publisher
Bleeds.
page.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Death's Door I have on Xbox. and
$10.
Am I thinking about this on
Death's
PC?
Door is
Hotline
so
Miami 1 and 2.
Must haves. Some of the
I
best video games you can
agree,
have.
dude. I
You need
totally
Katana
agree.
Zero. Need Gree.
I just bought Gree on Switch actually
Nice.
because I had coins for it.
Such a beautiful game.
Oh, Fury. Oh, I already do I have Fury on Steam? This is one of my favorite games ever. Why is this showing up here?
I feel like, didn't you tell me one of the other games that there was a game that I had that you were like, you've got to play that I've never played. And I can't remember what it was all of a sudden.
Hmm.
Val Ferris?
Yes. Oh my gosh, Valfaris. I bought that again. It was $1. It's like $1.50 for a double pack. I think
Yeah, I have it in my library for the.
Oh, play it. I want you to
I've
play
never
it now.
played it.
Like, how do we get to the point where we're just gonna play games and you tell me what you think? as
What
you-
makes you love that game so much?
It's just ridiculously over the top action, like heavy metal. It's just you play this
All
this
those sounds
character
great.
with and it's like so it's like 12-bit. It's not full 16-bit, it's not 8-bit, it's like somewhere in between.
Okay.
And totally over the top violence. The guy's got like this long hair, and every time he picks up a new weapon or upgrade, he starts to headbang a little bit. It's like
Really?
it's so cool. It's this side-scrolling, action, kind of Metroidvania a little bit, but not too heavy on
Is
that.
it
It's
hard?
not a little bit hard. Yeah, a little bit, but it's mostly just like pick the right gun and you'll just smash people to bits. You can get your
Okay.
gun and blow in the bits, or you got a sword, and that's all good. And it's the soundtrack. If you're there for heavy metal, even a little bit, and can appreciate, especially like Viking metal. If you appreciate how stupidly over the top that is, you'll have a good time, at least for an hour
Okay,
or something with
I'll try it.
Valfaris.
I have
Yeah,
it.
that's
so
a
I'll
Sean
definitely-
Capri-esque game.
Your recommendations made me move it further up the list.
Yes.
I will try it at some point. But yeah, man,
Katana Zero's
you need
$10.
you need Gato Roboto, you need Ape Out, you need My Friend Pedro. Yeah,
Okay,
you
my
need
friend Pedro, I've got. Yep.
all the Devolver stuff. You got to just
God
carry
Roboto
in.
is $2.
Aaliyah.
added.
Aaliyah was pretty great. I enjoyed that a lot. That came to Game Pass, and I felt like nobody played it. And I liked that game
I didn't
quite a bit.
realize
Not
that.
amazing, but really good. Better than it looks. Like when you look at it, you're like, I don't know. But when you play it, it's better than it looks.
Genital jousting is $2, and
I'm
while
still
that's
surprised
hilarious,
that's never a thing.
I just don't think I can do it, man.
They always show it, always comes back, and you're like, how is this a thing?
Oh,
Card
man.
Shark is a game I haven't played that I want to. I still
What
want to
is-
get to that at
what's
some
that?
point. There was a Nindies thing where they showed where you play a game like you're trying to cheat people at poker.
Mhm.
and that's the whole thing is you're trying to cheat.
Oh yeah. Oh, I
You're trying to get
remember
away with cheating, and it's like it's experimental in a way that seems fun that I want to try,
that. Mhm.
but it's experimental in a way that I don't want to buy.
Right.
You know, I'm like, I don't want to pay $12 for this because I'm pretty sure I may not like it,
You can get in
but
a
I
Humble
really
Bundle
want to
somewhere.
try it though. Like I want to play it for like an hour. So I'm kind of waiting, maybe Game Pass for something like that.
This is just ridiculous. Too many games. This is fun though. I have so much fun. Just like, what is possible? How much do I
Yeah.
have in my cart right now? Oh man, that's too much money. I have $72 in my cart right now at Fanatical. Fallout 4 Game of the Year Edition, Death Door, Katana Zero. I don't think I'm doing Katana Zero. Fury is $6. It's one of the best games ever. I
Sean, you
played a
gotta help me
bunch.
here. What is this username?
I don't know. I C4N7. I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I got
Reveal
nothing, but,
yourself. I'm glad you're
uh,
here.
The Shovel Knight Dig is good. I have not played Shovel Knight Dig, but I did buy Shovel Knight on Steam because I didn't
Mm.
have Shovel Knight on Steam, and that might be one that I go back to somewhat soon.
didn't
I haven't
even know it
played
was on
Shovel Knight in a
Steam.
bit.
I just picked it up on Switch, the Treasure Trove
hmm
business.
Yeah, I never liked the expansions,
Yeah.
so I just bought regular, good old fashioned vanilla Shovel Knight.
I didn't even know you could do that.
They call it Shovel of Hope, is now what it's called on Steam. Shovel Knight, Shovel
Interesting.
of Hope. And I was like, yeah, one day I'm gonna go back and play some Shovel Knight.
Now,
Because I
when
played the majority of my Shovel Knight time was on 3DS, and I never really played it again.
mine was definitely Wii U. Played it
Okay,
the most there. And I don't know what this is, kind of a arms crossed, just grumpy gamer. When Shovel Knight came out and everybody was loving
it
it,
says,
I'm like,
I can't see. That's
oh,
the username.
Oh,
It's
that's
supposed to
cool.
be I can't see. Thank you, John.
how do you get that? I'm just,
I'll just take it at face value.
sure thing. Yeah.
Thank
that's all
you.
right. I can't see. I'm in both of your Discords. Sorry.
No, I'm
Yeah,
familiar
I just don't
with
know. We've never had to like
yeah,
say
I'm
it. Like,
familiar with the username.
Right.
I recognize you. I just don't
But
know
when
how
you're
to
interacting in
allude
Discord-
to you on the disc
Mhm.
or on the in audio form for everybody else to hear you.
exactly.
I don't want to be like this user says.
This person says, I'm going to pick up You Don't Know Jack movies from 2013 for $2.50. I love those.
Nice.
Love those games. I always bring out my laptop to my parents' house for the holidays.
While you're
We
setting that up,
play-
I remembered I need to get on GOG and look up
Oh
all
yeah.
these
Oh,
games.
dude. I cannot
So the thing with
believe you
GOG
spent this
is-
whole time you haven't been on GOG, dude.
So the thing with GOG is that I have a hard time, not hard time. It's not the easiest store to navigate.
Agreed.
You know, like when I try to search,
Mm-hmm.
I can search for games. It's like I type in links and it shows up a bunch, but I can't just bring up a page of the links games.
Golf. Yeah.
You know, like I want to see all of them so I can
Yeah.
weigh them against each other, and I can't.
Curated pages and whatnot.
So like, yeah, I can't do that. So how do I don't think I can.
I guess I'll get over to. Sometimes I might even use the website instead of. Are you on GOG Galaxy or are you on?
I'm
website?
on the launcher, so maybe get out of there.
Sometimes the website
Okay,
is a little
let's
bit
try
better.
that then. That might be
But-
the issue.
I cannot guarantee.
Probably the issue.
Yeah, I like bringing over Jackbox party packs. I've got most of them on Steam, so I just bring over my laptop, HDMI, plug it into my parents' TV, and
Sure,
that's my contribution to the family over the holidays. I'm like,
I'm very thankful.
I did it. We played it for a couple hours, and that's super duper fun.
There you go. I just typed in links, and here are all of the links came.
There you go.
That was way better. That's not good when the website is better than your actual launcher.
That's like the Switch, dude. I'm trying to buy
It
games
is
on
like
the
the
Switch. Oh my
Yep.
gosh, the Switch is awful. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time is $2 on GOG. How can I not?
Yeah. Oh, I
Like
can buy
basically what I'm
Driver.
at.
I can buy Driver on
Ooh,
GOG.
that's one of my favorite games. One of the things I really like
No
about GOG,
way!
you can search for like when
Is
did
Driver
the
on
games come out.
Steam? I
I
haven't
guess
thought
so.
of Driver in forever.
That's where I played it. That was a PlayStation game where most people know it, but I know it as a PC game.
Driver. Oh God, this is a mess on Steam. Hard Driver, Blonde Driver, Baby Driver, Tornado Driver.
I would say
Like,
it's
dude,
probably not there.
I'm looking for the franchise Driver. Like, how
Yep.
hard is this? Oh, it's a Ubisoft game. I didn't know that.
Was it always a Ubisoft game? I don't think that
It's
was always a
Ubisoft game over here. I'm gonna go to the Ubisoft store and search
There's
Driver
too
and
many
pop up.
stores.
Yeah, you're not lying. It would be nice if there
This
was like
is a real thing. When we were, podcasting just as console gamers, and you'd hear the PC gamers bitching and complaining about all the launchers. It's like it's a real thing. It's too much.
Driver Parallel Lines is on the Ubisoft store.
That's a
If
great
you
name.
buy it on GOG or Steam, that's the only one that's there. But none of the other Driver games are there. It's just Driver Parallel Lines, which I don't know if I've ever played. I don't think I have.
Hmm.
Driver Parallel Lines came out in 2007.
There are too many games. I love Driver 2. I have fond memories of ramping the drawbridge in a school. But
Yeah, dude, I
yeah.
love Driver. You know what?
Mm.
Fuck it. I'm going to buy it anyway.
Yeah, get it.
Why
Yes.
not? It's $250.
Yeah, that's what I love about GOG too. I got a bunch of Tomb Raider games. I think I got every single Tomb Raider game before the reboot. Like 1, 2, 3, Legends, Black Angel, whatever the heck they're called. Like, just insane, man. But what I was gonna say about GOG is I like that there's like a
$2.29
range.
on Fanatical.
Oh, really?
I can save a quarter by leaving GOG. Actually, I have a $2 coupon for my Black Friday spend to win deal. So I'm getting Driver Parallel Lines for 2 cents.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sean, it's 2 pennies.
Can't believe they would even do the transaction.
That's so dumb. Yeah, it's like not even worth trying.
Just like give it to them.
All right, so I've got Link's 1998 edition queued up. And I'm wondering, should I even
Ooh.
buy the other ones? Because when I search Links, I only see 3. There's Link's 386 Pro, and then Link's the Challenge of Golf. And it looks like, like those they get progressively older, which you can
Right.
tell. I don't want to go too old.
Why do I want to buy Lynx? Why am I following you down this?
I thought you said you already bought it.
No,
You're
I
the one
saw
that
it.
told me.
I know. I saw it there.
You did
but
this.
I didn't.
I didn't.
Lynx. Let me see. What do we got here?
Let me type golf into GOG
Lynx
and see what
LS.
comes
Yeah,
back.
1990. 386 Pro. Oh, let's go.
The Worms Crazy Golf on GOG is $1.50.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not very many good golf games on most of the launchers, on most of the
I feel
stores.
like Lynx the Challenge of Golf might be the original one.
Yeah, I'm getting
1998.
1998. I'm getting that game. I'm buying Link's 1998 edition. Is that exclusive? I don't think it's anywhere
386
else.
Pro. Oh my god.
Not anywhere else. I can't get that on Steam.
I totally had these games.
I did too.
They're $6 each though. Like why? It's very. Oh, this showed up for me as well. Driver Parallel Lines when I search for links. I don't need a 1998 golf game, Donnie. But that looks really good. You gotta admit. Like,
I mean,
look at the graphics
I'm
on
getting
that.
it. So you're talking. I'm getting it.
Is there?
Say what you want. I'm giving them $5 because I'm going to play
we
that game.
Call each other on our modems and get some multiplayer.
Can we
going?
play it? I definitely don't think we can do that. I don't think the game was built for that back in the day. The best we could do
Probably
is we
not.
could be on like a stream together and we could share scores.
Oh my gosh, that'd be awesome. A chance to play as or against the Grandmaster of Golf, Arnold Palmer.
I bought Driver on Fanatical, and guess what? Your order has been flagged from any law
Oh my
authorization.
gosh, Donnie, you are out of control, dude.
Did you see they responded to me?
I did see that on Twitter.
I was like,
That's
what
so
did I
good.
do?
This is actually not the greatest thing for me to be doing. I should be completed buying games, and here I am. We got more browsers open than ever. I need more screens, I think, Donnie.
That's true. What the hell is Bop and Wrestle?
Do we need to know?
I don't know. It's got a cool cover art. Like, I'm looking at the cover art and it looks pretty awesome.
I don't know.
Bop and Wrestle. I need
Okay,
to
what
open
else?
that. All right, I've got links in tow. Bop and Wrestle. Look at this. Oh, it's some old Atari looking wrestling. Oh God, get out of here.
Did you ever play Loop Hero? Everybody went crazy
No.
over this game.
Yeah, No, I
and
didn't.
it's in my cart, and it's $5. But I don't know if I can do this, you guys.
What?
Loop Hero. I just don't know if
That's
I
your
don't
thing?
know. Yeah. This would be a
Own
purchase based
games.
on the super dorks just getting all excited about this one.
GOG.com. Links 1998 edition install.
Yeah.
We're installing this
Yes.
to the C drive,
Oh, I love it.
and we are going to play Links. I'm going to play that after the show. I'm going to go back and play some old school golf game.
What the heck?
'Cause I
Okay,
remember
so,
playing that shit back in the day.
I wanna
And you know what I
search-
remember about that? They actually had like some of the best, like most, even to this day, fluid swing animations.
Yeah.
They did like little FMV, like videos of the people hitting the ball, and like to this day, it still looks really good.
I agree. Timeless. Absolutely.
That's like one of the things, like McElroy and EA and stuff, that the swing got just unnatural looking. You're like, that's not what it looks like when people hit a golf ball, you know. And for me, it does still throw me out a little bit. It throws me off.
Good evening, Tim Paulin. Welcome in. We're just comparing notes on games
What
that
we've
we
bought.
Well,
Yeah, I have no
actually, I
idea.
feel like we've actually moved past what we did buy, and we're moving into buying more.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
Did you
It's
ever
not-
play
this is
Fear?
no longer a past tense conversation.
Well, I want to talk a little. I want to talk a little bit of the games that I've picked up here. Do you ever play Fear? First
Yes.
Encounter, Assault,
Mhm.
Recon.
Love those games.
I picked up a whole pack of those, like all
Yeah,
the
I've had those for a while.
expansions 1, 2, and 3. Picked up all the Dooms. Picked up Quake 4. I think I ever played Quake 4 on the 360. And there's a couple people who I've heard buy this and give you a call out. It's Dying Light 2.
Yeah, that's
one of the more
good
expensive games I
time.
picked up.
Good time. It's not great. It's weird. When I played it and beat it, I was a little underwhelmed because I was comparing it to the first one, and in that comparison, I don't think it's as good. But as the year goes on, and I start to continue to fill out my list, it's not rising as much as other things are definitely falling below it. It's higher than I thought it would have been.
Yep.
When I first played it, I was like, yeah, this is okay, but this is kind of middle of the road. And it's like, no, it's not. It's better than average. And the reason honestly, the reason I say that is it's one of the few games I finished. Like, I haven't finished 20 games. I've got a list of my 20 or so favorite games, but like, I have it way higher than Sparks of Hope, which you're playing, because Sparks of Hope just didn't land.
Really,
for me, right?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting conversation. Like I said, I'm not done it yet, but I
think it's better than Stray. I think it's better than Skywalker Saga. I liked it more than Somerville.
I just picked that up too. Skywalker
Bayonetta.
Saga.
You know, it's like there's multiple games that I've played. I may have beaten or didn't, but it's like I like Dying Light more than those. It just isn't as good as the first one. That's the only thing that really holds it back for me. But I'm saying that as somebody who loved the first. I loved Dying Light so much.
Where did I got a coupon,
but
for Dying
I think
Light,
it's
the original one.
I think it's $20 or $25 for Dying Light 2. And I've been encouraging people on Twitter, if you can get in for that price, I think there's a lot to like. And even if you don't like the main campaign, that game will get a lot of updates for years to come.
Yeah.
Like, it's a good price to get in. I don't think you'll regret buying it for $20-$30. It's a really good price to get in at.
I'm excited to jump into it because it's one of those games that, and this happens so seldom for me, when they revealed it, I'm like, this is one of the most ambitious games I've ever seen. And I think that you've commented that they didn't quite reach it.
They don't reach that.
But that's okay. Like, and especially now that I've gotten it on sale and I'm way outside of when it launched or when it landed and everything, I just want to play it for what it is. And if it isn't what they wanted to
mechanically,
be, like, whatever,
it still is very fun to have a giant open world where you can run and kick and hack zombies. And it is like tense in that regard. I thought the first game was scarier. Something about like that kind of, I don't know, like humid glow that everybody had that the second one doesn't. The second one's way more like neon light inspired. So this is kind of like Far Cry New Dawn to 5. Dying Light 2 is to Dying Light.
Okay.
It's very much kind of like that neon soaked Watch Dogsy type of like take on it.
Yeah.
And the story is dumb. The story just let me down in a lot of ways. But but it's fun to play. And I won't spoil it, but there's a moment in that game where the game map drastically changes that I thought was awesome. I've heard
Yeah.
other people hate it, but I thought it was cool as fuck.
I feel like that's what you're signing up for.
I was like, more games should do this. How have we not had more games doing this?
Mhm.
And Dying Light definitely does it. And like I said, $20, even if you hate it, you're not that much out. And it'll get it'll get expansions and updates and stuff for years to come. So
Yeah.
It's a great
I'm
price
excited
to
to
get
jump in, man. I'm excited. And then I got a coupon from GOG that I could buy Dying Light, the definitive edition, for $10. I'm like,
That's
all right,
great. And that's
I'll just do
all
that.
been like retouched up and re-added, and they've added
Mhm.
all the DLC for free. That's one of the biggest games ever.
Yeah.
Like Dying
Sweet.
Light, the first Dying Light is like 10 video games in one package. They spun
it.
out and went in so many different places, and there's like a dungeon crawler and like a Doom level, and like it just went berserk.
I love it.
It's very good. Very good.
Oh, Tim Pollen, Cult of the Lamb. Yes.
Cult of the Lamb is number 1 on Donnie's rankings so far,
Yeah.
and it is yet to be topped.
Now, do I need it on PC as well? Is that going to get me because I'd have to start over again.
I played it on PC, and I think my experience was better for it compared to how I've heard other people talk about the game. Watching you play it on Xbox seemed like a slog, and then hearing people play it on Switch, I was like, ooh.
I don't know. What do you mean? It seemed like a slog.
When I was watching you play it that opening week on Xbox, the game was pretty choppy. And it was early on, and it was still pretty choppy for you. And I was like, it shouldn't be that choppy, like so early on. Because I was watching you. I think I watched you fight your first. Yeah, you had the epic fight with that boss.
Oh, because I was doing it on Discord. That's right.
Like with that one, you had like that one hit, and he fought that entire boss with one heart. And that was really tense and epic, but it was pretty choppy for compared to the experience that I had.
It could have been the Discord stream, because I'm
okay.
Maybe I just have a bad memory, but I don't remember it playing like that. And I feel like I would call that out big time.
I remember most console folks were talking about performance and bugs early.
Yeah.
Because that was just something. The only reason I remember that is because I didn't have those issues.
Right.
My game got a little choppy at the end, but that's because I had tiles, and like my entire city was built, and like all kinds of stuff everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like on Switch specifically, people were like, it's not good.
Dude, all these games, and yeah, shout out to the chat too. I still have God of War Ragnarok like installed.
You could just play that.
I could
Game
play.
of the year.
This is where we could really get into another tournament bracket, like what's actually next.
Let's get the
pen.
pen.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't think I want to. I do have a list of games that I would really like to get to for end of the year kind of conversations. So I've got a bit of an order, like a playlist kind of set up right now. So I'll kind of go through that right now. But yeah, I've got all these launchers open. I bought a bunch of Legacy of Kain games on GOG. Blood Omen 2, Defiance, Soul Reaver 2. Apparently Soul Reaver, the first one's coming back. Some people out there care about these, but I really like them. Good old Wacky Wheels game from 1990 something, 94. This is an absolute shameless Mario Kart ripoff with a bunch of zoo animals, pandas and elephants and stuff. Just a kart racer. Good stuff. My Fanatical cart total is up to $84. I just added Cult of the Lamb, which is $22 Canadian, and I don't know if I need to do that. I don't know if I like just to double up on them. Okay, so I'm taking that out. Fallout 4 Game of the Year edition is
$20 is too much for a game you already own.
I think
you're looking for a cheaper deal than for convenience.
I'm removing Loop Hero.
My rule is I won't spend like more than like a coffee on something unless I'm actually planning on playing it. Like, am I actually going to play this anytime soon? Then we'll spend some more on it. But if I'm just buying it just to add to collect the library, then I'm looking for deep discounts.
$12 for Death's Door would be doubling up on it.
Are you going to play it anytime soon?
No.
Then no.
Okay, you just saved.
Devolver games usually get more deeper discounts than that at some point.
So same logic with Fallout 4.
If you wait till spring or E3, you might get Death's Door for $5.
Yeah. Same thing with Fallout 4 Game of the Year. It's $12. Not going to play it tomorrow. Okay. And again, this is Canadian, so it's like $8 for you or something like that.
Okay.
So okay, so how many games do I have in here? 1, 2. So
Yeah, but my $12, like when you say $12, do you think of it? I think
that's
of
what
it
I'm
as like
wondering.
my
Yeah.
$12.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I
Yeah.
realize there's a conversion, but I still think
Mhm.
we both say the same thing when we're both like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like
spend
what like
$20.
how much do you pay for like a can of Coke or something?
A can or a
Like
bottle?
or like whatever you would buy. Like when you
A
go to
20
like
ounce?
sure.
A
I don't know
20
what
ounce
that is.
bottle of Coke is about
Like
$1.50. It's
yeah.
usually
So
like a
it's like
dollar.
pretty
It's like a
close.
$1.29, $1.50.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like there's
That's
like
what
a
I'm thinking.
floor. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you there. Okay. That so
A
Fallout
gallon of
3.
milk is like $3.
Yeah, basically it's yeah,
Yeah.
it
So
might be about $5 here, but yeah.
it can
But
be,
milk is
depends on the brand. It can be
yeah.
as much as it can be. God, it can be $8 here if you're really like particular about the milk that you drink.
Mhm.
Um, I was thinking like Walmart brand, gallon of regular milk.
Yeah.
It's like $3.50, I think.
I feel like milk is a regulated price. I feel like there's like
Yeah,
there's a
that's why I've
basics
used
like
it. It's
yeah,
like we can
that's a good
compare
call.
apples to
Mhm.
apples. Like what's your milk
So good.
price?
Milk to milk.
Yeah, milk to milk. Yeah, that's why when you're like it's $12, I'm like $12 is
Yeah.
too much.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so now everything in my cart is somewhere between lowest is Worms Crazy Golf at $1.86,
Must have.
and the highest is Mother Russia Bleeds for $3.39, which is a
Sure.
Devolver Digital game.
Mm,
So there's a I don't oh no, sorry, the highest is Fury. This is non-negotiable. I will be buying this. Fury with an I is one of the greatest games of all time. One of my
if I
favorite games
remember your
ever.
podcast correctly, that's the Crazy Bomb Rush game?
Boss
The
Rush, yeah.
Boss Rush game?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Just boss after boss after boss. Great soundtrack.
I think I
Plays
played that game.
perfectly.
I think I played it back on Wii U, and I just think I wasn't very
Oh,
good at it.
maybe. It's hard. There's
Yeah,
no
that's what I
doubt. Like
remember is that it was
mhm.
tough.
It's you need to lock down a good parry system on it. But man, that game captivates me. You know what game I actually started playing because I saw it on a list somewhere, but it turns out I had it on Xbox Live Gold. Is Assault Cactus? What the heck is it? Android Assault Cactus.
That's a
And
good game.
the reason I bring it up is because
It's
I was fighting your high scores on every level.
Yeah, it's a
We're
really
right
good
next
game.
to each other.
That's a
Mhm.
really good game. I like that game a lot. Kyle bought me
reminded-
that game because he knows I'm into twin stick shooters, and he was like, "You got to try
Totally.
this one." And I played
Yep.
it. I was like, "This game is great."
It reminded me of a Nintendo game actually. Like
Thanks
if
for the
Nintendo were to
hangs.
do something like that.
I can't see.
I can't
Thanks for
see.
the hangs, man.
I'm glad we got that sorted out.
Oh man. Oh. Hang on, I gotta. I had something.
Oh, did you freeze just now? Oh no! Come back.
And now
If-
I've got to.
Oh, you're back. Coming back.
Wait a minute, did you lose me?
You're back. I can now hear you. Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
not
It's
good.
okay. I just thought you were thinking about something, so I would. I was just gonna let you like sort out whatever your brain was doing there. I'm like, I don't want to
no,
interrupt.
there
He's
is
onto something.
something that I saved to my TikTok because it made me think of you, and I forgot all about it until you just spoke, and now I have to go find it.
For the last 2 hours. It reminded me when
Yeah,
you
but it's
spoke.
like what you just said.
Yeah.
You
Android
said
Assault, Android
you said a
Cactus.
boot. It was the about
Oh
the boot.
no! I
Now
try
can't
not to let
find
it slip.
Now I
try
can't
not
find
to,
it, and
but
it's
then it
going to
happens.
drive me insane.
I gotta be almost done buying these stupid games. This is absolutely insane. Because I will start to buy them over again. What is
You've
this
gotta be
one?
kidding me.
Return of Obra Dinn is something people have talked about for a long time.
Yeah, that was a trendy thing last year. I didn't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. I feel like
You got to
it
be
was,
really into like murder mysteries and stuff.
Wish we could play Worms more often. Worms
Worms
brings me
Golf,
back.
man, it's very good.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. That's amazing.
I'm gonna find
Aerospace.
this.
Dude, I even have there were sales on steering wheel, like racing wheels, and I almost pulled the trigger on it a couple times, but I have this joystick over here, this flight stick that I haven't used since the summer. So I don't know how many more accessories I need. Still have my Rock Band drums in the other room, so who knows?
Nice. I sold mine. You can make some money off of if you want to let them go.
Yeah. I don't know if the kids ask to play it actually every once in a while.
See, mine
so,
stops. That's why I sold mine.
yeah, I would do the same thing. Best sellers up to 90% off. Art, what am I doing? I didn't hear it. He says about fine. Yeah, thank you, John32. But it might have. Sometimes
It
I
slips
talk
in there.
fast. It's like,
It
yeah,
slips
sometimes
in
like,
there.
mhm. I don't open my entire mouth when I talk, and that's like a little about.
Luckily for you, I can't find it, and it's going to drive me nuts.
Oh, was it slanderous against the Canadians?
No, it was absolutely amazing. And I showed it to my wife. She was like, "You've got to buy those and send them to Sean." And now I just can't find them. And now I'm, oh,
Well, that's what you get. There's too many. What are we gonna do? Like, we need to get jobs where we work 3 days a week. Is that the solution here?
I found it.
Oh no!
Let me pull up my TikTok so I can share it.
Sorry, Ryan Turford. Not sure how you're gonna manage. Or does this come through on the Melon export or whatever?
Yeah, I think so.
Is this gonna go out for the audio version?
It'll be fine.
Roller Coaster Tycoon Deluxe Edition is $2. Is that what you paid for this thing?
Yeah. I had to get
I've
them.
never played one of those games, actually.
I like them. I played them when I was in. Hang on, I'll tell you the story in a minute. But first, I got to show you this sticker. All right, let's see here. Share screen. Share window. TikTok. Share. Can you see it?
Yeah. Yep, I need that.
Do you want a sticker that says "fuck a boot, find out"?
That's awesome. Not a boot like Court says. Court does say a boot. He really does.
Oh, when he came over to
Oh
PSVG,
my god, that was awesome.
I think he dropped like 4 of those, and every time he
Mhm.
did, me and Dev were like a boot.
Yes, please.
It was so good. I remember one of them. He was like, "You know what I'm going to do again?" I was like, "Are you going to do it again?"
Again? That's Chris Jericho right there.
Yeah, he
That's
went full
big time
Jericho.
Chris Jericho.
Oh yeah,
Bobby
Fuck
used
a
to call
boot,
me
find
out
out.
on that all the time. I think I go back and forth depending on what work. I don't know what
Okay,
exactly
what were
the
we
reason
just?
is.
I said I was going to tell you
I don't know,
something.
man.
Roller coaster.
Roller Coaster Tycoon.
I was in a class, in a technology class in middle school, and they had all these different modules. You could like do like the thing that like, wrote your initials in the glass, or you could like raise a plant or whatever. And there was this technology module in the back that like nobody ever picked, and you had to. It was called like economic sim or whatever, and it was in the back room. Like there was this own little kind of closet area in the back of the room.
Mhm.
You just got to go in and do, and that was your module. And I picked it, and that's what I was supposed to do all semester. When I got back there and I opened up the folder, and we had to play Roller Coaster Tycoon, and we had to reach a certain level. That was the assignment.
That is the dream, man.
For like 6 weeks. I
That
had
is
to play
the
Roller
dream.
Coaster Tycoon, and we had to reach. We had to make like $1 million or something, and that's what I did. And I got into it then, and ever since then, I've kind of liked those games. So that's where it started for me. So I was definitely like, when I started playing more and more PC, as you can tell, I've started to venture inching closer and closer. I'm like, yeah, I need a Roller Coaster Tycoon game. So I bought like 5 of them.
That's the thing that, and I don't know if you're getting into this as well. A lot of the games we talked about tonight, you can play on Switch or PS5 or whatever else. But like, I'm interested in discovering or rediscovering those PC exclusives
that you can't
play anywhere else. Like that's
why
like,
I'm like,
because there's some
Dune,
good stuff.
Dune, Spice
man.
Wars, that just a Game Pass.
Oh,
There's a Starship Troopers RTS. Yeah, like some of those games, like Valheim. You can't. Like I'm playing Valheim with a controller, but in and out of the menus and stuff, you can use your controller, but it's better if you just grab your mouse. Like it's a little easier to just do it that way.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are PC games that you really need to play on PC.
Oddly enough, like Age of Empires has come to, I think, consoles maybe, but it's like that's a PC game.
I've never played one.
Yeah, I don't like.
For all
It's
the
one of the-
games that I've mentioned and Civ and whatever, I never played Age of Empires. I want to.
Yeah.
I might buy one. I had
It's
one in
pretty
my
cool.
cart. I've had one in my cart off and on all week. I think is it Age of Empires Definitive Edition or something? It's like $4 on Steam. I was like, maybe.
Yep. They did a definitive edition for 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. I was thinking about maybe giving one of them because I was always just a Civ player. I just played
Yeah.
Civ.
Oh, okay. That
And then I
be
got
an easier jump
into-
over to that for you.
Civ and then the Lord of the Rings game. And then Tom Clancy Command and Conquer type stuff. I did End War, but like, yeah, I never got into Age of Empires or Total War are the ones I
Yeah.
never did.
Yeah,
But I
back
hear they're
then, man,
great.
every game was an RTS. Every
Yeah.
single game was real time strategy. There's such a huge because Warcraft was massive and StarCraft was massive. So everything else was following suit. It was just wild. I had a game I bought it on GOG. It's called Total Annihilation. And for anybody who was back there, and that this was its claim to fame was in Warcraft and in StarCraft, you had a unit limit. You could only have like, I don't know, was it 100 or 200 units per side. And that kind of like added to the strategy, I guess, or maybe it was just the way the game was programmed. Total
game that I wish-
Annihilation, you'd have like thousands of characters per side. It was
Really?
yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, and
Oh, wow.
back in '95.
The game that I wish I could play now that I don't think we can anymore is Battle for Middle Earth.
I don't think I ever played.
I probably lost 100 hours of my life for Battle Middle Earth back in the
That's
day.
awesome, man. Yes.
That's one that I wish was just like on Steam or GOG or something I could just download and play. But you got to have either like the original serial key and like the the gateway and Windows 98 install or whatever. So it's just kind of lost. I'm sure there's probably a way, but probably requires, like I did with Sim Golf, there's probably a way to like encrypt a serial key or something and get it going, but I'm not going to spend hours trying to make it happen.
Well, and going back to the CD part of the internet to
Yeah, if there was
all
an
that
easy
stuff.
button way for me to do it, I would.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to do that.
That's the thing though. Like,
I don't
these
even
games
have a
are-
CD drive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my computer doesn't have one.
Yeah, I mean, you bought an all-in-one kind of thing, or yeah, mine has a DVD drive.
None of my laptops do either. Like, I don't have one.
Oh yeah, they haven't had them for a while, but
Yeah.
on a tower, I guess or yours isn't really like a traditional tower though. I don't think.
Sure,
Like it's a more of a compact kind of a
definitely.
not compact like HP. Yeah, that's funny. I actually had to buy my mother-in-law an external DVD drive that connected by USB because she saw she does her TurboTax with a disc that she buys at Costco.
Speak of the devil.
What is Court Lalonde all about?
What are you doing here again?
Again? Court is back.
Anyway, I was gonna go into a tangent about my father-in-law and his DVD drive, but it's not worth it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Moving on.
Donnie. Okay, what else is I'm Puffy? What are you talking? Court's got me on. You just got me. Court and I do this thing when we're on podcasts. We try to distract each other.
Get each
This has
other's
been going
heads.
on. And every now you got me, Court.
Makes sense.
I don't even understand what you're saying to me, but you definitely got my attention, I guess. Okay, so Fanatical, I'm up to $32 over here. What's in my cart over in GOG? Okay, I can remove that. I got Lynx 1998 edition, Prince of Persia, Sands of Time. Come on, GOG, keep up. Prince of Persia, Sands of Time is $1.99. And I think I'm going to pick up these Secret of Monkey Island games, 1 and 2. Point and click adventures. That's good stuff. Court, I feel my wrist buzzing and I'm not looking, dude. I'm not doing it. I know that's you, man, but I ain't going to do it. So if you were to play a game right now, Donnie, of all these things, what would you play next?
I wasn't prepared.
Yeah. How do you even know? There's too many things.
I mean, if I was to turn this off and play right away, I'd probably just play more Valheim because I was really digging what I was playing earlier.
Yeah. That's the fun. You can buy all these games and be excited about it, but still back to
But I want to play, like, on my to-do list soon is Unmetal, Zombie U.
Nice.
Maybe one of the Yakuza games. I'm gonna get into Warriors 3.
You play so many games. I wish you streamed.
No, I hate streaming.
I know you do, and
I always have.
I would just want to.
I've had
I just wanna see.
fun on a few occasions.
Yeah.
And like maybe as like a one-off every now and again, it's fine. Like I did with golf games. I understand if people want to hang out with me and play golf games. It was fun to do with
Yeah.
Mario Kart, Mario Golf, and stuff like that. But yeah, no, I don't like streaming or like
Yeah,
like
no.
to become a streamer, like to
I
be a streamer
know.
is not something I like. Sorry, not Ryan, because Ryan seems to be digging it. We
Mhm.
were chatting about that. Like it's I don't want to pay attention to chat when I'm playing games. It's such a
Yeah.
my games are such a isolationist type of activity. Like to this have somebody staring at me the whole time, or like making it worse, me communicating with somebody staring at me the whole time
Right.
really dampens the effect for me. Also, I'm always surprised and impressed when watching my friends stream how you guys are able to pay attention to what's going on
It comes and goes.
while doing it, because when I jump into your chat and I'm hanging out with you guys and I'm not the one streaming, I'm just there, I have
Mhm.
to mute y'all at times. I've got my
Yeah.
little slider in my headphones. I just got to turn you off because I'm trying to pay attention to
Y
what's
You're playing a
going on.
different type of game, though. Like, I've definitely been choosy about what I play in those scenarios, but when I say I want you to stream, I actually, like, I want, like, a different style of stream to just become a thing, where it's not so much, like, performative of just, like, I'm gonna throw up kind of like what I did, with Discord when I was playing Cult of the Lamb. That wasn't a stream, but I was streaming it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can watch me play it, and we're just kinda, like, hanging out anyways, and I don't know, maybe this is something I can kinda dive into a little bit more in 2023, but, 'cause, yeah, you're right, like, there's definitely when you think streamer, you think a certain something, but it's like, that's not what I wanna do, and that's not where I wanna be actually if you were to stream. I wouldn't want you to be anything else other than, like, I wanna know that you're playing a game, and I wanna watch it. That's it.
I got you. John says he had
Yeah.
to give a remote PowerPoint presentation and the chat was going nuts and he had to stop and think like, how does Rebecca do this? And I'm not throwing stones. She's very good at it, and so are you. Like some people are really good. You're engaging and you keep with the chat and there's a conversation going, and that's why people like watching you.
Yeah.
I'm just not that way. I'm generally not a bubbly person, so like I can only imagine half of my things would be like, the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's like there's for so many reasons it's not something I've ever been called to do. Like I've never felt the urge to do so.
I'm calling you to do it.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
on my telephone.
nobody's answering.
Damn.
Hey, you've reached Donnie Reese. Huh, I'm not here right now. If you leave
I've
a message,
never been
after
here.
the-
Not
Court
here
says
now, and
he's
I never will
almost
be.
finished the DLC for Valhalla.
That's awesome.
My man.
Oh,
So
dude, that's great.
Valhalla has an epilogue coming out soon, and
That's enough slices, man.
I've been saving my game is still installed, saving it for that, and then they came out with the details. You have to have claimed all territories, which I have. You have to have killed every member of the order, which I haven't. So for me to even
I
play
haven't
this
killed one.
epilogue, I have to go in and play who knows however many hours to catch up.
That's awesome.
I'm now on the fence. Do I do that
Yeah.
or just call it quits?
No,
Like stop here?
no, you're so close, but not really.
Because I don't even know what the epilogue is like, if it's even going to be worth it. It probably won't. Knowing Assassin's Creed Valhalla and its story, it's probably just a throwaway, little story filler thing. I could just watch somebody and Court says do it. I'm not lying when I'm leaning towards not.
It's daunting.
It's not daunting. It's just I think I don't remember when they said we're doing that. I just feel like with all the things that are upcoming that I'm planning on doing,
Yeah.
I just don't know if I've got time to go back in and lose to Valhalla again. It's like I did that. I didn't realize we had to, tie up so many loose ends just to do the epilogue. It's like,
Yeah.
well, maybe the epilogue isn't going to be all that, like maybe it's not worth it to me to do that.
Well, and it's not like they have story content, but Forza is kind of like that for me, where I felt like I had my time where I was all in on it and playing it, and I haven't played it in a couple weeks. I've missed a couple of seasons. I'm like, I don't want to be done with Forza. I seriously
Did you do the
love that
Donut
game.
Media content?
Yeah.
I want to do
Yeah.
that. I
It was
really
fine,
like
like-
that channel.
Yeah. Oh, I never heard of it before. So you'll get way more out of it than
Yeah, I
did.
follow the channel and Mike Pumphrey and the gang and stuff.
Oh,
and
that's
I,
cool.
I really like the Donut Media channel a lot. They're
Yeah.
great for car folks.
Mhm.
So I want to get into that. So I was thinking about doing it just for that. And
Yeah.
like that's the other thing. I've got all these other games I want to play, these old games I want to get back to. And it's just like
yeah.
I don't know if I've got X amount of Valhalla hours left in me. I could just uninstall it now and be like, because like when I last
Now you're
finished
out.
it, I felt finite.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, like I had completed all of the things. I'd finished the final story. I beat all the DLCs. Like I felt like that last run that I had with it, that was it. Like I did
Yeah.
it. I finished. It was done. And then they were like, "But we're not. You've got this other thing that's like,
That's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know now. Now, because I guess now before I never felt done.
Yeah.
You know, now I feel done, and like I don't know if I want to go back to it. I think I might just stop.
And I it doesn't really enter my consciousness until you and or Court mention it, and I'm like, that does sound so appealing. Ubisoft, just like go do the map.
I love
play the
Valhalla.
map game.
Valhalla is my favorite Assassin's Creed game. It's the modern Skyrim. There's not been a game like Skyrim or since Skyrim that's got me like Valhalla has.
Yeah.
Like I'm all in on the next one. I didn't forget the name of it, but Balsam Story. Like I can't wait to do that
Mhm.
as well. So I've already pre-ordered that one. So like I am all in.
It's
ready
so
to go.
much. It's so like I don't even like talking about this stuff because it completely invalidates all of the stupid Black Friday sale shopping I've been doing. Because reality is about to hit, man. Like Callisto Protocol is about like that
That's
alone.
it. Yeah, we're about to get going. Need for Speed. Yep.
Oh,
We've
I
got
hope that hits.
Resident
I
Evil
hope that's
4.
good.
We've got Dead Space. Like they're
Dead
just going to start
Space.
coming. They're just going to start coming one after the other. I was
You
looking
play
at
Dead
this.
Space, right? Like you know what you're getting
Yeah,
into with this. Like
absolutely.
some people have no clue, and I'm so
Dead
excited.
Space is so good.
It's
Now I never
top tier.
finished 3, and I don't know if I finished. I think I finished 2, and I'm not certain about that.
I definitely
don't-
have. Yeah.
So then I may
3,
not.
no.
Have.
3, I haven't played.
Most
It kinda
anticipated
sits in, like-
games. 2023.
Oh, we gotta get over to GameInformer.com/
There was another one that I was thinking.
2023.
Oh, Forspoken is the other one that I'm thinking.
Oh
of.
yeah, I'm excited to see what that is like. Like I'm excited to watch other people play it, see reviews and stuff. I don't need to play it right away.
We've got Persona 4 Golden and 3 Portable coming to Switch. Fire Emblem Engage coming out in January.
Oh my gosh, that is
Forspoken.
actually that's the reality I was talking about. That's the
Forspoken
one.
is 4 days later than that. Dead Space is 4 days after that.
Oh my gosh.
Hogwarts Legacy is 2 weeks after that. My game that I'm very excited that nobody else will play, Wanted Dead, comes out on Valentine's Day. Atomic Heart, Wild Hearts, Tales of Symphonia Remastered, Digimon, Horizon Call of the Mountain, PSVR 2 launches. In
That's
just
what I was
a
going to
couple
ask you about.
months.
Did you pre-order?
Fuck
Yeah.
no.
I didn't think
Absolutely.
I felt like
I
was gonna
got
get that
rid of my
reaction.
PlayStation. I don't even have a PS5
Oh,
anymore.
that's right.
Kirby's Return to Dreamland, which I have pre-ordered. There's another
There's
Destiny.
another Kirby game.
Destiny it's a remaster. Return to
Of
Dreamland
what?
Deluxe.
What?
Return to Dreamland.
What is that?
You never play Return to Dreamland?
I don't think so. I'm Googling. Oh, on Wii.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, it was
neat.
it was the last direct they showed it. It didn't look amazing for.
I didn't watch the
remaster.
last direct.
It didn't look for a remaster. It didn't look amazing. Like there was nothing like brand. It kind of looked a little fuzzy, but maybe it'll look a little better. But I don't care. I liked it.
You're saying
Frame.
Nintendo didn't go all out on this release,
Correct.
Scotty?
Yeah. Fatal Frame comes out in March. So does
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4 Remake. Dead Island 2 slips to April. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom May 12th before E3.
No, I can't handle what you just said. Like you gave no time in between. Basically, I'm gonna blink and Legend of Zelda
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out.
Which I'm not. I'm not currently planning on playing.
Unless there's another hardware, something.
Kinda, yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's kind of where I am.
Yeah, I get
Unless-
it. I'm not judging that.
Unless like it comes out and everybody's like, it's the magical Switch game that just runs.
Right.
It's been
Yeah.
so optimized and stuff. It's fine.
Yeah.
If that comes out, I'll totally play it. But if it's what I expect it to be, and it's doesn't run very well, and it's choppy, and it's framey, and the resolution's bad, and like I'm over that.
You've
I'm
had
over
half a
this.
decade of being disappointed by
I'm
stuff.
over it.
The thing to remember when, at least this is kind of where how I'm wrapping my mind around it, is I imagine it's the same engine. Like, that's the only reason this game is even coming out on the same system in
I would think
I guess
that's
as
fair.
quote unquote quickly as
And
it would.
we've seen Switch with Splatoon and Switch Sports. They have like some sort of image upscaling going on.
Yeah.
Like some FSR thing behind the scenes. I'm thinking maybe they're using some of that with Breath of the Wild too, I hope.
As much as I would like to say they wouldn't let it be released in a state other than it being pristine, we've seen too many examples of like
Exactly.
Pokemon is important and who like it looks awful, man. Like, it really looks terrible.
It does.
So
Nobody
who
wants
knows?
to
Like,
say
I
it.
don't know.
Nobody wants to say it out loud, but say it for everybody in the back.
No, it's just
It's
absolutely
conduct
horrendous.
unbecoming of a first
Yeah.
party publisher. It really is.
Yeah. It's funny. I saw a couple screenshots like comparing it to Arceus, and we were complaining about Arceus however many months ago, and it's like, could even
Arceus was
like
a
without the
joke.
bugs, even like and the bugs are like really the thing is pretty
That's
unforgivable.
the fun part.
Yeah, I don't know.
The good part, the most entertaining part is the broken
The
logic.
bugs. I love the clap. Oh man. Well, Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe probably is not gonna probably not it for me next year. It'll be an interesting year for Nintendo next year. We usually get a direct in February, kind of lay out what's going on for the year. But I can't think of anything else. Like, you just kind of laid everything out.
Yeah, I'm in on Fire Emblem. I'm hoping Advance Wars gets dated at some point.
Yeah.
And then we'll see. We'll see about Zelda. And then I'm really hoping to hear new hardware by then. I don't think we will, but I'm hoping that we do.
We got those Jeff Keighley's next week. Are you guys streaming Jeff Keighley's?
No.
Just watch. You don't typically do.
I'm not
think.
doing
You just
anything
kind
about
of
the
check
Game
in
Awards.
and out. Yeah. Because
I will do what I
December
do
is
every
later this
year.
week, by the way.
I will follow the news stories and the marketing blurbs as they release on Twitter.
Yeah. We were talking
That's
about
what
it.
I will do.
We were talking about a couple days ago, and people were really excited to be streaming this thing. And I'm like, we all have to remember what it's like to stream the Game Awards. And we all seem to forget every single year when we do it. It's like,
That's
yeah, we're
5
excited.
hours.
It's 5 hours. And that thing is long. Like, I
It's
mean, like,
5
I guess
hours.
like we're
There's
good.
a huge amount of downtime. Now, what I do
Yes.
is I will play a video game that I'm enjoying,
Mhm.
and I will look at my phone every so often and go, here's a new trailer, retweet.
Yeah.
Here's a new trailer, retweet. But
That'll
you
be
know
the-
me, I've got issues with the Game Awards just generally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we boycotted on the show. We're not even talking about it. I'm just
Oh, wow.
not even doing the categories, not talking about it. Who cares? I'm just here for game announcements. That's all I want
That's
out of it.
fair. That's fair, man. Do not care.
Do not. Yep.
Mhm.
Delvin said, said something. He was like, nominated for Game of the Year. We're like, who's Game of the Year? Not mine, not ours. Not the list that we
Yeah.
care about. Somebody else is sure, but not here.
Stray, man. Come on. Game of the
Yeah.
year.
Uh-huh.
One of the best games of this year. Stray, the cat game.
I think on my list it's like 19.
Yeah. I'm jealous. That's a great list to have, though.
I started doing that a couple years ago. 2 years ago? Yeah, I started doing because we were doing one of our, I think maybe our first like favorite games of the year. Like we always do our like a little Christmas episode.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting there like trying to remember everything that I had played.
Yep.
And I was like, this is so much harder to do like on a day's notice. And I started just kind of just keeping a ranking. So like as I play a game, how I feel about it at the time that I was playing it, I kind of slot it in and then just keep going. And I just kind of keep slotting things in as I play them. And at the end of the year, I kind of look at it and it makes me feel good about it. Cause I'm like, at the time that I was playing that game, I thought it was like here.
Right.
It was sandwiched.
You don't have
right
to
in
try
here
and remember.
Exactly. I'm not trying to be like,
it.
why did I like that one again?
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. Like my list it's true to me. You know, it's
Mhm.
like when I was playing, I'll just pick one. When I was playing NBA 2K23, right? I thought it was better than Somerville. You know, like that's like I just sliced it in there. So I feel it makes me feel it's like almost like a a little reinforcement
Hmm.
of, like at the time and place, that was where I had it.
I always like hearing how people are doing this. Everybody has a version of this, some more detailed than others. Jace has a spreadsheet, a very colorful spreadsheet, as I think most of his are, where he will literally go like by the day what games he played. It'll be like a little, like he's
Wow.
got like a grid, and I've adopted this. I'm not very good at keeping it up, and I don't know if I can do it again next year. But I like your version, very manageable. Like just
Yeah, I
listing
mean,
the
I,
games
I
that you
only I
played.
only update it a few times a year, but the thing that
Yep.
I like is it stops me from having revisionist memory.
Right.
It stops me from being like, oh, I really like that game. And then like really thinking about it, like, did I really like her
Yeah.
compared to everything else that I like? Like it stops me from like jumping through those different hoops because we all run into it where like we even talk about it in the actual like debates of the game awards.
Yeah.
Like, is it like Johnny come lately on the scene that's got all the hype and everything? Does that over supersede something that came out a year ago?
Yeah.
Because like you fade into memory. So I thought maybe kind of
Walk me
doing
through
it
how
this
that works,
way.
though. How does it avoid that? So let's say you just play God of War Ragnarok, and
Right.
like now is the
Well,
time where you rank it. How does it
yeah,
avoid the recency bias?
it doesn't, I guess it doesn't necessarily avoid the recency bias. If like the only reason I say it does is the way that I was doing it before, I waited until the end of the year before I even made a list.
Right.
Right. So the things I had played recency were probably more on mine than things I had played 10 months ago.
Right.
Right. So by keeping my list going throughout the year, I kind of hold true to my list a little more.
That's
I'm
fair. Yeah.
I'm not
that's true.
as quick to just drop something because I played it long ago. Cause like, so like my list right now, Fire Emblem Three Hopes is my favorite Switch game of the year.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite game of the year, but it's my highest ranked Switch game of the year.
Oh, that's so cool too. Yeah.
So it's like, and I just know that when I look at my list, I'm like, no, I really love that game. And that's why it's that high. Right. And it would have to, like, if I was to play another Switch game, which the only other game that it could be would be Sports Story.
Mhm.
Sports Story would have to be really good to be higher than that.
Right.
Because at the time when I sandwiched that one in, that's how much I liked that game. It was
like
that high
that.
at that time. So as opposed to December 23rd, Donnie sitting down with a hat of games that he's played and start putting them in a list.
Yeah.
I
That's
don't
exactly
know.
what everybody does. I've definitely
It
been
makes
there.
me feel a little better about it, sandwich them in as I'm playing them. So like,
Mhm.
so what I was telling you earlier about Dying Light 2.
Yeah.
When I put Dying Light 2 on the list, I didn't think it was going to be that good. Now, when I put Dying Light on the 2 on the list, there wasn't a whole lot of games on the list at that time.
Right.
And it was towards the bottom. And I was like, that's a middling game. And then as the year has gone on, I've put more games under that game than I've put above that game. So now Dying Light 2 is top quarter.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of up there in the top
you think-
third.
Do you think it's an interesting, because you do get to remember kind of like what was happening around the time of that release, and with Dying Light 2, like it seemed like all the games were coming out all at the same time, and they're all getting like 90s. Like this is Elden Ring. There was
Mhm.
Forbidden West or whatever, Horizon was
Correct.
out there. Like everything was coming out and everything was really hitting. So I could see why you would think that. You probably were thinking like this is 2022, I guess. It's just this total deluge of amazing games.
Yep.
Hmm.
When I put Dying Light 2 on the list, I was like, it'll be somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Yeah. Well, you're not
For-
far off, I don't
For
think.
my own personal reasons, but still,
Yeah.
it's not. Like it's much higher than I thought it'd be.
Yeah.
That's ultimately what it comes down to. It's
Well,
just
I
much
can't
higher
wait
than
to
I thought.
install it.
Well, I
That's
mean,
some of the other things.
I've had a lot of people that have played it and they're like, I hate the game. So-
I bought a bunch of storage for my PC, Donnie, on all these Black Friday deals.
All right, so I don't know how many is on here because I just keep adding games to the list. It's got to be somewhere in the 20s. Dying Light
Yeah.
2 is 8.
That's
and I
pretty
wouldn't have
good.
guessed that. I wouldn't have
Yeah.
guessed that when I
That
put it
is
on the
so
list.
funny. And yeah, because your reaction to me buying it, a lot of people buying it, you're like, oh, okay. Like this, it's such a weird difference. Like it's a conflict. I don't know. I don't know how to wrestle it out of you though. Like what the heck is that about? Like it still sits there as an 8, or 8th on the
Yeah.
list, and you don't talk super positively about it, like really at all.
I don't talk super positively about a whole lot of the games that are under it either.
Yeah. Well,
So
that makes sense.
so I
Yeah.
think that's it. Also,
So is that just more of a commentary on the year?
it might, and that's why I like doing my list this way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But also, when it comes to Dying Light 2 specifically, a lot of my commentary is not it compared to the other games that came out this year.
Sure.
My commentary is it compared to a game to its predecessor,
Its predecessor.
that I loved. One of my favorite games. Right?
Mhm.
I'm never comparing it to Elden Ring or Horizon.
Did you play
or-
Elden Ring?
No, that's
It's
the
a
other
big
game on
gap
the-
for me.
Yeah, I haven't played.
Yeah. Didn't go on
or,
sale.
Like I'm not
Dude, this is-
comparing Dying Light to Splatoon. I'm comparing Dying Light 2 specifically to Dying Light, a game that I played for years and loved.
I feel like that's the only fair thing that you can do. Like,
Yeah, so for me, it's a bit of a letdown, but only
Yeah.
compared to one of my favorite games. That's the
that's
thing.
fair.
But when I
Yeah.
look back on the year, I start tallying them up. I start looking at my list and I'm like, look, I beat the game. I beat the game like straight through. I had a lot of fun playing the game.
Yeah.
You know, like it wasn't a great story. It didn't do this, it didn't do that. But I beat the game, had a lot of fun with the game, was so happy I got the game. That's better than half of these other games.
Yeah.
And there it is on the list. And I feel like, I don't know, for me, I feel like doing it this way, like when I look at my list right now, I'm like, that's my list. Like
Yeah.
I don't have to argue or wrestle. I'm not moving games back and forth. I'm
Sure.
not weighing conversations between the two. I'm like, no, I've already done that. That's
Mhm.
the list. Like this is the list my way. This is my favorite games of the year list. Not that it matters.
Well, I think it does. That's exactly where I was about to go, because John 32 in the chat says you guys should do your own award show, and I appreciate the sentiment. I don't feel nearly prepared enough, and I never do. I don't
Kevin
know.
used to do that. PSVG used to do that, and I would always kind of refrain.
Yeah, but
Right.
I want you to. This is where I was going. Is like maybe it's the next Sweet Hangs that we do. I would love to dive into that little brain of yours and just think about like what do you think? Like, what are some of your favorite games? What is your best Switch game? I love your take on this stuff. Like even your Game Pass Game of the Year
Game Pass
award,
game of the
like
year.
the Donnie Reese special.
That one's
Everybody
tough.
else, that's such a good
This year,
category.
that one's tough.
Yeah, like
It's
is it
real tough.
Best of a mediocre year. Like is that?
And I
kinda-
didn't play several of them. Like I didn't
Yeah.
play Scorn,
Yeah, neither.
but I'm playing a lot more of them lately that are on PC.
Mhm.
And like, do those count? Would
Oh yeah.
they count for us? But like,
Yeah.
would people consider those as counting? Do you know what I'm saying?
That's why Sweet Hangs is a great place for it, man.
Yeah,
Let's
it's not
just
bad.
walk through it.
It's not bad.
You know, but I'll you guys can figure out what you want to do in PSVG. But I really like
We do a Christmas episode.
Yeah.
So what we'll do for anybody that's listening to listens to PSVG, we usually take a week or 2.5 weeks off around Christmas
we're
time.
gonna do the same thing. Yeah.
And what we do is we just try to get the whole crew together. We try to make it a fun affair. We're literally trying to grow 8-10 people deep if we can.
Yes.
We'll just put everybody in PSVG on one podcast, and we'll just round robin like our favorite games of the year.
Yeah.
We'll just be like, hey, let's all start at number 5. What was your
Mhm.
favorite game and why? And then I usually will try to come up with some superlatives. Game Pass game of the year,
right.
favorite system of the year. Like
Yep.
it's just some fun things that'll maybe start some conversations. And
It comes out very naturally out of your brain. Like it's just like this is the way that you would do it. Like you don't have to like crunch numbers or plan things. Like this is just the way that you think awards chat or best when you talk about a year of games, it looks like that.
yeah.
We'll probably go in circles and God knows what.
And
we're
we
gonna
got
end up
away
coming up
from best and all that. It's literally our favorites.
with.
If
Sure.
your
And I think
favorite
we're there
game
too.
is fucking tic-tac-toe,
Yeah.
then your game of the year is tic-tac-toe. Like there's no like trying to win you over or argue it. And I even try to
Yeah.
refrain from arguing too much over people's picks.
Right.
You know, like we've done that for a couple years where I may say like, yeah, that one just didn't do for me for this reason. And then we just move on. Like I'm not
I
trying
think-
to like, but that's your favorite game. There's no need to try and, you know, discredit it. Like it's your favorite, because that's what the whole episode is. It's just our favorites. It's not meant to be a definitive anything.
I want to clip this out for whenever Delvin runs through his favorite. And you'll
Oh, it's
just
going to be
slam all
some
of them.
dark
This is
picture shit somewhere.
like-
Daniel, it's on the list. I will get around to trying a Plague Tale Requiem. I want to. I'm actually happy that it just got a performance patch, so it's getting better and better by the day on PC.
That's good.
So I got to get some time to get to it. I don't know if I'll get to it by the end of the year or not.
It's not even close to be even
We'll
like
see.
it's. I have it. It's Game Pass. 0%
Yeah, the same.
interest.
It's. I wanted to get to it. It's not at the forefront of what I want to do, and that's a large part because I didn't enjoy the first one a whole lot.
Neither did I.
So that's stopping me from like wanting to jump into the second one.
Yeah. Yeah.
In some cases, Daniel, I think it's better to let other people speak for those sorts of games that I'm not, that I'm just not too interested in. It's better to let them speak for it than me coming in and ripping it apart in my own way.
And I agree with you on that. And this is a rare instance where I try not to be super close-minded to a game thinking I'm probably not going to like it. This is the one this year where I'm like not playing it. I'm not even gonna, and I don't feel bad about it. Oftentimes, if I might decide I'm gonna skip over something like, ooh, I would really like to still play that one. And I don't know what it is about it, man. Like, I think it is just the first one, this long escort mission. No, thank you.
Dawn of Ragnarok, completely separate from Sean, but Ragnarok is interesting because I love God of War. I thought the last God of War was the best game out of that entire generation.
Yeah.
And I've got statues of it and everything. And for a lot of different reasons, I just haven't really been moved to play it.
Yeah.
I don't want to play it on my console. I didn't want to sit on my TV. I wanted to play it on PC. A lot of buzz just in the air, just generally about PlayStation. Lots of different reasons why I was just like, I love trying to stay current, play the latest thing, and be able to talk about it. And for whatever reason with that game, I just haven't felt it. It's not even like I don't want it. It's like, because I want to play it. It just, there's no like urgency. Like,
I completely agree.
I was more excited to play Evil West. I was like, I want to play that first.
Yeah.
Like it's just it'll be there. I may get to it whenever I do at some point, maybe next spring or next summer. Or I'm thinking whenever the PC release comes out, that might be when I finally play it.
How many months do you think? I don't think they've said. Like, do you think months or a year plus for it to come out on PC?
Be next fall. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think maybe the spring for Last of Us Remastered, the summer. And then maybe next fall for God of War.
Yeah, we're in for January 15th is Last of Us on HBO.
I'll get Last of Us on PC again for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably play it again for sure.
Game. Oh my gosh.
I also think with the different, I think with Ragnarok is I keep hearing of the time sink that it is. It's 40 plus hours.
Yeah.
It's not a game you just pick up and just like, I'll play it this weekend. Right. You've got to set aside several weekends.
Oh, that would take me a month and a half, I think.
Exactly. I think that's a big part of it. It's like I could play this until the end of the year, or I could play these 10 or 15 other things that I want to try out.
Yeah.
And just save God of War for another day.
Yeah. It's I'm remembering because I actually didn't play God of War 2018 until this year, but I played it on PC. I played it at the very beginning of the year.
I remember 60 hours in.
60 hours into God of War. That's the kind of like
it's not like a game you just pick up and play. It could take some time.
Too long.
I think for a lot of the reasons that I said, when you add them together, it's just been pushing me away from it.
Did you beat or did you roll credits on Horizon this year? Because you were playing it the way that you should be. I remember listening to you talk about that game, and you were playing it in a way that you should play it, which is explore everything, don't rush it, just enjoy your time.
I was like what 2 months off the pace, like everybody else had played it.
Yeah,
and here I come rolling around like super late, but was super fun because I got in after the performance patches and everything.
Yep.
So everybody had to play it at like 1440p. I'm playing it looks great, runs great, and I'm just kind of playing on my own timetable, and I had a lot of fun with it. I like
PlayStation didn't even do 1440p, so forget about that.
That's true. Yeah, whatever it was. Whatever it was, it wasn't. I remember whatever it was. I tried playing in its fidelity mode, and it was like, that ain't it.
Yep.
It's like, nope. Better turn the performance mode back on. It was like that 40 FPS mode that they keep trying to make a thing.
It's like 24 frames a second on movies
they keep
or whatever.
Trying to make the 40 FPS like a thing. It's like, stop trying to make fetch happen, guys.
I think fetch could happen. The reason I bring that up is I'm hearing all that. I'm 60 hours into God of War. Like, this is crazy talk. But what I don't want to have happen is me playing God of War in maybe a similar way that I played Horizon this year, which is I didn't play Horizon like an Assassin's Creed game. And I think that's the best way to play Horizon Forbidden West.
It's
Just
exactly
wander
how I played
around, do
Horizon
all the
Forbidden
things. You
West.
played it like that. Like, and I think that's why you had a great time with it. And that's what's waiting for us with God of War, you know, like, so I
Yeah.
want to play it right. Like I do believe these games deserve that. They're so high quality. But the timing has to be right. It's
You
like
think
I
about
said-
that as you were actually alluding to this earlier. Think about a game like Valhalla.
Yeah.
And everything that had. And then you think about putting a reviewer in those shoes. You got 2 weeks to write a review on Valhalla versus me, who play Valhalla to the end over like 3 years.
Yeah. This is
Like
what
I've been playing Valhalla for so long
Mhm.
because there's so much there.
This is I will be on repeat about this if I haven't already been, but I will continue to be on for years and years, like differentiating between what you expect out of like review coverage, what it has been and what I think it should be. I think it's different, man. And I think this is just another example of that. Like, how can this is not how people play games. You don't play a game. You don't
Even
rush
if you
through it
get,
in
and
3
it's not
days.
even just about like the embargo, even if you get ample amount of time,
Yeah.
right? Let's say if you get 5 or 6 weeks ahead of time, that's still
Mhm.
that's still for most people a very condensed schedule to play a game like that.
Totally.
Because
Yep.
people don't play games that much in a given
Mhm.
week or a given time. You know, like that's just not how I think the majority of folks can attempt to tackle something like that.
Yeah. It's a stark reminder. It's a bit of it's humbling, I think, because in some cases we're not required to launch a review on the embargo date. The only thing is that you just can't launch it prior to that.
Correct.
So I just want to I say it aloud even for my own benefit, because like sometimes it's still okay to accept a review copy of a game and have zero intention of launching the review.
Meeting the deadline.
And even calling it that's not what it is.
Yeah.
It's not a deadline. It's a speed limit.
I think we've definitely seen a trend where people will start to be like, hey, we've been playing this game that's up for embargo now.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what we think so far. Like these are impressions
Totally.
on it. We're not done.
Yeah.
You know, and I like that openness and being willingness.
That's
to
where
be
we
there.
got to be. For
And you
sure.
can still kind of have like your, you know, day one, you're there,
Mhm.
right? But you don't have to be so definitive about it.
And Tim Pollen in the chat says, I love when everyone has a different favorite game of the year. And
I
I think
That is
across
literally
PSVG and
PSVG
Carpool,
every year. Yeah.
same. Yeah. Yeah.
Very few of us ever, I think, agree on anything, which is
Mhm.
the point of having the show.
Well,
That's
and
the
that's
point.
probably the also the point of maybe not putting so much value in the Jeff Keighley's as you have. How does any one entity determine
Exactly.
this is the one? How do you?
But
do
they're
that?
trying.
Well, it's what I mean. People understand that it's the same. It's the same conversation on like review scores and stuff. It's like,
Yep.
What does that number actually mean? That's hard, but also this is what people understand. So there's value in that. So I don't know. I just
I
like
look forward to
talking about it.
playing when I could play Ragnarok on my PC in all of its glory. I might.
Yeah,
That could be pretty good because you said you played. I have God of War
I played on PC.
on PC
yeah.
and I didn't play it, but I've only heard about how amazing it is on PC.
Ultra wide screen, and it actually worked the whole
Yeah.
time. It was or not like that Uncharted, man. Was not built for my monitor the entire time, just some of the time.
I really
it's funny-
wish they did the Nathan Drake collection too. I wish it was just not more than just Uncharted 4. I wish it was the full
I see what
Drake
you're saying.
collection.
Yeah,
Because that would have been a no-brainer for me on PC if I could just buy the entire franchise and play through them all
Mhm.
again.
Yeah.
And I still have it. I've got my PS4. I can still play it.
Yeah.
But I would like to play it on PC.
I can't believe that's not there. Yeah, that's the second
They
PS4
just
we got was
released
that collection.
Uncharted 4. They're like, here's the end.
I know. That's what I was saying in a review. Like, why did you do this? Like, and then they
Here's
wonder,
the
like,
end.
this one
And this
didn't
little
sell
side
very
story.
well.
Have fun. And it's
Yeah.
my favorite of the collection. I'm weird that way.
Yeah.
I feel like it's my
No,
favorite.
I'm with you.
Uncharted 4 is my favorite.
I reviewed it for We the Nerdy, and that's exactly what I said right after playing it for whatever that's worth. Is like, I think this is I go 4, 2, 1, and 3. I know a lot of people think that 1 doesn't hold up very well, but I think 3 is just not good.
And I literally go in order. I think the latest ones are my favorite. I go 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then I
2
would
is too long.
probably pencil in Lost Legacy between 2 and 3. I think I like Lost Legacy more than 2, but not as
No.
much as 3.
Yeah. No, that's after 2, better than 3.
I think that's
Golden Abyss was
common.
really good too.
I think that's
on
common.
Vita.
Most people love 2. 2's the one.
2's the one.
And I feel like maybe if I'd played it at the time and place, maybe I would agree. But I didn't play
Maybe.
them all until the Drake collection came out.
I just don't understand the love for 3. You're not the only person. A lot of people really like 3, and I just don't get it. Not even a little bit.
I just think the games, honestly, I think it's natural. I think it's exactly what you would expect from sequels. I think as every release came out, I think the game got better. I think the mechanics got better. The story got better. I think Uncharted was just refined and honed into what it became. And I think every one is like a natural step forward.
I feel like 4
That's why I like them in order.
4, dude, the thing that is remarkable about Uncharted is how fast those games came out. 1, 2, and 3, they're 2 years apart each.
Yeah.
Like, we are not there anymore, man. We would have a complete arc, like a narrative arc in games completed within a console generation.
I think a large part of that is that they don't make small games like that as often anymore either.
That's too bad. Yeah, because the first game is like 12 or 15 hours tops.
Yeah.
Like, and
I think you can
doing it
do
the
the
first
whole
time.
Nathan Drake collection in like a week.
Yeah, I think
if you
so.
really want to. You'll sit down and go through them all. But then you get to Uncharted 4 and it's a whole damn saga.
Yeah.
It's 28 chapters of 35-hour campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at The Last of Us and you could beat The Last of Us 1. I run through The Last of Us 1 in a day or two all the time.
Yep.
And you get to The Last of Us 2 and good luck. You'd be playing that shit for a month. Like that's where we are with games. Like I think you could do that then because it was totally acceptable to release a 10-hour campaign. 12 if you want collectibles, 8 if you want a speed run, right? But a shorter narrative experience at full price.
Yep.
And I am still there that I'm totally down for them to do that. But apparently publishers aren't, because nobody's doing that anymore. And they're almost scared of it. Like they're very open and honest about it. Like, no, it's got to be more than that. So like that whole game price per hour ratio thing is a thing. I mean,
that's so dangerous, man.
That became a standard, I feel like, because people adhere to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's even Alien Isolation is a good example of that. Like that game should just be like 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
And it's, I think, double that actually.
Look what
just padded.
Look at the Gears campaigns. They've always been short little things, but they're steadily getting bigger and bigger and bigger because you've got to, like, for whatever reason, publishers feel like they need to go. I feel like they feel like they have to hit a benchmark.
I think so long as those games are thought of and positioned as like the console, like the reason to get the console. Like Uncharted was like, that was the game. Gears, that's the game. Halo, those are the games. I feel like if there was something else to take that place, then Uncharted could still live and survive as a 12, 15-hour game. But if it's being the game that you buy to, like, and that's the reason you buy the console, which is God of War, right? That's another great example of this. Like, why can't it just be something else that is the big, giant, forever game? And let these games that can be 10 or 12 hours just stay that.
Yeah.
They just balloon out to these things that they never were, and they don't really scale to that very naturally, I don't think. Like for Horizon is an excellent example of this. Let Horizon be its huge version. Let that be the Assassin's Creed reason that you buy a PS4, PS5 now.
See, I hear what you're laying down. I'm just, I think, old school, and I'm like, why can't a 10-hour thing be the reason you buy a console? Like, I just kind of fair. I just push back on the narrative that it has to, like, you have to have this thing. I was totally fine with
The
Last of Us when it released. I never cared that it wasn't, and I didn't even play the multiplayer. I didn't even need to have one to play. It didn't have to hit a threshold to justify, my dollar, my being there. I didn't like, it did that in its story, and it did that in its presentation, and it did that with its visuals and its mechanics. Like, I could tell that it was just better than the rest, even if it was only for 8 or 10 hours. Like, it was still better than 8 or 10 hours that you get with most games. So that was all I needed, was just like, its quality was just better than most.
Now I'm really excited for you to play Half-Life 2 and then Episode 1 and Episode 2.
Okay.
because that's what this is in practice. Is could they have just waited a really long time and released 1 and 2 after, like, episodes 1 and 2, or was it better to just get a little chunk here and there?
Is there a
And even
3?
though don't Google it, Donnie.
Oh.
Don't Google.
Oh, no? Okay, never mind.
There's not a 3. But yeah, that's all I'll say about that.
Okay.
That's a great question. And maybe
The
one
way
day
you were speaking made me think they were leading eventually to somewhere. I was like, is there more?
I have got to stop talking about this
Oh,
right now
no.
because you just need to play it. It is a no, but Dano, is there a 3? Maybe yeah, go email Gabe Newell about that. See what
I'm glad that I'm not in on the joke, but I'm glad that it's funny. I find it
Yeah.
funny that it's funny.
That's so good. Yeah. Yeah. So this is us. Maybe this is our old man yelling at the cloud.
It is.
scenario,
It very is.
There's probably a lot of people out there who love that God of War is 60 hours long.
Oh, for sure. And we have it. We actually, several folks at PSVG tell me that all the time. Like, they're like, I'm glad that it's good. It's just not enough.
Yeah.
You know, I get that a lot. I hear that a lot in feedback.
hate
It's definitely something that I think it's something that I maybe harp on more than most, but I just miss it. Like, Kenna was a great example. Just like
Right.
an old school straight campaign, like just great games. Like, man,
Mhm.
why don't we have enough of these? And then you realize it's because publishers are scared of investing and trying to sell that for $70.
Yeah.
And especially since they raised the prices, ever since they raised the price to $70, almost every game comes under scrutiny. You see it all the time on Twitter. Is
Yeah.
this worth $70?
Yeah.
You
Well, they
know,
don't have
and
to
it's
charge
just-
it as 70. That's the other thing. Like,
And
they can-
it's just how they break down value.
yeah. Right.
And it's like, I don't care about hours played. Like, how good is it?
yeah. Totally. Do I need
Is
to
it
play this?
good?
Yeah. Do I prioritize this purchase over something else, or do I just wait? Like, that's like Ratchet and Clank is a good example of that. It was a
Yeah.
$40 game on PS4.
Yep.
Yeah. Nathan says, I'm old now with kids. I really appreciate shorter games. It's
Yeah,
It's-
and to be clear, I'm not arguing for them to be shorter. I'm just open to them
Oh,
all
yeah.
being different.
you
I'm
don't look at
totally-
a 12-hour game and go, I can't believe it's only 12
I'm totally
hours.
fine with paying $70 for a 12-hour game if it's
Same.
really good.
Yeah.
Just like I'm totally fine with paying $70 for Valhalla. Like,
Mhm.
to me, the amount of time is just not a factor.
Yeah.
It's not in a consideration.
Yeah.
We had several folks at PSVG telling me about that about Modern Warfare 2. They're like, I would love to get it for the campaign. It looks great, but it's just not enough. Like, it's just not, I'll wait. And that's totally fair. Like, you
Yeah.
can totally wait. But all I could tell them was what I felt. I played it, absolutely loved the campaign, and thought it was worth every bit of the amount of money I paid
Oh, have
for
we
it.
talked about this?
We haven't. We don't have
You
to.
did not- I mean, we
We don't
kind of
have
we
to.
talked at each other via our podcast, which is always a fun game for us to do.
We subtweeted one another.
Well, this is just it though. Like, you know, and to the point earlier, like I completed the game, and had I done a review after the first half of it, I mean, we talked about it last Sweet Hangs. I was right with you. I'm like, this is amazing.
I still think it is. I absolutely adored it. Loved it.
And I
my
didn't like
time with it.
I didn't actually like the first Modern Warfare campaign very much at all either.
And I haven't even
so-
jumped into the multiplayer yet. Like, it's
Oh, I
literally
got you.
devoid of all of that. And I
Oh.
absolutely loved it. And don't
Yeah.
regret spending a penny that I paid for.
Neither do I. That's
Not
definitely
a
not where I'm
penny.
at.
Not
Yeah.
one penny.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and this again goes back to quality. I don't know, 8 hours I spent with Call of Duty, what I saw in those 8 hours is so much better than what you see in most games.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you like it or not, I don't think you disagree with me. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is a very expensive game to make.
Yeah.
They went bananas on visuals and performance and motion capture and like just the quality of the animation.
Yeah.
And the cinematics are just unparalleled.
Mm-hmm.
They're there with any other game that you could probably bring up. Like the cutscenes that game has, it is like watching a movie.
Yeah.
It is so good. So the quality won me over. It's not about the time, it's about the quality of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, no arguments there, dude. Like it's funny when you talk about the look of the cinematics and things like that. whenever I think about what is the best in that area, Final Fantasy is the one for me. And I'm really interested to see what Final Fantasy 16 does later this year or next year, I guess. But I know it's not on your radar at all. And I just wish that like there was something that could kind of like get you into that, because like on that exact, just on the note of presentation and quality, Final Fantasy has always been that. It's like,
Yeah,
I can't believe
I know that about it. I played.
You know?
I remember when I got my PlayStation 2.
Mm-hmm.
2? I don't even can't remember now. I think it was 2. When I got my PlayStation 2, I got a Final Fantasy game, and it was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I remember the waterfalls, and
That's what
dude's
I mean.
hair and shit. I was like,
Mhm. Yep.
wow,
Yes.
you know. But I just didn't like the game,
Yeah.
which is why I've never come back. Dev keeps telling me to try 7. He's like, for the love of God, just try 7. I'm like,
Like remake?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't think so. But
But I'm kind of with you. I can't even say that I'm different on this. Like I have not beaten any Final Fantasy game. I'm like racking through my brain if that's not true. And no, I don't think I've beaten any Final Fantasy.
but the remake is more like action heavy, more like almost like a platinum game, right?
Yeah,
button
I think so.
masher.
I think so. I would
And
think
not
I
be
hadn't even played it.
turn-based.
It's
you
not
know,
that, right?
See, and that does appeal to me. Like that's more in line with kind of games that I play. I've thought about giving it a try. It would have to be dirt cheap,
Yeah.
right? Like it would have to be next to nothing for me to like. I'm not going to spend $40 to find out.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to get that game for like $8, and like maybe I would give it a try.
Well, and it's fun. It's impossible to go back in time, obviously, but I think about when Final Fantasy VII came out. It was on all the, like, that was a video game that got commercials, man. That's how you know it was
Yeah.
a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And those things look so good that there were people who, I don't know if they loved turn-based JRPGs or if they were just trying to get this game that like you couldn't believe even
Just blowing them
existed,
away. See,
right?
I had a friend that loved it, and I watched him play it. That's my memories of it. So I would
Mhm.
just hang out in the living room
Same.
while he played Final Fantasy VII.
Yep.
And I just thought it looked
Same
like
thing.
the most boring thing that I've ever seen. I was like, who plays this? Like, this
Yeah.
this takes forever. It made
Mhm.
Pokemon look exhilarating. I was just
Nah,
like,
I don't know
man,
about
come
that.
on. So it didn't do it for
That-
me then. And I've just always made fun of it ever since. Like, I don't know. It would take a lot for me to even give it a try, I think.
I know it would. Just that you just have this huge appreciation for that level of quality and presentation.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
if only the
And I remember when it was shown. Award show, I think, but I don't remember.
16.
No, the remake.
Oh,
Final
okay.
Fantasy VII remake. I remember when
Okay.
they showed it.
Yeah.
And even then I was like, game looks amazing.
Yeah.
I wish I liked the franchise because the
Mhm.
game looks great.
Yeah.
I do appreciate a game that really because I always say it, it's called video games.
Yeah.
Like all these people that dismiss like how a game looks or the graphics or the animation, and like it's a part of it. It's arguably the largest part of it. It's what brings you to the dance.
Yep.
There's a reason game trailers used to be its own thing and became a cable channel and stuff because people look at them, they watch them. That's why.
Mhm.
That's why. It's because what they look like. There's a reason why developers, ever since video games are created, chase visuals.
Yep. That's why we're not getting 60 frames on everything, by the way.
100. That's why I always say, whenever you give developers the chance, if you don't mandate it from them, if you don't
Mhm.
require it from them, they will always push visuals over performance.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that because it's an opinion. That's fact.
Yeah.
Like that's a rule that's been proven over and over. We give developers more and more resources, and what do? They keep turning up the graphics. That's all they do. They never
Mhm.
like even the performance modes. We see games now, they're like, we're not doing a performance mode. Like because how do you suck people in? By making it look good.
When do you think that you kind of clued into this? Because I definitely have heard you talk about this before, but is it just in this generation of consoles now
No,
that you kind of like clued in that this is just the way it goes?
no. I've been saying this I've thought this. I've felt like this for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I used to say that even like before Nintendo Shack, back in like PSVG early. I
Yeah.
used to always tell people that Nintendo can give a shit about performance. They never have.
Yeah.
Like Nintendo
Yeah,
has
that's
always
true.
been the company of good enough. They have put out so many games from first party publishers at 24 frames per second because they think that's just fine.
Yeah,
They
that's
really
true.
do. It's
Well,
it's only like the only game that it really matters is like Smash and Kart. That's the only
right.
games you ever hear them come out
Yeah, they actually
and they're
did.
like it's 60 frames a
60.
second,
Mhm.
right? But you never hear about it any other game because they do not care.
And I'm trying to the reason I guess the for the question is I just don't remember really a time where this conversation was so widespread. And it's basically just the merging of consoles with their basically PCs at
Yeah,
this
I
point.
definitely it's become more of a thing because of the direction we've had in, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember bringing this up a lot as these consoles were readying to launch.
Hmm.
God, it doesn't feel like 2 years ago, but it's been 2
Sure
years, right?
has. Full, yep, 2
I
full years.
remember I kept trying to find I kept diving in like deep on Reddit threads and deep into like PC architecture, like trying to figure out what these consoles were capable of.
Hmm.
And I remember being very excited, being like, hey, like with these CPU upgrades, with this memory bus upgrades, like we should be able to do like really good, like 60 frames per second, like 4K. And I remember saying then, I was like, but you always have to be concerned because developers, engines, like they're always going to push for more resolution,
Yeah.
more particle effects, better shadows, better lighting engines, and all of these sap away from resources, unless you have a performance based game. Like
Hmm.
used to, we had performance based games, and I used to always use Bayonetta as my example until Bayonetta became a like a Nintendo property. But like, yeah, we used to have games that were really rooted in performance. They built the engine around it running at rock
Right.
steady frame rate.
Doom, Quake.
Exactly. Like it
Yeah.
has to run at 60.
Yeah.
They didn't care if you had to chop the resolution in half. First and foremost, the game must run at 60, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
But most developers don't do that. Most developers, they're trying to build a trailer that they can sell you. They're trying to build a screenshot that they can sell you.
I knew you were gonna say that, but I also wonder if it's like what's easier. Is it easier just to dump a whole bunch of like is it actually more difficult to throttle something back as far as like the visual fidelity of it to reach 60 frames or the other way around?
Easier is an interesting word to use. You just play Plants vs. Zombie.
Have I played? Oh,
I just
yeah.
got a message that said Sean's playing Plants vs. Zombies.
My wife has it on. She was playing it on her phone and
Um,
casting it to the TV.
Nice.
Yeah, she's got it hooked up for the kids.
Easy is an interesting word because I don't think it's easier to build, but I think it's easier to sell.
Sure. And I don't think that there's any debate there. I'm just wondering like on the side that we don't see as far as like making a game, like is it just harder to do to allocate the resources or even know what
It might
to do
be,
or go
especially
about it?
when you're in constrained.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah.
That's what we're seeing. Like with PC, if you're in the RTX class or above, you're not really having much issues running
Yeah.
4K 60.
Yeah.
And even if you wanted to drop 1600 60 frames per second, like that's not a problem.
Hmm.
If you're in the RTX class of cards, and then it just goes up from there, you can just keep going up in frames.
Yeah.
Right. But if you're on a constrained system, yeah, I think they might be like, do we really want to cut that just to hit this mark? Like, we really want that in there. Like, that might be really important. But I don't know. I mean, that would just
Yeah.
be my speculation. But it
It's
wasn't
funny.
until our pro upgrades that this even became a thing.
Right.
Beforehand, it was just, this is the way you
That's
get
the
it.
root of
this
the
is-
original question.
That's it. It's
Yeah.
when once consoles started selling performance,
Hmm.
because they didn't before. Like they told you, it was always about performance, but it was always about the console price. Like, yeah, you can buy a PC. We always knew for decades, we knew that PC was better, but you couldn't beat it for the price.
Yeah.
This $300 is better than any $300 you could ever spend on a PC.
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't until the pro models. Then the pro models come, and that's when they enter that market. Now you're getting into an actual PC arena. Because
And if
people are
anybody-
starting to think, well, wait a minute, I paid $400 for the PS4. Now you're asking for $400 for the Pro. In a couple years, you're asking for $400 for the PS5. That's $1,200. I could have just bought the PC to begin with.
You think I don't know if that equates necessarily. $1,200 is going to last you through PS4, PS4 Pro, and PS5.
I
Like,
was
don't
just
think-
I was being general with the money terms, but I'm thinking
Sure.
if you keep going to that and you keep raising the bar for performance and raising the investment, you're now entering a PC like model. And I think that's where you start to see people
just continuous investment.
I think that's where you start to see people more and more going like, well, wait a minute, where's my performance mode?
Mhm.
Like, wait a minute, I kept upgrading. Why does this one not have the thing the last one had? Or like, I think that's why we're starting to see that as more of a thing now. It's just because just by the very nature of the continued investment, the keep pushing of better hardware, you've now like somewhat conditioned console players to look into, not just look for that, but shop for that. Like it's a part of the
Maybe.
comparative shopping process.
I'm wondering if that's going to continue on, because we've really only had one like session of this.
Yeah.
Xbox One X and PS4 Pro. And the Series S, I cannot wait to find out how Black Friday went for all these different companies. Like, you've got the Series S,
180.
which was less than
$180 on
$200.
Instagram.
Meanwhile,
Kevin
PS5,
got one at $250, but he got a $50 gift card with it.
insane, man. That's
So
crazy.
it's $200 basically.
I just feel like the market is way different now as far as people's like reaction to price and performance versus that first time around where we went, okay, we've got to upgrade these 2013 consoles with a bit of a refresh with
A
the One X
performance
and
boost.
PS4 Pro.
Yeah.
Like, I just wonder if
And
that
you're right to say, like,
continues on.
We've only been on this thing for one cycle because you just
Right.
think of the cycle before that. We were like on the Wii U or the Wii
Right.
and the this 360, and like it's completely different. I think we are going to keep performing. I think we're going to see. I would bet.
I'm not saying that we're not going to get another half step, but I'm wondering if it's a guarantee, as much of a guarantee, like this is going to be the one that you absolutely should get. Like,
Okay.
I think they could still have like a PS5 Pro and people go, I'm still going to opt for the PS5. And
Okay.
based mainly on the price of it, what I expected.
think
like,
you're
a
right.
Pro is going to be
I don't
very
think that-
expensive.
I think you're somewhat validated in that, in the sense that the transition from one console generation to the next has been slower than normal. And
Right.
I think that's because we had the Pro models. Like if you've got an Xbox One X
Mm-hmm.
and you're thinking of buying into like the Series S price range, and a lot of reasons you're looking at the Series S, you're like, yeah, it might be a little faster, but like I can still play at 4K in a lot of these games. That thing can't, so like there are things like that. If you're the PS4 Pro, like you can get a PS5 if you want to pay into that realm, or you're like, I'm good. I'm still playing Horizon. I'm still playing God of War. I'm still
Mhm.
playing, these PS5 games on my PS4 Pro
PS4,
while I
yeah.
wait for the price to come down.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job doing that. You actually waited for the price to go down, and the price has gone up.
Price is
unless
going
you're
up.
in America.
The margin continues to get wider.
That's really, and this is at Canada and everywhere else in the world is really where this only gets impacted. But yeah, the VR2 is really the thing that Sony's selling next year.
I would bet that we get 2 or 3 half steps before the next console generation versus
Do you think they
one.
align at the same time though? I think that's a huge question. So PSVR
Good
2
question.
is early next year. What if we got a Switch 2 or Pro or whatever you want to call it, for Breath of the Wild 2? And then like, could Xbox do something? I don't know. I think Xbox could stay.
Yeah, I think they're in a
could be
good
steady.
place.
I think so too.
They're in a good place with their 2 SKUs. If they only had
Mhm.
one SKU, then I think you'd say there's a room for another. But with their 2 SKUs, I think they're in a nice little spot. I think they could
They get a discless Series X. I could see that.
yeah, like a slim. I
Yeah.
think I was gonna say they could all. I was about to say I
Oh,
think
yeah,
they
slim.
could introduce variations. They could
Mhm.
do a Series S with a disk drive.
Yep.
They could do a Series S with
Ooh.
an improved GPU at some point.
I would call that a half step. I would still that's
even if it
venturing
wasn't
into-
like a big step,
Yep.
but a marginal step. Like we could see in just improvement, like hardware
Like
upgrades.
the S, like the One S,
The
was
One
kinda,
S, exactly.
mhm,
Yeah, something like that. They could see just a slightly, and I would think of it more of like a Switch OLED. Like it just
Yep.
phases out the old S, to the
Totally.
new S.
This is
Yeah.
just the one you buy now. It takes over that price point. That
Because
kind of thing.
as the time goes on, those products that they're using to make those things get cheaper. So that's what
Yeah.
we're seeing, and I think we've seen with the rumors that we're getting a PS5 that I can't wait to see, because there are rumors it's got a detachable disk drive, and I think it makes a lot of sense when you see all of the cost cutting that they're doing inside the box to bring the thing down, to make it
Mhm.
slimmer, to make it smaller, to do. I think they're trying to get rid of the dual SKUs. I don't think that's working for them. So I think that's what they're trying to do is they're trying to unify the SKUs. They're
Yeah.
trying to sell something that can sell you one thing, and it can be the disc model or the discless model. And they're not trying to fulfill inventory of both.
Yeah.
I think that's where they're going now. Whether it's an improved version remains to be seen. I'm not expecting it to be. I'm just expecting it to be a more efficient version.
Agree. Yeah, and it's so interesting because it's just about what position each one of them are in the market. Like Xbox can't go away from its current 2 SKU strategy. Like they
No.
need that Series S to be the entry point for people. PlayStation is not nearly as concerned about an entry point. They're like, obviously, they just raised the price. What was it, $50 US, like across
Yeah.
the board? Everybody else just, if you want PlayStation, you pay more. Awesome.
Yep.
Trucker Sloth, good to see you, my friend. Do you want to play video game? Do you actually want to play some video games, Donnie?
I do. Yeah, I've been playing them all week, all day.
I probably should do that.
Valheim, man, it's good. I'm having a lot of fun.
You gotta throw a little like Valheim in there.
Valheim.
Mm,
I can't do the Viking thing.
you can do it. You can do it. But we'll see.
I'll have
We'll
it.
see. 2023. That's apparently when all the games are coming out. Finally.
I really hope we get a new Switch.
Same.
I'm holding the hope.
But I just bought an OLED.
I don't think we're gonna get it before Zelda. I don't think we're gonna get an acknowledgement that there's one before Zelda.
You wanna bet? When do we put money on this?
We can, because here's the thing. I'm rooting for you. You told me this, and I'm like, I'm rooting for you so hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the way that the calendar is set up, I'm just, to me, it's
Just this random like
no, it smacks me in
April.
the face that they're pushing Zelda out in May to get them completely out and clear so that in June they can come to E3 and be like, and here's the next thing.
That is that I won't like. And if that's what actually happens, I will not be pleased. I threw out the month of April.
I feel like it's
thinking,
such a
could it
clean
be-
cut. And I don't think it'll be out next fall. I'm thinking it might be out the following spring. That's the other thing. I think they might be like, and here's our next system, and
Will
we'll
you
see
stop
you
it?
in 2024.
Stop. No, what's going to happen is January 12th, they're going to say, tune in tomorrow. We're going to show you the future of Switch. And they're going to
I'm
reveal
rooting
the
for
new
you so
hardware.
hard.
It's going to
Sean,
happen.
That
12th,
would be
January
so
12th.
exciting. I would be
Mhm.
so hyped if they did that. I don't know. For so many reasons, I just don't think Nintendo's got it in them.
It's
They've
another
been
dual
playing
release. They got
so
it.
conservative for so long. Like, I just don't like that would be such a gravitas type of move for them. And I don't know if I believe that they're capable of doing that.
Here's where I
I don't
level it
feel
out a
like
little
they
low.
feel like they care enough to even need to do it at the Game Awards or anything like that. Is like kind of where
I don't
coming
think
from.
Game Awards. No, definitely. And I picked January 12th for a very specific reason. I think they still chew up every single moment of holiday sales. They're not giving any indication that you want to buy anything but the Nintendo Switch that you can buy right now. There's no hold on and wait. They will tell us after the holidays that whatever is coming next. Because otherwise, like, what if you knew that there was another Switch coming next year?
Yeah,
if
just
you knew
wouldn't
that
buy
right now,
anything. Yeah.
you would not buy it. So they're gonna sell everything they can right now.
Devil's
I think that's gonna
advocate, and I think you're right, but devil's advocate, they did this before. They told us the Switch was coming like 2 years before it eventually released.
But remember where we were.
I know.
Wii U, get off that ship, man.
Yeah,
like,
it was
yeah,
a
like,
disaster. It was a life raft they had to get off of.
and it didn't impact like 3DS stuff. Like they were still planning on supporting that thing for a long time. They did not expect the Switch to catch on like it did. But the way that I level this out, because this might sound too good to be true, the improvement that I'm saying on whatever the next hardware version is, minimal.
Yeah, that's where I am too. I'm
Minimal.
thinking I just want, and to be honest with you, I don't want much. I really don't. I don't feel
want
like
an
I'm
eShop
asking
that
for
works.
much at all. No, I honestly just, if the thing can just do 60 FPS,
Yeah.
like I don't care if it's 1080p. I don't care if it's 1080p docked.
Yeah.
I would love it to be 1080p handheld, but I don't care if it's that.
Yep.
Like I just want it to hit 60 FPS, one
Dude.
way, shape, or the other.
It's new 3DS. That's what this
Yeah.
is.
That would be fantastic.
Yep.
That would be great. I would buy one day one if it would just.
So you're
do
thinking that is even too good to be true to happen before the spring of 2023?
It feels like, I don't think it's too good to be true. Too good to be true is not the right word. It just feels fast. It feels faster than I typically associate with Nintendo. They
Nintendo.
typically don't move or launch things fast. There are counters. They did that
When
with
was the
like,
DSi? When was
well,
the
I was going
new-
to say they did it really quickly with like the Switch Lite or like caveats and things like that. So if you're kind of playing it like that, then they totally could just be like, here's the next thing, and you're going to buy it and it's out. It could be out really quickly. But if it's actually a new generation of console, typically they've given themselves a lot of runway with those things. Usually
So that's
a
what I'm saying
year.
is not gonna.
Usually a
I
year.
have 0% belief that we're getting the next generation of.
So this
Switch.
isn't Switch 2. We're
No,
not even
no, this is
talking or
new
worried
Switch.
about. We're not even talking or worried about backwards compatible. Like none of that's even up
Nope,
for question.
exactly.
Because
exactly.
it's just a Switch.
Yep.
So it's Switch
Yep.
Pro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I think is happening.
If that's it, totally can be out. They could be out before Breath of the Wild. They
Mhm.
could be out in March. They could be out
That's what I'm
so
saying.
fast.
That's
could be
exactly
like,
what I'm saying.
Here it is, and it'll be out in April.
Yep.
They definitely could, and I think that would be wise, in your logic, because if it were me and I was running Nintendo, I wouldn't launch Zelda without new hardware at all.
Can we
Are you out
launch
of
a new show if I was running Nintendo?
Are you out of your damn mind to launch Zelda 2 without new hardware? Like that sounds
That's what I'm
asinine.
saying.
What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
That's the thing that's troubled me with the May date the whole time. I was like, they're not going to do that with Zelda. Like Zelda is a game that will push hardware. You'd be foolish not to put hardware next to it.
Well, that's because a Mario game is coming out next to this
That's
new Switch.
the thing that scares me, that I don't think people want to hear. The thing that scares me most is they're like, no, we'll put Zelda out. We'll have some collector's box or whatever people buy, and then we're gonna follow it up with a system and a better version of Zelda that you can buy again. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, please. Honestly, I will
That's
break
what's
up with Nintendo.
That's
I
what's
will.
keeping me from saying. That's why I keep saying, like, at this point, I'm thinking of holding
That's
off.
too much. That's too
Because
far.
that's the thing that's scaring me, as I think that's on the table.
No, but you are right that like if it were to go new hardware to go right alongside Zelda in May, like just that month alone makes 0 sense. So is it another March? Is it in some sort of weird like 6th anniversary of Switch? Like now you get the new one, but it's obviously not Zelda.
It would make sense if they're going to launch a SKU that they think is going to be in demand. It would make sense to launch it ahead of that day. You want to get that out. You let people cut through and let pre-orders come through and let people start getting inventory before the game comes out. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of people. It'll just be in high demand. A lot of people that can't get one.
That's why that sounds like a good idea.
But if they were making it, and I hate to say this way because I think I already know there's an obvious counterpoint, but if they were making that, don't you think we know about it already?
Don't we?
That's the obvious counterpoint, is people have been talking about it forever, but like, don't you think we'd know about it? Like, no.
Yeah, no, I think we do.
You think we do?
I think there is going to be when it finally happens, there'll be a piece that we would have referenced at least once in all of our podcasts. And like, that was the one. Like there's all these different versions of the rumors.
He's saying a Zelda themed one. Like I could see
like the
a Zelda
Mask.
OLED.
They've got the Majora's Mask new 3DS. That's I think that was
so
the exact
good.
same
It's
time.
so beautiful.
Yeah, it's up there.
That's the one system that I got rid of that I really wish I kept.
Oh, Donnie.
My Majora's Mask 3DS XL.
No
And
good.
here's the thing. I don't even like Majora. I hate that fucking game.
Yeah, no.
But the style and that specific system is gorgeous. It
tell me,
is
man,
beautiful. I mean, that was peak 3DS. It was so good.
This whatever new hardware is going to be, this barely even a half step. You can't even call it a half step. Mark my words. It will
I'm
have
glad
some
you're on a Nintendo podcast, man, because I'm clinging to your coattails for hope. You are providing to me what I used to provide to many.
But
Like
this is it, Donnie. Like this is like I'm not just saying like I think this is what's going to happen. If this is not it, it better be something either damn close or something that really surprises me, or I might be out. I think I'm out of gas on this company, dude. Like I am just like it's
Sounds like
enough.
I'm barely hanging on here.
Like
Damn
I'm
it.
not.
No.
I've got like 3 fingers like clinging on to the cliff.
So let me
before
ask you this. I love the portrait that you're painting.
Yeah,
What if you're wrong?
that's what I'm saying. If
What,
it's
I know
not
that's
what
what you're saying,
I'm
but,
describing,
but no, not just what you're describing. What if May comes and they just release the game?
well, it depends on the state of the game. Like I think it depends on everything else that's coming out. Like I can't just like draw a line and then that's
If they
it. But
just release Zelda in May,
if the
they
game
have
comes
to
out
talk hardware in June, right? Can they go past E3 without talking about it at all? Of course they can. They do whatever they want, right?
yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's
they
going to
definitely
crush
can.
everybody, right? If we
I just
go
think that's
another
backwards.
E3
I just think
without
that's so backwards.
without any word of a new system, if E3 comes and goes and we're still just Switch OLED,
I just think it depends on how Zelda 2 runs. I think if we play that on our day one or our OLED Switch and it runs like garbage and we're like, where is the hardware?
it could run
It's
great.
like, I'll be furious.
Splatoon 3, like performance wise, is pretty great.
That's what I was saying before. Like we don't have exactly as hard cut and like
Yeah,
for
not
sure reason
every
to
game
think-
on Switch is trash.
right.
Some of them are.
Just Monster Hunter
good.
Stories and all the Pokemon games and a handful of others.
Mostly ports. But
Well,
like Mario Rabbids is pretty good.
Nier
Looks good,
Automata,
runs
yeah.
well.
Rabbids has Rabbids is an interesting one. Those games, just those tactical tactics games, are so CPU heavy. Just all the calculations that are all happening like on the fly. It's so strange.
I noticed when navigating around in that one, it got a little chippy at times, but
Yep.
nothing major, nothing you'd like bring up a
No.
lot. Yeah,
No,
but you
it's
can
definitely
see
there.
it at times.
Mhm.
You get a little chippy, but nothing bad. If Zelda runs like that on this hardware, I think we'd all consider that a win.
Yeah, I want it to run like the first one.
See, I don't, and that's the thing that scares me. Have you
You don't
played
want
the
the-
first one in a while?
I guess not.
It gets real bad at times, and it's real blurry, and it's like I want. That's so I've been saying this on PSVG for a while. I feel like I'm in a place right now with the Switch that I feel like I was in with like the Wii.
Yeah,
That's where I am with
walking
it. You know,
away
like
from Nintendo.
they're like, we've got Skyward Sword, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't want to play on this anymore.
Yeah, you'll play on the next generation all the remasters from the
Yep,
last.
it's like
generation.
I will get excited when you bring this to a better system. But like
Yeah.
that's the best way I can compare, like I can convey how I
Mhm.
feel about, like, I begrudgingly play my Switch. I will play Sports Story on it because it's the only option I have.
Yeah.
But I'm begrudgingly playing it. Like I don't want to.
This question is I'm gonna dream about this question later. Like, what if I'm wrong?
I want you to be right. I've never rooted for you to be right so much in my entire life.
Because
Ever-
we are
you
coming
told me
down to
this
like
on
this is
Sweet
kind of
Hangs.
it.
This was Sweet Hangs like 2 or 3 episodes ago. You were like, they're going to have new hardware for Switch or for Zelda. And ever since you said that, on every podcast I go to, I keep dropping him like Sean keeps telling me it's going to be there.
Mhm, mhm.
Like I want you to be so right because I'm dying out here. I'm like just in a desert, like on my last grasp.
And this
can't
is
do it
where this
anymore.
is the true Nintendo fanboy in me comes out. In case anybody was ever doubting that I ever was, because I am quite critical about Nintendo. In my mind, not only are we going to have new hardware in time for the next Zelda game, Nintendo has a secret surprise for us that's actually going to come out earlier than May and will launch alongside, like I said, Mario Odyssey 2 or something like that. Like something else.
Yeah, you think
And we're going to have like some crazy
launch
2017
software
year.
ahead of Zelda.
Yeah.
Okay, I could see it. I mean, there's one.
But that's stupid. Like that's
It's
no, that's not going to
stupid
happen.
because there's one that makes tons of sense. It's fucking Mario Kart.
Right. Well,
Like,
but does it though?
Mario
Can
Kart is the one that makes
they
a
have
shit
how m-
ton of sense.
they need more of those waves to come out between now and then. They better
know.
like get
Yeah,
on
no,
it.
No, you're bringing up all the realistic. I'm just thinking like there's an obvious game that you could launch new hardware ahead of time, and it would be that. It could be a Mario Odyssey. It could be a Donkey Kong. I would think lower tier. I wouldn't go Odyssey, Kart. I would come down a bit. Star Fox, Donkey Kong, Animal Crossing expansion.
I
Like
was
I
gonna
would
say
come
Animal
down a
Crossing.
little.
New
Yeah.
game, new Animal Crossing game.
Yoshi
right
game.
alongside it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that would be like GameCube launching with Luigi's Mansion. Like if you were there, then that's not what people wanted. They wanted a Mario game. You got a
My only
Luigi game.
caveat is Luigi's Mansion 3 is fucking awesome.
But this is the thing. It took us until the third game, I
You're
think,
right.
for it to
You're
be
right.
like massively appreciated.
It
Like,
is one of my favorite Switch games.
You
And-
just launched
and
64.
an
with Mario
example
64.
to everybody talking about like what the Switch isn't capable of. Go play Luigi's Mansion 3 on Switch.
Yeah.
And I challenge you to find much better looking game. Like Luigi's Mansion 3 looks amazing. That
It knew
game looks
exactly what it
incredible.
was. Very contained. It could
So
be. It could
good.
push everything. Mario Odyssey 2. It'd be interesting because there's not a lot of sequels for Mario games, by the way, people.
Yeah,
Like this
that's
just
true.
it very rarely happens.
Mhm.
So I don't know if it's such a given that Mario Odyssey 2 is the next
GameCube
game for
games
us.
on NSO, new hardware only.
So that's where I was going to earlier is
Oh
with
my
the new
God.
3DS. Remember it was the Super
It
Nintendo.
I was so excited for Super Nintendo games on my 3DS.
Yep.
I
We
bought
did it.
instantly. I bought all of them too.
I could totally see it. And we'll do it.
God, that would crush. That would.
We'll
that
be
would
mad about it, but
I let my expansion pass. I'm no longer a subscriber.
yeah,
I'm out.
that's
I had
probably
to. I ruined my whole family group. I was like, well, guys,
you're on your own.
reach the end of the road.
Daddy's out.
You've got 60
Going
days
for a
to
pack
find
of
a new
cigarettes.
home. Let this be your eviction notice. 'Cause
Well,
we
that's
are
fair. At least you did
closing down
that.
shop. Would you subscribe for GameCube games?
I can't pretend to be a big GameCube fan. I'm not.
Okay.
That's not me for that. So where I would be like screaming and acting like an absolute idiot and totally embarrassing myself is Game Boy games, or
Oh,
which
Sean.
would be amazing would be 3DS games. But that's my
I'm
history.
so sorry
Dude.
to interrupt you. New Switch Pro, new Nintendo Switch launching with Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD.
Yeah, yeah. I could see it.
I know.
That was literally what they
That's
did with the 3DS. It was the new Majora's Mask, all that stuff. Yes.
That's it.
And you know what? I would buy that day.
Oh, I'm definitely. I mean, I'm. Here's the thing. I mean, for all the things I've said about it, I made no bones about it. I'm all in on the next Switch. That's the thing.
yeah.
I just want the next one. That's it.
Mhm.
I'm not
Another one.
willing to just keep propping up the old one because I want the new one.
Yeah.
I want to play games like
Oh,
it's
that'd
like
be
I don't
so
know. It's
good.
at some point in the last couple years, I just passed over a threshold where I'm just no longer willing to do that anymore.
I get it. Yeah.
I took
that
one look at Pokemon and was like, absolutely not. I'm not
Mhm.
doing this anymore.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah. I took it back. I bought it and then I saw videos and went, nope, we're not doing this one. Like,
And
and
I
I felt
did the same-
compelled to because of content. And
I played 4 hours of Bayonetta and I was like, that's it. I'm done.
I'm so that game was supposed to do poorly because I needed it to in my
Sean,
fantasy
I
league.
told you, Bayonetta 3, Bayonetta never does. And here's the thing, Sean, Bayonetta 3 is excellent. It's just trash, like on
Yeah, but
performance.
that's part of it. You mentioned it before.
is.
It's video games. That's
It
part
is.
of it.
It is. And that's why I stopped playing it.
What
but
is it
but the
sitting
game
at?
is excellent.
What is it at? What
I don't
Bayonetta?
know. I don't monitor the Metacritic
Bayonetta
stuff.
OpenCritic.
But it might be my favorite Bayonetta game. I don't know. I would love a better system to find out.
it's 85 on OpenCritic.
I think it's fair. It's really good. Like honestly, the only thing I could throw at it would be the performance because the game is good.
I feel like that's a lot of it though. Like that's
I
how
get
you
it.
play it. That's how you interact with it.
I get it.
Don't
I stopped
like it.
playing it because of it. I mean, it just make you feel better, different. I mean, I literally was like, I will play this in another day on another system. I'm not doing this like this. And the thing that makes me upset is Astral Chain is amazing on Switch.
Yeah.
Same developer, same system, same exclusivity. It's like, why doesn't Bayonetta 3 look and run like Astral Chain?
Not
Why is it
Astral
so
Hero
much
version.
worse?
Oh man, I have no idea. 87 for Astral Chain. So there you
Astral
go.
Chain's one of my favorite Switch exclusives. And it's a beautiful game on Switch.
It's a very cool.
Beautiful on OLED. If nobody's ever
Mhm.
played it, it's a beautiful game on OLED. If you can get it for cheap, you should try it.
Yeah, get all this idea of a new actual game launching with the next Switch.
I really hope they call it new Nintendo Switch.
Dude, it'll be the Zelda
want
games
the
you mentioned
same
and the
little-
Metroid. Give us
I want the same
the
3DS
new,
new
like-
moniker with the little dots on either side. Like
that's what I
definitely
was doing with my hands. Yeah, we'll get Zelda, Wind Waker HD, and Metroid remaster.
Sucker Sloth, I agree with you in the fact of Bayonetta. Bayonetta, it's not Bayonetta's fault the Switch system is not very good. I don't agree. That's not the case for Pokemon. there's no reason for Pokemon to run the way that
But
it
what does that
runs.
even mean? It's not the game's fault. It's just like it's
I
not
think he was
about
talking about like
like don't judge a game more like
yeah,
harshly
if,
because
because of the poor performance.
it's an exclusive, dude. Like I don't know how
I think
you
you judge the
separate
game
that.
just by the game. Like you can only judge the game in the condition, the state that it's in,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
If it's just you're just giving a testimony of what it's like to play that game, that's a part of the review.
Yeah.
I'm with
every
you.
reason.
It's a part of the review.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying I understand why people would give it high scores. The part that you're missing is that it is a really good game.
I'm letting my bias show because I needed it to do
because you need the
poorly, 'cause
points. I know.
Yeah.
It's really
like
good.
otherwise I care zero. Like
I think if Bayonetta 3 was on PlayStation 5, I think it might be one of the better games of the year. It's really
Well, there
good.
you
As
go.
an action game, it's a lot of fun.
Mhm. Yeah,
And it's gigantic and massive. Like it's like old God of War, like
Yeah.
it's doing that, and it's like,
Mm.
man, this is fucking awesome. Too bad her face looks like a smudge, like because it does.
But Donnie, just wait until March when you can play with 10 to 12% increase in performance.
That's what I'm waiting on, apparently. That's what
That's
I'm
all
waiting on.
Exactly. Yeah, it'll be great. We'll all be so happy.
Honestly, I'm not lying. If you're asking me, like, if we're asking for like lowest common denominator, like the bottom rung, if they released a Switch Pro and they were like, here's our 720 screen, and you're gonna get 50% performance on the screen, and then docked, it's 1080p, but you're gonna get 50% more performance, I'm in.
Yeah, well, no, obviously.
I'm in.
You're pushing people over to get to that.
Some ridiculous price, some absurd, totally not worth it price. I'm in. But I really just want better performance, like at just 60. Just give me 60 frames, and I'm not even asking in like near. I need 60 frames per second in Nintendo games.
Yeah,
and I'm there.
Do you think, just to throw a little bit of a curveball into this, because we've been referencing everything that they've done in the past as dictating what's going to happen in the future, do you think that they have some sort of weird something totally different coming?
I don't think coming. No, not coming, but do I think they're working on something? Yeah. I don't think you can take that out of the company. But the reason that I know a lot of people, I've heard of several podcasters like try to guess like what weird thing will they do next, right? Curved screens and foldable screens and stuff like that. I think that particular I'm trying to think of the right word. That aggressive, riskier version of Nintendo may have passed with Iwata. I think that was Iwata's leadership.
Yeah.
The new Nintendo leadership that we've seen under Furukawa and subsequent folks is very corporate and conservative in that nature. And I think
it's like Apple now.
Yeah, I see more of that. Like they're not going to rock the boat too much. And we've seen a lot of those crazier ideas, I think, not just fall away, like forgotten about. They're not even talking about them anymore. They're not like they don't even mention. They're like, oh, what are you talking about?
Labo would have been the last.
Exactly.
Still, yeah.
Part of me, like, we just talked about this on PSVG this past week. Personally, like, if they were building, if I were in charge, I would love for them to do a 2 SKU release. Yeah. Follow Xbox path. I would love for them to do a dedicated portable. I'm thinking like a Switch Lite thing, and a dedicated console, a home console. If you just the reason why it wouldn't be very it wouldn't be very expensive for them to get a huge performance boost if they just change the form factor a little bit. If they released an Xbox One S that was branded Nintendo, they could get in and out of that thing for $250, and it would make them so much overhead, and they would get such a boost in performance locally.
Yeah.
And then you just give them a little improved Switch Lite to go with it. And you're like, hey, we've got 2 SKUs, right? You can buy either one of them. You can buy both of them if you want both experiences, but buy the best one that matches your for your experience, for your use case. And
that's the thing.
You give up a little performance on the handheld side, right? As you would. You gain a little performance on the home console side. Because the thing is, I don't think they would ever do it because I think it's messy and I think it's muddy, and I don't think the media would react well to that. But I do think the majority of customers would probably be inclined to buy both.
I feel like the Lite is a version of that.
Yeah,
So it's slightly
is.
less expensive. It doesn't do video out. Like it's not a Switch. Like we just haven't. Nobody's been talking about the Lite for so long because it didn't really light on. It didn't push
No, it
crazy,
never
like-
it never took off like they expected it would.
Right. And
I
but
think even a couple years later, it was still like less than 20% of their total. Like the base SKU was still outselling the Lite, even at its cheaper price.
my crazy prediction number 2 on this show is maybe this week we'll get a tweet in the middle of the night from Nintendo of Japan. Good news, everyone. This is the next system update, and we've now unlocked video output on the Switch Lite somehow, like they did with Bluetooth. It's like
So
it's been there the whole time.
My idea is a riff off of the. I think there are people that are asking for the same thing, but they're asking for it in a different way. We've all heard the people say they want to have a Switch, but when you dock it, it docks into something that adds power, like boosts it, like does some sort of
Right.
processing.
Mhm.
And I think you're just like you're getting like needlessly complicated. Like just make it a box that you plug into the TV.
Sure.
Like
Oh,
you
I
don't
see what you
have
mean.
to dock it. Like
Yeah.
you just say it's so much easier if you just get away from trying to like make that magic trick happen.
Well, and even having a screen built into it.
Exactly. Because now you're
Yeah.
not running it off because it even if you had a dock that did some sort of advanced processing, it's still functioning off of the internals that are built into the handheld.
Right.
If you just get away from that, you can gain so much. Like I said,
I mean, obviously,
an
Series-
Xbox
yeah.
One S performance would be double what the Switch is offering right now.
And so I was not on board until I started to think about the notion of Nintendo has this ability to sell so many Switches within a household where you don't really have that everybody shares one Xbox or PlayStation, but everybody has individually a Switch. But what if you could have that multiplied again, where everybody in the house has a Switch, but then also the home has a Switch home, whatever that is, like the console.
And I'm wondering
version
if
of it.
could we be in a place where it's so cheap to build something like that now that maybe they wouldn't have to split the SKUs. Maybe they could launch both of those.
Yeah.
A Switch Lite with a little box. They don't have to connect to each other, but like they both play games together or something like that. Like you're getting into a price range there where you could like it's almost like an Nvidia Shield, like the
Right.
Shield TV.
Mhm.
Like you've got the Shield handheld, the little tablet, and the TV box. You put them together in one box. You sell them for $400, and you're getting a massive performance boost.
That could be the curveball. That I don't think people are necessarily expecting that, or maybe they asked for it once upon a time and have forgotten that would be great.
That's when I think out of the box now. That's kind of where I'm going. But I honestly, I don't think. I think it's gonna be exactly what you. I'm expecting it to be
Yeah.
a better Switch.
Yeah.
That's it. No, nothing.
No
special-
clamshell, no dual screen.
No,
Yeah.
and there's not going to be anything in the dock that does weird stuff.
Give
or
me a
anything
dual
like that.
screen, a Switch DS, and that's where you play.
I'm
your
interested in
DS
these
and 3DS.
tensor cores, this DLSS stuff. Like, are they really going to? Because that's expensive.
It's not happening. Not anytime soon. They got to do their next
DLSS
whatever.
is a game changer. As somebody who uses often PC, it's amazing. But
Yeah.
to do that in a portable handheld factor is expensive.
Yeah. I
And that makes me
they've got this
worried
partnership
that-
with Nvidia, but
Yeah, that makes me worry that maybe they're not, or maybe Nvidia has worked up something special, that makes it for them, that makes it work for them. I think that's been the rumor. But I'm still kind of like on that particular part of the rumor. I'm still kind of like I'll believe it when I see it.
I want to ask you that, like, when the Switch came out, it was evangelized by the Greg Millers of the world, the journalists, the gaming media, big time, for a variety of reasons. But do you think that if the Switch comes out and it's not quote unquote not enough, do you think it still gets like a boost, or is there an opportunity for like Nintendo to kind of flop a little bit? Or are we like maybe
question.
Pokemon is the example that people are just buying anything anyways, and nothing
Pokemon's
matters.
a bad example. Pokemon's going to be Pokemon because Pokemon fans are just
Pokemon
going
just
to Pokemon.
Separate Pokemon.
It's an
from
outlier.
Nintendo.
Think of it
Okay.
like Animal Crossing.
Well,
an
what
outlier.
about Splatoon? Not the Splatoon didn't.
There are
deserve
people
to
that
sell well.
show up for Switch just for Pokemon, and that's it.
Yeah,
Like just like there are people that show up for Animal Crossing and never again. Like that I think those are outliers.
well, but that's the thing is suddenly these outliers start to coalesce into a community that will drive the next Nintendo.
Oh yeah, well they're
regardless
big
of what it is.
outliers.
Right.
It's a big pie.
So I guess what I'm saying in a poorly worded question is
No, you worded
s-
it well. I think it's a good question to ask.
Switch needed the games media to go, oh, Nintendo is back in order for it to have its success, which it got.
Was it?
But I don't think it needs that anymore.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Was it just? I mean, obviously the media was there, but in beyond just the media, I just think everybody that got the Switch was saying that. It was evangelized by all of us, players, podcasters, family, friends. Like it wasn't just because Kind of Funny and IGN said it was good. Everybody bought one. I
But
think it was
why did they buy
everybody
it?
said it was
I think that's
widespread. Everybody thought it was good.
it's a really interesting thing to try to like revisit as far as like what leads to a console success or flopping.
Well,
Like
launching
the
with
Wii
one
U
of the
should
greatest
have
games of all time was a really good start.
yeah.
It's going to be hard to replicate that. Now,
Yeah.
the thing that I would use just one example to maybe lessen it a bit, because I think you're right. There's always a chance that it may not with anything that's a sequel, right? There's always a chance it just won't hit the same way. So it may be a little lukewarm. It'll be up on Nintendo to bring software that drives that fervor.
Right. Well, I'm actually
But-
thinking of you. Like, do you, Donnie Reese, like, are you going to be blowing up and trying to get one of these things? Or is there a possibility where you go like, no, I'm done. I'm out. And how many people are going to be like you in that instance?
Okay. I'm going to pin in that for a minute.
Okay.
You see the success and the fervor over something like a Steam Deck.
Yeah.
And I look at that as an example that there is beyond burden of proof that people want a
Yeah.
better
that
this.
thing. Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
they're just dying for it. Like they just want, there is a demand.
Yeah.
There's an unsatiated demand there. And I don't think the Steam Deck is meeting that demand. I think that demand is much bigger than Steam Deck.
Yeah.
And I think people are just waiting on it. So I think in this regard, I think Nintendo's got one more in them where they could come
Mhm.
out pretty lukewarm and it'd be pretty successful.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they're good on this one. Now, if they want to keep doing it, Switch 3, Switch 4, like now you really got to bring some real hard software to like really keep that going. But I think right now, I think there's a big gap there where they can do another one. That doesn't mean they're going to sell 120 million more units of these. It could be a DS to 3DS situation. 3DS was still wildly successful, but pales in comparison to its predecessor, right?
Mhm.
Like that could be Switch and Switch 2.
Yeah.
It could be Switch 1, 140 million consoles, and Switch 2, 80 million.
Mhm.
I think Nintendo would be fine with that, but eventually they have to find the next thing.
Yeah.
But for me, if their next thing is very under spec and not meeting what I'm really looking for, yeah, I could see me going, nope, not good enough. I'll wait. And I think a lot of people are like that with the Wii U.
And
know?
that's why I bring it up, and that's exactly my question is. I have no doubt that would be your reaction if that's what they come out with. And then the real question is, how many Donnie Reeses are there out there who go, "I'm good"?
Judging by the reaction to my Nintendo feedback, not many.
Yeah,
I
not
feel
many.
like I'm an outlier. Yeah, most people. I don't think most people agree with me on those things. I think most people would be happy to sign up.
But
for
then
anything
again,
at
this
point.
is where narratives I think are so interesting, because I think if you are like that, then I think a Jeff Grubb is like that, then I think of so like all these other people, and then all of a sudden, like
It does
how
build a.
how
there's a
how does
reputation starting to circle it.
how do you overcome that, right? Like
Great
regardless of
A great game.
yeah,
Because you remember, I mean, the 3DS again is another great example of that. The Vita came out by every imaginable verifiable piece of data that you could find by any measure that you could take. The Vita should have absolutely destroyed the 3DS,
mm-hmm.
and it didn't.
Yep.
Because the 3DS had some great games.
Yep.
And that's how you get over it. And that's Nintendo's and that has been Nintendo's business strategy for 40 years.
Yeah.
Right. So like they could, I wouldn't like it, but I would still be there if there was a great game that I wanted to play.
Wind Waker HD.
Right. Yeah. Like we
Yeah,
all have
that would
our
be enough. It doesn't
we all
have to
have
be
our
new.
cruxes.
Mhm.
Yeah, we all have our vices that get us into these sorts of things.
And I'm not.
But-
I'm obviously. I don't hope for this sort of situation. I'm
No.
just kind of like
It's a fun conversation.
the possibility.
I think I definitely think there exists a chance if they just kind of run it back and it's the same thing. I definitely think we could be in a DS to 3DS type of pattern.
That's a much better comparison than Wii U, because I don't think it's quite
Yeah.
as catastrophic as they go from this to the worst selling.
Yeah, they go
console of
from
all
the
time.
best to literally the worst
Yeah, well, they've done it like
multiple times.
that's yeah, but yeah, I think a slip the DS to 3DS or DSi to
Yeah, but I mean,
3DS.
if you're not going to innovate and you're not going to make something better and like in more demand, then
Yeah.
you will inevitably, every time you go back to the well, you'll have diminishing returns.
Yep.
Again, unless the thing that pushes the hardware is the software, right? They could
Yeah.
just do a slightly better Switch that maybe at face value, most people are like, it's good. But then if they come out with an amazing game that you desperately want to play,
Mhm.
then that, if let's say they make 10 of those, and it's hard to imagine somebody doing that except Nintendo.
Nintendo. Yeah.
Like if we were talking about Xbox, you'd be like, I don't know, the stacks, like the cards are stacked against them. But if you think about Nintendo, you're like, does anybody question Nintendo's ability to make 10 pieces of software that make people buy, 80 million somethings? No, nobody
Yeah.
questions their ability to do that. They've done it
Yeah.
time and time and time again. They definitely have the IP in-house to do so.
It's funny, shifting back to Xbox, it's like that's exactly why we're not going to get any new hardware out of Xbox next year. Nothing substantial, like maybe the Slim, like you mentioned, but they need to get rolling on the promise that they've been making
their
for
thing
years.
is pipeline.
Yeah, exactly.
Next year they've got to start.
Yeah.
If they don't, they're in worse trouble than we thought.
Did they? You ran through the first couple months of 2023. What is Xbox?
The only thing that comes to mind
Forza
on
Motorsport
Xbox for next year is Motorsport, Stalker 2, Redfall, and then obviously Starfield.
Right. But dates for any of those?
None.
Exactly.
No. We did get did we get dates for Motorsport?
Let me find out. Forza. We did not get a date.
Even like a season? Because didn't they say they what did they say? They said they wanted to start moving their releases to the spring.
Yes,
but they didn't
releasing spring. I'm sorry. Yes, here it is. Releasing spring 2023.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that might be the thing.
I'm so excited for that one. Oh my gosh.
I hope I like it. Okay.
Jordan the Rose now playing Vampire Survivors. What's up, Jordan?
I'm looking at this now. Let's see here.
I gotta eat, by the way. I'm so hungry.
Oh, dude, we can end the show. I didn't know you were not eating.
Oh yeah.
I'm pulling up a list of games from Windows Central for Xbox. And so far it's a lot of ports.
Right.
Age of Empires Definitive Edition coming to consoles.
It does not need to be on console, but I guess it has keyboard mouse.
It's a lot of third-party stuff. Third party.
We need like an Xbox showcase, big time, and maybe it's
Keeley's. I think Game Awards. Yeah,
maybe
definitely.
Out for us.
Have you been hearing the rumors that people have been saying that they're not going to show anything because of this lawsuit they're in? They're scared to show an exclusive. I don't think that math checks out.
I don't think so either.
I get like the logic, but it's like obviously everybody involved knows that exclusives happen. That's weird.
People have been saying that about PlayStation, and I wonder if the same logic goes the other way. Basically, people are saying that every single argument that Sony... You know what, though, dude? I just went through this with BadBit. I don't want to talk about Activision bullshit. I cannot, dude. I can't anymore. I don't know. But I hope... we got to get something. The thing about it, regardless of that whole conversation, is you still have to have these consoles providing reasons to buy their systems and their games. They can't just like turn this off for a while.
And I don't think
an option.
I would be, when I see people say that, and I'll just say this because I didn't mean to bring it up to talk about the lawsuit, but here's what I will say. When I see people are like, they're not going to announce exclusives because of the lawsuit. Like, I don't think the lawsuit is hinging on whether or not Redfall is exclusive or Hellblade is exclusive. Like, that would be really weird. They were like, we were totally going to let this go through, and then you announced that you have an exclusive game, and we were reminded that you're evil, and now we're not going to do it. Like,
right.
That seems really trivial.
Well, and that's where it could go on both sides. The things that Sony points out about Xbox is, see, they bought Bethesda, and now all the games that they put out by ZeniMax?
Yeah.
All those games are all exclusive now. So to prove the point that somebody is actively making with all this stuff, one way or another.
Next year should be Motorsport, Starfield, Redfall.
Yeah.
And then We should have Ghostwire Tokyo come through,
Yeah.
and then we should have.
Maybe Halo will be finished.
That's a good one. I think I want to say I don't want to say definitively one or the other, but I think there's several things that we should expect one of either Compulsion's game.
Yeah.
They should be ready. The next one that I would look at would be Hellblade.
Hellblade for sure. Yeah.
The next one that I would look at would be that game that they have with Avalanche, Contraband.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I would think one of those three should fit in there. At least
Where's
one.
Avowed, do you think?
I think Avowed is 2024.
I could see it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think Perfect Dark is probably 2024.
At least.
And then I would put Fable and Gears beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think people want to hear that.
Yeah.
I think Fable, Gears, maybe Indiana Jones. I have no idea where Indiana Jones is. I imagine what we knew when we saw it is it's real early.
Agreed.
So I would say Gears, Fable, Indiana Jones. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, obviously Elder Scrolls, but that stuff moved beyond
forever
2024.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot necessarily, but I definitely struggled to think about 2023 in a very realistic way that goes, I can't wait for 2023. Like, oh my, as far as exclusives go, I think there's still lots of great games.
Diablo
is going to be great.
There's going to be a lot of big games showing up next year that are going to be. I feel like next year is the year that like we snap out of COVID.
Right. And I guess the
pipelines start to reopen next year.
Well, and people, I think people have run out of patience for Xbox, which is, and it seems like when that happens, then
we're definitely there.
Whatever is next has to be amazing. And this reminds me of like Quantum Break. It's like, all right, Xbox One, what do you got? You got Quantum Break, and everybody's like, I mean, it's good, but it's right.
I think that's a very good, like that's an apropos example to bring up. I don't think it has to be great. I think they've got to get back on schedule with. I look at the
just
opposite,
a cadence kind of thing,
a quantity type of thing.
Yeah.
We need a quantity of releases from first party now.
You've
been buying studios. You've gotten. I look at it as like you've gotten as much as you can from marketing acquisitions.
Yeah.
Now it's time to actually start presenting products.
And as we're closing out on the year, I would look back on this year and go like, where were the marquee Game Pass deals? Like they just did not. Maybe a case could be made for like a Plague Tale. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of them were delayed. And just delayed for the war. Stalker was delayed.
Yeah.
Atomic Heart was delayed. They had like several of those games, right? And they had like 4 or 5 Russian games. They're all delayed.
I was just looking at
we thought Somerville was one of them.
Somerville was supposed to be that, yeah.
And it just squeaked out.
I'm looking at Major Nelson's banner image on
like all of those games that they showed at that Game Pass presentation.
That's what I'm just bringing up.
Yeah, like all of them were delayed.
Well, let's see. Like what the heck are these? It's Naraka. Blade Point was day and date in Game Pass. As Dusk Falls. What's that?
As Dusk Falls was like that.
That's the standout. Like that's default, I think.
That's like my contender right now for Game Pass Game of the Year would be As Dusk Falls.
A Plague Tale Requiem. A lot of people are going to be saying that that's the one. Valheim, I guess, on PC. Warhammer 40,000 Darktide is coming out in a couple days week. Here.
Yep.
Grounded, also very good. So
yeah, but it's been out
not for everyone.
So long. It doesn't. People aren't counting that anymore.
High on Life, not exactly.
That's supposed to come out. Is it out yet?
I don't think it was supposed. I think it was scheduled for mid-December. I think.
Yeah.
Scorn didn't hit very well. Atomic Heart, Gunfire Reborn. I don't even know what that is. Persona 5 Royal was the big.
It's a big announcement.
Game Pass.
But just a port, but it is still a big announcement. I don't mean to demean it.
Pentiment was in there. Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Hey, Game of the Year. 10 out of 10.
Which one? Pentiment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pentiment is the perfect example. I know you said you were in our chat and I think you said you were saying similar things. Pentiment is the perfect example of why you can have a great game, but it's not the right game.
Right.
You're not going to move that narrative without the right game.
Mm-hmm.
You can release all the Microsoft flight sims and Pentiment that you want, and it won't matter because those aren't the games that really matter to the masses, like the general consumer.
Is Redfall that game?
I hope so. Sean, I'm really
You're
excited
way
for-
you're on a
like,
totally different level
Redfall
on this
looks
than me.
incredible. I think Redfall looks like so much fun.
I hope
I'm
to be
way
wrong.
more
I hope to be
excited for
surprised.
Redfall than Starfield. Like
Oh,
they're not
I'm-
even in the same ballpark for me.
So I'm the opposite, and
I
I
know.
am set up for disappointment, my friend. You know what I mean? Like I'm
Every
just like,
time I see Redfall, I'm like, this shit looks like so much fun.
I think I need to look at it again.
Every
That
time I
actually-
see Starfield, I'm like, what are we doing?
I just like space.
What's the fun part?
Forza is, we've been there
Forza's
100
going
times
Forza.
before, but that's going to be the one for like I will get stupidly excited for that. Minecraft
I'm
Legends.
going to. I'm going to try. I'm going to be there because I love car games, but I've never done a motorsport.
Oh, I think this could be the one, Donnie.
But I've been jonesing for like a Gran Turismo. Like I was reading an article the other day. They were like, we might bring Gran Turismo 7 to PC. And I was like, that sounds cool. And
Dude,
then
that game is boring.
And then in the comment, somebody was like, but Forza Motorsport will already be there. And I was like, that's
Yep.
right. That's the
Yep.
correct answer.
And in Game Pass, day and date.
So yeah.
Gran Turismo, that's the part of the reason, not to get too fanboy about it, but I cannot wait for Forza Motorsport to show up and be like, yeah, you
That
had Gran
sounds fun.
Turismo said that's cute. This is
I'm
this is
just-
the way it goes.
I just generally at the moment I'm like wanting a car game, but
Yeah.
I'm like not like Horizon. Like I'm maybe Underground. Like I'm excited for Need for Speed.
Yep.
But like I'm just jonesing for a car game, like a really fun car game.
Forza Horizon 5, it's still there. Lots of stuff to do.
Yeah, but not that. Like a different car game.
That's fair.
Yeah, like I want
Like
I want a car game.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Bold and underlined. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at this release schedule for 2023, and for whatever reason, it's Microsoft's marketing here. This actually looks pretty good.
Yeah. I'm excited for Atomic
Like, it
Heart.
looks okay.
I'm excited for Redfall. I will
Mhm.
play whatever Starfield is. Like we'll find out. Right? The developer is one of the most story developers of all time. So
Yep.
there's generally an excitement there, even if I haven't seen it yet. But if they can add a Hellblade to this, if Hellblade is announced when's the Game Awards? He says
December
next week?
5th? Yeah.
If Hellblade is announced at Game Awards for next year, I don't think it will be, but if it is, that's my most anticipated game of 2023.
TheGameAwards.com. And if the date isn't one of the first things that is on this website, my goodness gracious. It's just
I have
loading
no idea
right
when
now.
honestly don't even like it's almost
11
December,
days.
right?
December 8th. It is the first thing that shows up.
Okay,
good for
so
you.
it's 2 weeks away.
Yeah, it's not this week, it's next week.
Okay. Yeah, if Hellblade is announced next week, it'll be my most anticipated game of next year.
Let's do it, man.
But I'm not. I know a lot of people are like it. I've seen on Twitter people are like it's got to be Hellblade. I'm like, I want to pin that back a bit. It's a big game they're trying to make. It could be a while.
Well, and a lot of this part of the conversation is centered around like the overall take on Xbox. Personally, I just bought thousands of games on Steam and Xbox
Exactly.
and delay everything. I don't care. Like personally, whatever. I bought Game Pass until 2024. I don't care. I'm in anyways. I can't pause it.
Of course, we are. And I bought 200 more days of Game Pass. Oh, I got a sale.
Nice.
So I bought Game Pass or Xbox Live Gold, which equates to 50 days of Game Pass
Amazing.
for $8 a piece. So I bought 4 of them.
That is
So
so
I
smart.
spent $30 and I got 200 days of Game Pass. I don't know how that equates to the
Dude, I wasn't
15
even
a month
looking
or
for
whatever,
gold.
but I
That is
feel like
so
that's pretty
smart.
good.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I feel like that's
gosh.
pretty good. And I
That's
still
really
have
smart.
I have a year of codes that I've yet to claim. But
'Cause
the
you had
thing
maxed out.
is, the family plan's gonna sap all of my codes up.
Mm.
Like that conversion's gonna just kill me. So that's why
Yep.
I've been snapping them up.
Are you
'cause
gonna
I'm
get?
still-
You are gonna sign up for the family plan? Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, Devin, and I are going to split it 3 ways. But what
That's
I
cool.
promised to them, because I've got all the, because you like if they had Game Pass and they come to my family plan, they're going to lose all of theirs because you just lose
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It doesn't stack into the family plan. So what I told them is, not only will they just join my family plan, I'll cover the first year because I've got codes to beyond then. So like they're in for a year with my family plan, and then after that first year, we'll just split it 3 ways.
That's very kind.
Because I think I'll have with the family plan maybe 2 years.
Yeah. I don't think I need the family plan. If I think about
Not
it
unless
for
you're gonna
just a
split it
second,
with
I just
people.
did. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I don't think so.
But I
don't
think
know.
we
Ryan Turford's
both,
on my Nintendo family plan.
because we both love Game Pass and we're generally like digging what Xbox is doing. I want that year that we've been preparing for to happen.
Yeah.
And I've been hoping that was 2023. I've been telling people since the console was launched it was 2023. The
Mhm.
last year has put that somewhat in question,
Yeah.
but I'm hoping, like, you want to put it out there like what could be. I'm hoping that it's Hellblade, Motorsport,
Yeah.
Redfall, Starfield, Wolfenstein,
Now we're
or
talking.
Doom, or Avalanche and Compulsion. Like, I want there to be 12 games,
Yeah.
not 5, because that's where they're going with
Mhm.
this, if they can just get there. But that's what I want it to be.
December
If the
8th, we could find
Activision
out.
Blizzard, if the Activision deal could close, like, it would love for it to be Diablo. Diablo would
Yeah.
be a hell of a way to get that engine going. If
Yeah.
you went Motorsport, Diablo, Redfall, Starfield, fuck yeah.
That's enough. Yep.
Like, that's great. And then you
Mhm.
work in an Atomic Heart and a Compulsion and like
By the
things
way,
like
Call of
that.
Duty. Call of Duty will have a game next year.
Yeah, not
So
next
Diablo's
year.
in
No,
there.
they're taking next year.
Oh,
off.
that's right. That's right.
They're
Even
going to
as
have
I
an
said, I'm like,
expansion
there's-
next year, like some sort of paid content, I think, on. But yeah, they're moving to a biannual release.
Good.
But yeah, that's what we've been saying. We've all drank the Kool-Aid, but then, like, Xbox is yet to deliver on
it's
that
time.
Kool-Aid. And it's
Mhm.
been a while. We've been saying this. Now, the thing that sucks is the year the console launched was one of those years, just nobody cared.
Yeah.
But that year they had Grounded and Flight Sim. They had like 7 or 8 games that came out that
Mhm.
year. There was a whole bunch of them. They were really good.
Yep.
So, like, yeah, if they could have another year like that on record and then start to build the next year, and because that's the thing is, it's like football recruiting. Everybody can have 1 year, but that's not
Mhm.
what you're trying to do. You're trying to build classes on top of. You're trying to stack them, and that's where Game Pass needs to get to, not to where it's 1 out of every 4 years or it's 4 out of every 4 years.
Mhm.
You just keep bringing them through.
I want to get to the point where we look back on years of Game Pass and go like, man, remember when we were paying for that and it wasn't nearly good enough? But now
Exactly.
we're in this new era. Just like why wouldn't you have it?
Well, the fun part, based off of the conjecture that we've heard all Uncle Phil saying, they better not raise the price until they're ready,
Yeah.
because they announce a price
Game
raise
Pass?
before
Yeah.
they start dropping some actual games that people are subscribed to, and that could backlash. That could turn sour on them real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Redfall isn't it, and they're like, and by the way, Game Pass is going up $15 a month, like, people are gonna be big mad.
I have such a hard time forecasting and projecting what of these games is going to be like this massive thing, because I feel like they're counting on Starfield for sure.
Starfield, they want to be one of those.
And like, can Redfall be it? Like, I don't know. I don't think of the developer in that way.
No, Redfall's not going to be that big.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to be a fun game. Like, of all the games that they've shown, I'm like, that looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be like must see marquee. Everybody moves to Xbox. I don't see that with Redfall.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, it's just going to be a, like a Warhammer,
Right.
type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to oversell it. I just every time I see it, I think it looks great. I watched the trailer they just dropped, and it just looked, again, every time I see it, it just looks better than the time before it. And I think a lot of people are somewhat out on that one because I don't think they didn't do it a whole lot of justice. Its first impression, like with the cinematic trailer and stuff, I don't think was doing it for people.
That is really what it is.
Yeah. So it's a
hanging in
little
my brain.
sour in people's mouths, I think, because of that. Whereas if they had started with the gameplay trailer that they showed last year or last E3, I think maybe people might think different, because I thought the gameplay trailer looked dope.
I thought it looked better than I was expecting. I remember saying that out loud. I'm just checking out this official Into the Night trailer which launched a month ago.
Yeah, that's the one.
94,000 views, which is not nothing, but it's also not
That's not a lot for a
not
major.
stopping the
Yeah.
planet.
We've got PSVG has videos that have that many views.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we've got a couple.
That's awesome.
I think there's a couple in there, I think, maybe. If not 90, but close, like in the ballpark. So I
Yeah,
don't think that's a whole lot.
I'm looking at this trailer. I don't know, man.
No, Starfield's the one.
Yeah.
Starfield's the one. Unless Hellblade comes out. If Hellblade comes out, Hellblade can be the other one. Because I do think there's a lot of people. There's a lot of talk about Hellblade. I see a lot of chit chatter about Hellblade. back, and not because I'm following people that like Hellblade, like just in the general video game list that I follow of industry folks and stuff. There's a lot of people that talk about Hellblade.
What do you think about, like, when we talk about this year of Xbox up and coming? Everything that we've said, I think, is new IPs, new games, everything's new. PlayStation is going to be revisiting a lot of the reasons that made PlayStation great. Final Fantasy 16
Yeah, I don't know
is
what's on
exclusive.
PlayStation's roadmap next year.
Yeah,
I really
Well,
don't.
I guess
Spider-Man.
the question.
It's
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
so
Spider-Man
proven
3 or
things.
2.
Yeah, it just seems to be a little bit different. Like where at Xbox, like as much as we all want the latest and greatest and new IP and stuff, the thing that actually seems to be missing for me as I look at this is like, where's my nostalgia hit?
They're working on them. They're trying to make them a thing. Perfect Dark, Fable, like they're trying,
Yeah,
but they're years away.
isn't that weird though?
They're a
Because it's
little
like,
late
isn't
to the
this what we've
party.
all been screaming at? Like, we want new stuff.
There is
Redfall's it. Starfield is it.
there exists a chance here for the Coalition to come out with a swan song of a hell of a Gears
Oh,
game that gets people
gosh.
excited. But from everything that Grubb has said, like they're not
It's not even close.
full blown on Gears yet. Like
Mhm.
apparently they're working on something else. Like there's something they're
It's
dabbling
the
with.
engine tests that they're doing.
Yeah, they're doing
Unreal
something,
5.
but they're
Yeah.
not like full blown Gears 6 yet. And it may be
Yeah.
a while. And that does feels like a bummer because you see there exists a window right now where if you could slot in Gears for late next year or early the year after, like all of a sudden the whole thing feels a little different.
Mhm.
You know, like if you go Redfall, Motorsport, Starfield, Gears, like now you're like,
What about a
fuck,
Hive Busters
yeah.
type of thing?
Yeah.
Like I could take one of those every 18 months or so.
It'd be nice if that's what
That'd
they're
be
working on,
great.
but everybody,
Yeah.
all the rumors point to them doing something new.
Or Halo season or a campaign.
Could you imagine? Or Battle Royale?
Like this is the thing. Like Halo is actually really an interesting spot.
If they
because
could
people
turn
are
it
bringing
around.
so hard. Yeah. Like it sucks that that's where the game has to be, but it's not like hasn't been done before. And
No, if they could turn it around, it'd be good. You would love to exist in a space where that's not what has to happen.
Yeah.
Halo shouldn't be. That's like the Pokemon. Like, there's no reason for Pokemon to be like that.
That's a good.
That's
a
the
good call.
thing with Halo. Like, there's no reason for Halo to need to be saving.
Yeah.
Halo should never be in a position where it needs to be saved. But that's where it is right now. And if they saved it, it would not be nothing. Like that would be something if they got people back to Halo. I think I think a Battle Royale release could be a great start.
I agree. Yeah.
Because I don't think you're going to bring people back with seasons and like the people that left. They're not coming back for more of the same. You've got to bring them a new reason to come back and then hope all the other changes you've done keep them.
I think you're right. And Halo's an interesting one because people, I think maybe they just forget about talking about Halo at all. But like the multiplayer is free, not free with Game Pass.
Yeah,
it's free.
Completely free to play.
It's as
Download
free
on
as
Steam.
Overwatch 2.
Yep.
And it's not even close to being part of the conversation.
Nope. And my theory has always been that it needs Battle Royale. And I
But
hated
Overwatch 2 doesn't have Battle Royale either. Like it's not you're probably I'm not saying that
it's got a base of people that like to play it.
I know it. I don't know, man.
You're fair. I mean, I kept bringing it up when it released that I thought it was a mistake that they're launching that Battle Royale. And I just kept getting told over and over and over again how it didn't need Battle Royale. People play Halo, don't want Battle Royale. And I'm like, so what do they want? Because they came and left.
Yeah.
And I think Halo needs to find new people.
This makes me actually want to do a little like as if I have time to do anything.
Like quit catering to the people that played Halo in 2008 and find.
That's what makes me want to play
Halo.
Overwatch 2. Like what is going on? What are these games doing that are keeping people around? Because like I just thought we just were playing games because they're fun.
Well, I do think the Overwatch has better like progression and seasonal content and events and stuff that bring people back.
And is that it? Like is that like not that
that's
not
part
enough,
of it?
Like,
that is the shooter space these days.
Yeah.
Like that's what shooters are doing.
Yeah.
I just thought it was like such a misstep to be like, no, we're gonna go old school. It's like the medium has changed. The environment, the market is different now. Like, 10-year-olds don't do that. And that's not what they're playing. Like you're competing with different things. Your competition is Apex, it's Fortnite, it's Overwatch.
Because it's free to play?
Not just because just that's where people are.
Yeah.
That's where your customers are. You have to get them away from there. That's where
Part-
the games, like that's where people are playing.
I was just thinking about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and it's multiplayer, not Warzone, but like the multiplayer.
Yeah.
And I go like, okay, so what the heck is going on over there? Like what? I
Yeah.
don't know. Like I guess just enough maps, like enough, like because it's as old school as it gets, plus a battle.
Yeah,
pass.
but they have Warzone.
Yeah, but people like, and that's I think
Like
that
so,
I
like
think of those as separate.
my son doesn't play Big Team Battle, but he plays Warzone.
I know,
Like,
and
he
that's so
downloaded
that's
and
why I'm
played
like
Warzone.
ignoring Warzone
Yeah.
and just going. People buy like this is the thing to play the multiplayer for like the classic multiplayer of Modern Warfare 2. It's a $60 purchase.
Yep.
And people are doing it.
Yep.
And then when you jump into it, it's like, okay, well, what does this have? It feels great, and I guess it's just Call of Duty.
Yeah, as I
But
say, it's
Halo's
Call of Duty.
Halo. Like what?
Yeah, but has it?
How
Is it?
I,
Is it?
Yeah.
Like I would push back on there, but is Halo? Because Halo hasn't been very good for like a decade.
I'm just saying that it's literally Halo. Like the
No, I
title
know.
of it is Halo.
I
Like,
know.
Call of Duty is the title is Call of Duty.
But the difference, I mean, obviously, I think the differences between those two, if that's a comparison, are obvious. There's
Sure.
been 12 Call of Duty since the last time that like Halo was Halo, and that all the other Halos in between then have always come with caveats, right? There's disclaimers. Like the multiplayer is good, but the campaign's not. But the other thing's good. And like like it comes with these little things. Call of Duty didn't have those.
So let me throw Halo and Battlefield into a bit of a pot here, and then compare it to
Now
Call
we're
of Duty.
talking.
And
Obviously,
the thing.
maybe
but the thing-
don't compare anything to Call of Duty because it's like in its own stratosphere.
Well, and what is one of the reasons that it is part of it in its own stratosphere because of the approach that they've taken, which we've all denounced over the last decade or so, is that there's a Call of Duty game every year, and I can't believe this
Yep.
game is annualized, and that's stupid, and
Yep.
that sucks. But guess what? They get to
Keep its
they-
player base.
They don't
They
go
don't-
anywhere. They
They don't
keep
have to
iterating.
fight people off. You know how I feel about this. I've talked about this for years. I think it's one of the small marvels of video games.
That
What
is
Call
possible.
of Duty does. I keep
Yeah, I
telling
agree.
people like it's not only do they do it so well.
But not even that, and I think that's true, and yes, we've talked about that. What I think we're coming on here is that by not doing that, it's such a huge risk to try anything new. Like Vanguard, maybe they try something a little bit different. It's like, all right, whatever.
And
the
it was
next
a
one's
miss.
coming in 12
People
months.
did not like Vanguard. Yeah, that was
But what if that was your only Call of Duty game in 5 years or
Yeah.
9 years? And then
That's
it's
Halo
like,
5.
oh snap, yeah.
yeah.
So this
And you
idea,
lose them to other franchises, to other
Yeah.
things that find their time, and you have to win them back. Call of Duty's not winning them back. They're not going anywhere.
Mhm.
They just keep releasing more Call of Duty.
So why hasn't anybody, like, aside from Microsoft has
costs
all the money in the world, yeah,
$1
like
billion investment. Like
how do you just get every developer on the
Activision
planet
has
Earth
10
just
studios
rolling
making
through?
Call of Duty, yeah,
Mhm.
because it's a huge undertaking.
Yeah, but
It's
they've
very
proven the
expensive to pull
model.
off.
Yeah,
I think, and I think Ubisoft is right there. Like
I agree.
that-
Well said.
they're right there in that same wheelhouse. Not exactly the same, but very similarly.
Mhm.
That's the reason why their model works.
Yep. Yeah, because you don't have a game. It's not just that the games come out every year and they expect you to buy it every year. It's that one of those games, like not being amazing, is not going to totally trash the entire franchise.
You can always look for the next thing.
Yeah.
And even when the fans, I mean, you see it on Twitter, even when the fans actually do totally trash the franchise, it's still the top #1 selling,
That's true.
not just most selling, most played thing. Their
Yeah.
campaign came out a week ahead of time, was the most played thing on Steam.
Like Halo Infinite, I've always struggled with like what people say they want out of, like what's going to take it out of the doldrums that it's in. I feel like every year a campaign for Halo Infinite should hit.
Yeah.
Like that's
Like a big
and
expansion, like
they're
a
not set up
Destiny.
like that, obviously. Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, actually, that's exactly it.
Yep. That's what Bungie did.
And oddly enough, yeah, but like it's so funny. Like that's such a multiplayer centric kind of thing. But what I'm really asking for is a single player thing for Halo.
Well, what we want from Halo is we want a single player narrative that can be experienced with friends if you have them.
Yeah.
And that's what fucked Halo Infinite from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Is they're like,
Yep.
here's the single player. And they're like, what about my squad? And they're like, well.
Yeah. And it's there now. You can play it now.
It's too late.
Apparently, because I said I was going to play it and I totally didn't.
When they announced campaign co-op, I told Jack, I was like, hey, would you like to run together? And we just never did.
Yeah. It should have been
The
launched
time to do it was at launch.
or alongside the next campaign bit. Which
Yes.
that tells me that it's
Or if
so
there was
far away.
If there was a new thing to do it, you're exactly right. If there was something, that's what I say. You can't bring them back by making what's there better. You have to give people a new thing to come back to.
True, man. Holy cow.
I've been thinking this whole time that Battle Royale would be it.
Yeah.
I think they're making Battle Royale.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like when that happens, they will get a surge of new players. It will just happen. Like just that announcement alone will bring new players back to Halo. The question is, can they keep them?
Yeah.
Like, is there anything new there beyond that mode? Is there anything new there to keep them going? Like, has it all been fixed? Is there a new expander? Are there new things to keep them there? Or do they play Battle Royale for a day and move on?
I don't know. The funny thing is, like, I don't play any of the other Battle Royales. Like, that's not for me at all. Like, that, you know.
But it's I'm sorry, I just flashbacks directly to like Elaine. Like just like Empire flashbacks, because I heard the same thing. It's like, yeah, but it's not for you. It's not meant for you.
That's all. Right? I'm not saying that would have any indication of its success overall.
No, I know, but it has to be pointed out. It's not meant for the people that love Halo. That's right. It's literally the opposite. It is there for people that don't play Halo or haven't played Halo or don't think of Halo. It's meant for them to bring them into Halo. And then you've got to get them into Halo from there. It's like their launch pad. It's their gateway drug. Like, let's get these people into Halo.
I guess what I'm saying is it's I find myself in a weird position, I guess just because I like Halo, to be like wanting and rooting for a battle royale to come in, even though it's not for me.
Right.
You know, like I want it.
You want the game to be exciting and good and people playing it. Of course, we all want our favorite games to do that. Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah.
I felt that way during the review cycle. I felt that way. Like everybody, there was such a, you could see it. Like I wasn't even like, you could see it, you could hear it, you could taste it. Yeah. People wanted Halo to be so good.
Yeah.
They just wanted it so badly. And that's the biggest miss. It's not the delay. It's not the mark. It's not the box. The biggest miss was that the groundswell was there.
Yeah.
All they had to do was just cross the finish line in a decent way, and it was there for the taking. It was right there for the taking.
And I can't decide if that means that it's going to be impossible to recapture that, or that's the indication that there is a comeback story imminent.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't have an opinion on that or an answer. That's up to Bungie, and I mean not Bungie. It's up to 343. And
that'd be nice.
My long-standing claim is, I don't know if 343 is up for the task, man.
Yeah.
Like without, I don't know, changes.
Such a bummer. Ah, damn it.
You know, like it's just, I'm looking at it as not a fan, which may or may not be the best way. I don't know. But as a not a fan, there's not a lot of reason for hope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is the Master Chief Collection like it? Like if this game was the Master Chief Collection 2 years from now, is that a win? Is that the goal? Because I don't think that's the goal.
Yeah, I agree. That's
it. That's not the goal. That's
zero. That's back to like the starting line.
Exactly. Yeah, that's where we agree. Because like I look at Halo, like that's not the goal. The goal is to be up there with Call of Duty.
Yeah.
The goal is to be there with Destiny. The goal is to be one of the flagship first-person shooter games available in the video game market. And as people so far away.
That's just it. As people are listening to you say that, they think that's never going to happen. And how crazy is it that Halo is struggling? Like this franchise that we've known for decades at this point
is like did it. Like it's the reason that this whole thing really got going and exists. It wasn't the first, but it might as well have been for what people consider squad-based multiplayer shooters. Like it's the thing. And like right now in its current state, it's not like, is it better than, I'm not saying better like in your favorite. I mean, like in the mind share of the players, is it better than the Division?
Yeah, that's a weird comparison.
That's like where in the, like, if I'm thinking of like where it's at in the shooter landscape, I'm thinking Like it's in like a division type space.
It's
Like
funny
I
'cause
wouldn't even put Halo up on there with like Apex. Like it's not even on
Yeah.
Apex's level right now.
my mind was thinking about like Doom, and people I would say speak much more. And they're different games. The
Of
ongoing
course.
nature of them.
I think
Whatever.
Doom is in a whole separate stratosphere than where Halo is. Like Halo would be great to get to Doom's level right now.
Right. And
Yeah.
the reason I was thinking of those two together is you talked about like what started it, and I start to think like it's actually really difficult for a
Good
game
call.
to start the a genre or whatever and maintain its like top status. But Doom, I would say, is probably there. It fell for a little bit,
Yeah,
but Doom is like
coming back and
really
forth, but
great.
it's definitely come back. Yeah.
But to my point 2 hours ago, like
If there
it's
was a new
not
Doom
the reason
announced E3, people would lose their fucking minds.
I want Quake more than the next Doom.
I'm just sure if there was a new Quake announced, people because it's not because that's
Yeah.
there's where the 343 comments because it's not even really about the game.
Yep.
It's what it has created.
Mhm.
Whatever big gory shooter they announce next, people will be very excited for.
Yeah.
And 343 has got to get back to that.
Yep.
They haven't been there in so long.
Yeah.
You
There
know.
needs to be an expertise in engines. And this is, man, this could be another 4-hour conversation in and of itself. But like
Yeah, we do
when
have to go at some point. I know we need
when
to eat. I keep trying
Xbox-
to like find a way
I
to
know, but,
close,
like,
and I feel
whatever.
like we
There's
just
no-
keep
there's no-
opening
we
up
just-
more combos.
like, we keep going.
I've been trying this for like an hour.
When Xbox, when they bought all those studios, and especially it's like you just bought one of like the creators of one of the greatest engines that run video games. And I just wish that there was more of that. I'm trying to think. I feel like there was another engine that they just kind of like basically acquired, but the id Tech one is one of them. And very similar to like my thoughts on Sonic. Sonic should be like the technical showcase for video games. And it wouldn't have been great if Halo did that. Like maybe that's what they were trying to do with the Slipspace engine, but it's just not that. And I would love for like Xbox to be home to that I guess once again, in that Doom was that, or Quake. Quake is the engine that everything was built off of. Now it's
Yeah.
Unreal, and that
Yeah.
seems to be the thing. But every game was built on the Quake engine back in the day.
I find it so bizarre that I mean, I get it. Certain teams have their own internal stuff, but Xbox is so almost all Unreal based.
Yeah.
Like so many of their talent that they have on hand are working with Unreal and to different levels, but on some levels are the best, like the experts at working with Unreal. They're testing the next level of Unreal features, and your flagship studios over here like, nah, we're doing our own thing.
Slipspace.
Like if I was Phil or Matt Putty, that would end immediately.
Wasn't
I'd be
there a
like, yeah,
rumor that they were
You're not
shifting it-
doing that anymore. We gave it your try and you fucked it up. So we're redoing all of this.
I think that's what's happening with Battlefield. I think maybe they're jumping over to Unreal
Frostbite?
instead of Frostbite. Yeah, I don't
That
know.
would make sense.
But I remember there was a.
It's
there's a
hard
heavy
to
rumor.
justify being on your own thing if it's not working for you. Like if you're not, like setting the bar, if you're woefully below standards, it's so easy to just be like, well, I realize you don't want to do this, but we think this can at least streamline things, or at least we can bring in other people to help support you. Or
Yeah,
you can have other people you can ask. Like we've just got to simplify this for you because
yeah.
what we're doing right now isn't working.
What if that's what they're working on with Halo? Maybe that's why we're not getting everything else.
What
that's
if-
crazy?
Like what is Slipspace doing that Unreal can't? Is it just that Halo feel, like what feels Halo? It's like you
I'm-
can't feel, it doesn't feel like Halo if it's not in Slipspace.
It's a weird thing that oddly we haven't had like a in depth. This is what Slipspace is about. It seems like that would be something Xbox would
Like a
do.
post-mortem.
Let's tell you, or just like even to the lead up. Actually, is what I was thinking. Like, remember when Xbox Series
Oh,
X
you mean
came out
like
and
a
they told us about
marketing
like the
thing.
smart architecture?
yeah,
and, like,
yeah,
this is
yeah,
what-
yeah.
Like, I just feel like that's what they would have done.
Yeah,
with
Mark Cerny
this.
does all that stuff for PlayStation and stuff
Right.
too. Like, let's show you what's
This is why the
demo.
Slipspace engine. Yeah.
hmm That's what Gears does with Unreal. The Coalition,
Yeah.
I mean, they are the flagship for let's show you what all these lights can do.
Yeah.
Let's show you how awesome all this other stuff is.
That's the thing. Engines, I think, have been like we haven't really been talking about those and how they impact games and what developers are able to make. It seemed like it was hindering games more in the past than maybe in recent memory.
Back in
Maybe
the
'cause
day,
everybody's
everything
learned
was
their lesson.
proprietary because everybody was building to their
Yeah.
franchise. But
I
now,
think about Dragon Age Inquisition was built on Frostbite, which didn't have like a save like
Yeah.
function or whatever. It's
Yeah,
like,
we've come a
good
long way.
God. Yeah. But maybe like, who knows about slip space? It's not that it was as supposed to be widespread as frostbite.
What was that tweet the developer put out? Did you see
Who?
that? There was a developer. I was hoping you knew because I don't know the.
I'm not even
person's
sure
name.
which engine you're talking
Okay.
about.
There was a developer from Halo Infinite that
Oh,
posted a tweet when Forge released, talking about how the tools in Forge were better than the tools that they were using to build Halo.
oh wow.
And I was like, that has got to be the most damning like claim I have ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were talking about just how easy it was to like drop assets and stuff. They were like, this is literally easier than what we like. This is better than what we had to work on building the
That's
game.
crazy.
And I'm like, how?
But at
You
the
just have
same
to sit back and
time-
you're like, there obviously there is a reason why they're doing it. There's some advantage that we just don't know of, because obviously they're not doing this just because they're not making it harder on themselves just because.
The thing that strikes me with that comment is the tools have to be easier because they're meant for non-programmers.
Sure.
So like that's it's actually an obvious statement. Now the question has to go backwards, which is why wouldn't you make it that easy? Like what advantage do you get out of a
And this is
trickier
why I
way
was
of
hoping
making
you knew the
games?
tweet. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, no, I actually now I just need like I had no frame of reference for like what are we talking about? I do
Yeah.
remember that. But yeah, I don't know what benefit you get from not using tools made for users.
Yeah.
To make a game. So that's I don't know.
Maybe
I don't
there's
make games.
maybe there's advanced logic and things you can't do, which I
Yeah.
imagine would be from my limited coding background. There's certain things you can't do from an editor.
Yeah, I don't
Some
know,
things
but
you just got to do on your own.
dude, these people are what people do in Forge though. It's like it doesn't even seem like it's limited to like my thought would be like maybe you
Exactly.
can't make a campaign out of it.
I
Like,
think
I don't
that's more of what he was saying was like,
yeah.
this toolkit, like what is available to this person to design with is just better than, like is more advanced than what we had.
But also that in and of itself is all you really probably need to know to say that they're never going to change engines. Like Halo Infinite is on Slip Space.
I think the better question now is, so when Halo Infinite was announced and all that, it was supposed to be like this Destiny-esque like platform service thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, after everything that's happened, is that still the case? Or are we looking beyond now? Are we like, we got to
Halo
get off of
Infinite
this
2.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got to move on.
Yeah.
Is that in the ether now? Is that possible?
Maybe
Or
we'll
they-
find out at the Game Awards next week. The future of Halo.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale. All right, Donnie, I'm hungry. Kato
Yeah,
reminded
yeah.
us that maybe we should go.
That's way too long.
Kato showed
as
up, so
normal.
we're leaving.
I didn't even
Yeah.
expect us to go this long today.
Same.
And here
Like,
we
this will be
are.
the short one. We'll get back to playing
That's
video
exactly
games,
what I
but-
thought before we started. I was like, this won't be that long.
Yeah. How
And
could it
here we
be?
are.
Our last one was this.
Ryan
long.
says I should play the Final Fantasy VII remake demo.
We should agree. I would love to
Producer
do this.
Ryan, probably not, man.
Can we? We have the backtrackers, and I know you'll never join us for the backtrackers. I'm not trying to put you on blast about that, but I would love for you and I to play one game that's the same, so we can talk about it. Maybe we decide offline. Maybe the
There is no
Patreon guys.
demo on Steam, so I'm just out of luck.
Come on, Ryan.
Is
Hey,
it
keep
Final
up.
Fantasy Remake Intergrade? Is that the thing?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, there's no demo.
What about just remake?
Oh, let me try.
Maybe you get the PS4 version.
Is Intergrade
on
not
the
the remake?
PC.
Or is it a new remake?
That's a new remake. That's a PS5 iteration of the PS4 version, which is a remake
What?
of the 1997. Exactly. Dude, welcome to JRPGs. They're just throwing numbers and letters and nonsense at it. Like, just
How
be
will we
glad that
know
it's
which
not, like,
Modern Warfare to buy? I'm never gonna let that comment go in my entire life. Every time from now on, every time I ever
that
hear
is so true.
that made me so mad.
Yeah.
And that was I don't even remember who it was, but that was a famous video game journalist.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is so confusing. I was like, yet you know exactly which Final Fantasy to play. How are you?
That's all I need to say.
Oh god, it makes my blood boil when I see people act that stupid. Okay, I've got Final Fantasy VII from 2013. That looks like
Yeah.
an old one.
2013. Yeah, that's not.
It says 2013. That may just be the day it came to Steam, but this is old. This is old.
No,
game.
that dude, I don't even know if it wasn't even announced in 2013.
I have the remake Intergrade.
Yeah,
Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII
That's coming up.
Reunion.
yeah, that's coming up in a couple weeks.
4, 3, 5.
How do you know? How are
2, 9. The Roman numerals. Final Fantasy VII Remastered came out in 2019. No, that's 8. Oh, God. Final Fantasy 8 Remastered.
you gotta struggle with the Roman numerals?
I totally read that as 7 at first.
See,
It's
the
not
Roman
7.
numerals are
No,
like
the only the remake that I know from PlayStation Land is Remake Integrate. That's the only one. That's the
Yeah.
new one. It looks new.
that's the newest. That's you can't there's a demo
Action
for that, or you can
RPG.
only buy
There's
it.
no demo. I can only buy it.
Oh well. He probably missed the part.
See-
he says I think it look, it even says I think it's only on PS4 before I put him on
Sean,
blast.
here's the thing. It would scare me. What if I loved it? What if I played it and loved it? Do you know how much owning up to this I would have to do? Like
For
just-
like a second.
It'd be so hard to come on a podcast and admit to Devin in his face that I liked this game.
There'd
Like
be
I'm almost scared of that outcome.
well, kick him off your podcast.
I've worked myself into a shoot. It can't possibly happen. So producer Ryan,
That can't be a reason not to do it. That's a stupid reason not
you don't
to
like
do
that?
it,
You're not
because,
buying that?
because you might like it.
What if I liked it? What if I loved it? What if I was like, this is the best game what if it was my favorite game?
Well, then do it in secret.
And I've got 25 years of just hating on
like
this
it
game,
in like it in secret.
making
That would be
fun of
amazing.
people, and I just loved it.
And just keep
Or-
up the shtick.
Could I get away that the old one still sucked, but the new one fixed it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah.
maybe
It's
then.
different. It's definitely different. Like
Producer
thank God
Ryan.
they made this version of it.
Producer Ryan, let me know if I played the remake. I'm not buying it, but let's just say somehow it comes to me in the future. If I played the remake and loved it, could I still hate on the original?
This is a great way to have somebody buy it for you for Christmas.
Like Delvin bought me Deathloop. I was like, I don't know what you want to do with that, but thanks.
Yeah, he should have done
I
Final
appreciate
Fantasy. He should have done Final Fantasy. Come on,
I
man.
appreciate
Try again.
Deathloop. Thanks.
Try again.
Goes in the library.
Yeah. Facing, a little bit of Crow, that's not a good reason to not try something, because that would be awesome if you really liked it.
Oh, like a redemption story.
We've all been wrong about something or another.
What did you turn around on?
I don't know. I'm wrong about stuff. I don't think I turn around on stuff, but I definitely
Oh.
was thinking Bayonetta was 65.
Sean's like, we've all been there. I'm like, what did you do? Oh, nothing.
know.
I've
I don't know.
never been there.
There's got to be something.
See, it's
though.
hard for me because I have really leaned in on my anti-Final Fantasy. Like,
Well,
hard.
I played Animal Crossing
Hard.
and I rolled credits on Animal Crossing. I don't know if that's exactly the same thing.
But did it
but
win you
eventually
over?
ended up- It was fine.
You were like,
Yeah,
I
was
loved it.
this- I don't know if I loved it, but
See, there's a
yeah,
yeah,
I don't
that's not
know.
the same.
That's a huge swing though. Like that's I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, let me know,
The
producer
end.
Ryan.
All right.
The end. We
The
will
end.
see
Goodbye,
you-
everybody. Thanks for
next
supporting
month.
us. If you're still here, I want to know. Do you have a secret password to tell people at the very end?
Ooh.
Donnie plays Final Fantasy. Donnie loves FF7.
Intergrade.
Yeah, just
Tweeted
hit up
us
with
or
that. Let
Discord us
know that you're still
intergrade. So
there.
let us know you reached the end. We want to know how many people
Oh,
made it to the end.
Nathan's there. Nathan's
Let
right
us
here
know
at the end.
intergrade. What does intergrade even mean?
Dude, I have no clue.
God, what a mess. I'm not playing that fucking game.